Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes.
Check 1, 2. Mic check.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, this is your 60-second warning. Okay, it is 4 o'clock, so we will call the January 21st, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at precisely 4 p.m. Welcome. It's good to see everybody here. We will start in just a minute with an invocation. I'll ask you to stand, and anybody who cares to stand can stand for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. This afternoon, we have Reverend Zach Burke from Stetson Baptist Church in DeLand for our invocation. If you would come forward, thank you, sir.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's pray together. Father, thank you for today. Father, thank you for your grace and your mercy, that we have breath in our lungs. We thank you for the blessing it is to live in a place where we can have conversations like the one we're going to have today. And Father, I pray that your spirit would fill this room and it would be a spirit of peace. I pray for wisdom and discernment on behalf of these council members, Father, that God, you would work in them as they seek to do what's best for us as a community. Father, we thank you and we praise you for your son Jesus and the sacrifice on the cross for our sins, the new life that we have in him. We pray all these things in your holy name. Amen.
You can do it.
Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Normally, we would go right into public participation, but I don't have any speakers request. And we do have a few. So as I call your name, if you would just come up to the podium, there's a button on the side, your left-hand side. It will go up and down. Please make sure that there is a microphone close to your mouth so that everybody in here can hear you, and you will be broadcast live. You have 3 minutes to speak on any issue that affects Volusia County that's not on the items today. You will also have an opportunity to speak to an item as they come up. First, and if you would, tell us where you're from. You don't need to give your complete address for safety reasons, but tell us where you're from so your representative knows that you're here. First, we have Monica Emerson. And then you will be followed by Danette Muzzer.
Push the button, or is this good?
You don't have to.
Okay, it's on. I'm Monica Emerson. I live on Miller Road. I haven't had the pleasure to meet you yet, but you've met several of my neighbors so far. 103 days, and we are still living in the twilight zone. We have a neighbor that can't live in their home. She walks her 3 young boys out to a RV so they can use the shower, use the bathroom, and clean a pan, clean a dish. We have a neighbor that can't use their driveway still. My 2 kids are over there. They can't use their backyard. 2 steps forward, 1 step back on a day like this. What happens when DeBerry is not so gracious to keep pumping? Eventually, they have to look out for themselves. What's the plan? Rainy season is among us. We have families that are still not recovered, 103 days, and a mother has to walk out in the woods with her 3 sons to go to the bathroom. What's the plan? Government efficiency. Where is it? 103 days, and we still have a family that can't use their driveway. We know the problem. It's out there. One of my neighbors, it turns out to be his full-time job now, thankfully for him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even be here today. And actually 2 of my neighbors. I don't have the ability to investigate like they do. I have 2 young kids that I have to take here, there, and everywhere. He's doing the job that somebody should be doing, not you guys. But we need action, not just words anymore. It's getting real old. We need action now, especially for a family that can't use their home, can't use their driveway. What's the plan when DeBerry is done pumping? Is there a plan? We haven't heard any communication. All we hear are words. That's it. Nothing that really is a plan. Thankfully for Dave and Kathy, we have seen what is going on and we know what needs to be done, but nothing gets done. 103 days, and we're still in the same boat. We're still receiving drainage into Miller Lake, and you still are spending money pumping out of Miller Lake. Government efficiency at its finest. We're draining into Miller Lake, and we're pumping out. That's insanity, in my words. Plug the drains, see where this water's coming from. Then you'll find out all the illegal, unpermitted drainage into Miller Lake, and then you'll solve your problem. But we don't have 2 years, like it's taken 2 years for your rezoning development codes. We don't.
Thank you. Danette.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. Danette Musser, Miller Lake Community, Unincorporated, Volusia County. And today is day 103. And as it continues, I will continue to come up here and repeat how many days it's been. The moratorium issue is behind us. Future plans are now in place or in process for water management. So today, let's talk about our current state. Miller Lake continues to remain beyond capacity. We don't need math or science to tell us that there is a flooding issue on Miller Road or Shady Lane. We see it every day with our own 2 eyes. We are very grateful to the city of DeBary for stepping up to do the right thing and help their neighboring community. The water level on my property has decreased by 30 inches, but it still has 26 inches to go. What are your plans for Miller Road? You created a causeway that has raised the road 5 feet, blocking access to my property. In 2012, you raised Miller Road 5 feet to mitigate the flooding from Hurricane Faye that occurred in 2008. Raising Miller Road 5 feet every time the road floods is not the answer. Volusia County, Orange City, FDOT, and St. John's Water Management are responsible for the inaccessibility to my home, for emergency services, deliveries, and day-to-day normal life. I pay $1,500 a month for an RV that I cannot use. It would take an industrial-sized crane for me to lift it off my property so that I could go camping with my family. As leaders of this county, I hold you responsible for denying my constitutional rights. This act of negligence on your part is a federal offense. As a medical professional, I made an oath to do no harm. If I were to deny you or your family access to health care, I would lose my practitioner's license. I would lose my job. I would lose my livelihood. But that is not me. I care for you. So I'm finished addressing you. I'd like to address the constituents, with your permission, in the room. I see the same faces, meeting after meeting.
Please continue to speak into the mic, though, or nobody can hear you.
I continue to see the same faces meeting after meeting that come up here and talk about the same public comments. Many of you are here 2, 3, up to 5 years with the same issues. We cannot do this any longer. I cannot take another month with no action. It's up to us
Thank
to
you.
demand change.
Thank you. Alec Reckner.
Daytona Beach Shores. We must legalize weed because it is Yahweh's gift from the earth. And Forbes magazine did a poll on Florida voters about weed legalization, and 66% say it should be legalized. But Scientology says no. Billions in tax revenue for states if we legalize weed. Nobody should be going to jail for possessing, growing, or selling weed. Scientologists funded DeSanctimonious' campaign, DeSantis, against harmless weed because Scientologists are a bunch of whacked out cokehead pedophiles. Scientology has had 27 different lawsuits for human trafficking, says Fox News. Ex-Scientologists came forward with shocking child trafficking claims that now they're being stalked. I have been harassed and stalked by these pedophile Scientologists who funded Pam Bondi's Republican Party and Trump's campaign with millions of dollars. Now these Scientologists want to push a digital ID, this age verification digital ID, which is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Literally, DeSantis wants to quarter digital troops into your home with these digital IDs under the guise of age verification. On April 28th, 2019, Velasca, Paris, and 2 other Australian former Scientology Sea Organization workers at Flagland Base filed a new labor trafficking lawsuit against David Miscavige and the Church of Scientology, alleging they'd been forced into hard labor and harassing punishments while they were children. Dr. Minkoff, a high-ranking Scientologist, accused Whitney Mills' family of depriving her of psychiatric treatment that could have saved her life, but Dr. Minkoff, who's a Scientologist, the same doctor that led to Lisa McPherson's death. Financial influencer Scientologist Cardone says he can make you a billionaire with his investors' claims, but it's actually fraud. Scientology is nothing but a Amway pyramid scheme. And Alex Jones supports this because he never talks about Scientology. Scientologists are heavily financed by the Chinese Communist Party and the China Development Bank, and it's all to push these digital IDs. And it's clearly a violation of the Fourth Amendment, and I think they should not have digital IDs. Thank you.
David Hill.
Hello, everyone. David Hill, District 1. I live on Miller Road in Orange City. Since I spoke to you last, we've found another modification to the storm drain and weir across Tremont Drive that has been flooding us since it was installed in 2017. In addition to all the other things that we've found that have been attached to this system that were unpermitted, the structure is called a weir. It's inside the weir box. It's what's designed to push the water back into the exfiltration system. Completely gone. Gone. It doesn't exist. All this system is a drain pipe from Royal Oaks that drains Wawa Pond right into Miller Lake. It does not exist. St. John's Water knows it. I mean, it's the only thing that protects us, and it's gone. In the permit says any deviations must be authorized in a permit modification. Any deviations that are not so authorized may subject the permittee to enforcement action and revocation of the permit. I am going to ask St. John's to revoke this permit because I have that right. You have that right. You've been damaged. You've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars pumping water out of Miller Lake, hundreds of thousands of dollars of millings raising the road. The state has lost money every day. I know what diesel costs. $2,000 a day in diesel on these pumps. I've seen pumps replaced. You've been damaged as much as us. Tell St. John's you want this permit revoked. Your letter of no objection that you issued in 2017, tell them you want to revoke that letter. You now object. You can help us and you can help yourself. You can solve that problem. And again, I don't give anybody a right to dump water on my land. Right now, this water is still rolling through millions of gallons of water a week. There's no weir in the weir box, and they're fixing to stick one in there probably without a permit. Not a surprise, because that's the way it goes over there. So please, I'm asking you to send St. John's Water Management a letter of revocation for the 2017 permit and protect yourself and protect us. You have the right to do this. So I'm going to do it, and I'm asking you to do it, and I'm going to encourage everybody on Miller Lake to ask for this permit to be revoked because it's been modified 3 times without any permit. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Peggy Hill. You'll be followed by John Nicholson.
Hi, I'm Peggy Hill. I live on Miller Road, which of course is being adversely affected by the flooding from Miller Lake for over 100 days, as you heard. I'm not going to be repetitive from what my neighbors have said. I know you all know that the problem that we have is coming from this 2017 permit. You know you have the ability and to revoke it based on what the permit itself says. So I would like to ask you to please today make a motion, somebody make a motion and ask that a letter be sent revoking this permit immediately so that the draining stops. Then you can do your engineering, your studies and all that, but stop the draining into Miller Lake. It's doing so much damage to us. As David pointed out, it's damaging you as well, the county. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Before I start, I ask you to have Brad come before these people leave and explain what's happening, because they don't know what's going on, and they really need to know, all right? Especially about the permit and whether he can or cannot do that. Because you don't want to have them get their hopes up that they can solve something very simply when it really is a complex issue. The other day I was at the Mayor's Roundtable, and I brought up what I brought up here. I know two of you, Troy and Danny, do not want to raise taxes. They want to lower and lower and lower. You can only lower taxes so far. Once you get to zero, it's hard to lower. And we'll never get to zero. We always have to have taxes. And the question is, are they fair? Are they equitable? And are you spending it wisely? We have a problem with flooding. Everybody admits it. We need money to fix it. Everybody admits it. The question is, do you gut what we call quality of life issues? No library, no parks. Do we close the Public Works Department? Do we close the police department? Lay everybody off so we can have the money. There are things that we cannot do. You get to the point where you have to raise money. I like the idea that the tourists who use our roads would pay almost 40% of all the fix. It's almost a no-brainer. A half-penny sales tax would have brought us $44 million. A penny sales tax would bring us almost $100 million a year. If we had done it originally, it'd be a nice little $600 million. Every time we delay it, it's another $100 million. You don't see it as a lot of money. But for those people, if you had $600 million, you could fix their problem easily. And they're just one of many. There have been people from all different areas coming before you saying, I'm having a problem. So I'm asking you, I know you don't want to raise taxes. I know you're all Republicans. But it comes to a point you have to solve the problem regardless of whether you raise taxes or not. So please give it a consideration that the public comes first and their needs come first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Roy Mattson. And you'll be followed by Catherine Levinson.
I gave her a packet to give to all of you. Roy Mattson from New Smyrna. Lifelong commercial fishermen will issue the plaque every year by the Volusia County Beach Department, along with an ID. Since we started the new parking enforcement, they're telling me I cannot make a living from 11 at night till 5 in the morning and park in the county parking lot. Where am I supposed to park when on the side street? I park no parking, tollway zone. I'm not trying to be unreasonable. When we have Volusia County Beach Patrol doing it, Volusia County Beach Patrol pulled through, you had your placard in the window, they kept on going. Anybody else, they ran out of the parking lot. The Sheriff's Department have done the same thing. They don't enforce it aggressive as the Beach Patrol was, but the new parking enforcement is getting very aggressive. A lot of people don't believe they work at night. Well, I was one of the first ones at night to get a $35 parking ticket for just parking over the line when we didn't even know they were going to come out and enforce it. That's part two. Because I went to try to do a review on that ticket. The review came back on the 12th. And then I went in on the 16th before I would meet with Mr. Brower at a meeting and went to pay the ticket. It said right on here, pay the amount of $35. Went in to pay it, it said, no, we're not accepting your check. They're making me pay $70. I think somebody needs to start looking at parking enforcement because I'm hearing rumors. I will not go from here. I will give you in person if you want to hear about them. because it's an issue that the county needs to be prepared. I don't want us to see a black eye on Volusia County. You got to think of this for one thing I didn't think about. I know it was 3 months to put the program together, but if somebody pulls down there and they want to go on the butte and the tide's high, they park in the parking lot, they got to pay $20. Now if the tide drop, you got to pay an additional $33 and change to get on the butte. That's like $50 to go to the beach for the day. Or if it's vice versa, the tide gets too high and you get pushed off the beach and you want to stay at the beach, you got to pay an additional $20 to park off the beach. So it's something the county council should be looking at. And this form has been given to all. I don't expect an answer tonight, but if you all would like to, please comment or give me some advice. I've already gone to the coastal division, and they told me the only way up they would approve a change if it came from the county council. Got any suggestion, Mr. Brower?
We will deal with it before the meeting's out.
Okay, I greatly appreciate it. I'll be waiting for a call. Thank you.
Catherine Levinson.
Catherine Levinson, Miller Lake. I know you know all of us already. First of all, I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for listening and for some of you for actually coming out. I appreciate that. I would like for Dawn to come out. I've had other people come out that it's not their district, so I would really like for you to come out to Miller Lake and see what's going on there so you can see with your eyes. It's actually kind of eye-opening to know that this is a problem that you guys can solve, easily solvable. All you have to do is shut off that illegal drainage into our lake. That's all it is. Orange City disavows us, but yet they dump on us. Their whole southwestern portion of their city dumps into us. If you go into Orange City today, in the southwestern part, you will find every single drainage part where their little lakes or whatever you call them, every single one is dry. Why is that? Because the water's in our lake. Still coming in every single day. The water, yes, it's wonderful DeBerry is helping us out, but they're not going to help us out forever. And that means that all the water in the future still will come from southwest Orange City, illegally dumping into us. Completely solvable. Let them handle their own water. I'm fine with that. They shouldn't be dumping on us our private water, our private lake. Shouldn't happen. And there's other things we can do to negotiate. But I'm not willing to negotiate where they 100% dump all of their water from southwest Orange City into our lake. Is not negotiable. And it is something you can solve. We now know it's illegal. We all now know. We all know the permit was modified. No, let me change that. The permit was never modified, ever. So because the permit was never actually modified, it is illegal and should be completely stopped. So please, Mr. Dempsey, please come out. Please, I'm inviting you. You're welcome to do it. I'll give you the tour myself. I've done that before. I want you to see the road on Miller Road, how the asphalt that you guys put out, how it's dangerous to drive on. I actually give the tour many times, and I tell people, take your seatbelt off, because if we go off the side of the road, I don't want you to die. That's how bad it is. It's all crumbling on the edges and very scary. We do not want to sell our houses. We do not want you guys to buy them. We want to live in our houses. We don't think that's the solution. The solution is stop the dumping. Stop it. Easy to do. I know you can all do it. I know you can. Use the power of the pen, because I don't expect you to go out there and actually dig the trench or anything. But I do expect you to sign away, get that done right away. It can be done in 2 seconds. I will be glad if you want to go to Home Depot, buy bags of cement and pour it in there. I'll be glad to do it. Don't think you want me to. I'd probably get hurt. You don't want to do that. But anyway, please, please come out. Please, I invite you. Okay? And all of you, thank you again for listening. I appreciate it. Please. Thank you.
Dave Kremer.
Hi, Dave Kramer. I'm at 180 and 90 Shady Lane, also on Miller Lake. And yes, my daughter's house is still uninhabitable, and she's still looking for a permanent place to live. Now, I do want to thank Don Dempsey. Thanks for your special meeting in December on the flooding. and Jeff Brower, your moratorium meeting, and the council meeting on January 5th. Flooding has been brought up in all of those. Ben Bartlett presented, I believe at all three of these meetings, his slide deck, which showed good general information. I've seen it 3 times, but it was probably good for folks that haven't seen it. Now, Ben said his job is to come up with solutions. And Don, you said it's probably a good idea to have a meeting just on Miller Lake. And this board asked Ben, when, based on what's pumping, when can the water go down to pre-hurricane? And it said months and months. And you guys said that's unacceptable. We need a solution to get water out now, even if it's a temporary solution, just to get these folks able to get to their house. And you said, Ben, bring it to the next meeting. And other of you said, no, that's too soon. So he said a week. Well, it's been over a week, so I don't know if Ben's brought you solutions. I don't know if that meeting is being set up. I don't know if the solutions have come, the timing of those, how it's going to be communicated. Ben's presentation also shows the top, I believe, 4 things to do when areas are flooded. And the last one, the last resort, is to buy people's homes and flood them. And Don, I was a little concerned at the moratorium meeting, your final words were, we should just buy those homes and flood the people on Miller Road. So I'm not sure, and it's probably in the meeting minutes, it should be, but that's what you said, and I don't know if it was definitely a late night, but I'm not sure if decisions have already been made or where that comment came from. Also, this board asked Ben, for the next hurricane and disaster, do you have a plan? That's how long his pause was, if you remember. But he did answer it. He said, no, I don't have a plan. Well, not written down. So is that acceptable? I think he's been working for the county for, what, 9 years or almost 9 years, and no plan for the next disaster? That rain is always different? That's not an excuse. You know, force him, follow-up questions, force him to have a plan. I mean, I could force him to just BS better. All he had to say is, I have people on call. I have call lists. The preventative maintenance has been done on the pumps. We know how many generators we have. We have fuel. We'll have communications. We know all the people in the city. You know, no plan year after year to improve on that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last speaker. If the council will indulge me for a minute, I think we can solve Mr. Matson's problem. He's a New Smyrna Beach resident, so if he gets a beach pass, is the problem after hours parking, and can we make an exception for commercial fishermen? Troy, what are your feelings?
In the past, we have allowed commercial fishermen with a license, but I don't know the particulars, and I don't know if the recent, when we put this plan in place, if that was considered or not. So I
They
think
may
that's
just
why-
not know about it.
Right, I think
The
that's.
new vendor.
Right. But if you guys wanted to, I could ask for a motion to allow it, and we could go that route. But what I would prefer to do would be to go back and research it a little bit, and then I'll come back with you the next meeting.
Council, what's your, Councilman Reinhardt, I'm sorry, I didn't see your
That's
name
okay.
up yet.
No, that's okay. You said, George, you'd rather look into it. Is it doable to make that motion if they have that placard available to go ahead and allow that for now? If there's, I mean, can we look at that, at least for the interim? I don't want the gentleman or any fisherman out there to lose his livelihood as a result of waiting for information back. He's not here anymore, is he? I was looking for him.
Okay.
If so, I can make that motion for at least a temporary basis until we can get more information.
Go ahead.
Motion to at least extend that courtesy for those individuals that have that placard, the ability to park in those parking areas, at least temporarily until we get more information.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
We have a motion to allow temporary parking after hours by commercial fishermen until we get more information from county staff. Second was by Danny Robinson. Okay.
Discussion?
And yes, discussion, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I need more information from staff. So, George, I appreciate that you're going to be able to get us that instead of, I've never met this gentleman. In council and the listening audience, I'll tell you, I'm geeked out about fishing. I mean, I take my family out, and you know, if I was able to make changes, I would say, you know, as long as you're eating it, you should be able to keep it, and not have to throw everything back that you catch. It's frustrating when you run offshore and you catch, you know, this elusive red snapper, and I could go down a real big rabbit hole with everybody, but I'm not going to. So I'm empathetic to this. I just want more concrete information from staff, because I definitely agree with Mr. Reinhardt. I think we're going to be able to fix this concern. It's the right thing to do for our commercial fishermen in the community. Just my opinion, but I'm a little hesitant to make a change on the fly without background information. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Sir, I feel the same as Troy at this point. You know, there's probably 50 other people at home right now that have a very similar situation, either at a ramp or somewhere else where they do business that requires county property to execute. And I want to make sure that we're making this call and we understand the second and third order effects, at least at the ramps and the parking areas, if not even deeper yet. So, and this is just county ramps, right? There's more than just county ramps out there. So,
it was only county ramps.
So, but there's other opportunities to get in the water other than the county ramps, correct? There's city ramps. They're all county.
Yeah, ramps are ours.
Every one of them. All right. Yeah, I still would like to wait one meeting.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support, commercial fishermen having this access. However, I feel strongly, as some of my colleagues, let's just do it the right way and get a clean proposal from staff, vet it, and just do it the right way. I just see potential for many holes in this temporary fix. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just misunderstood what he was saying, because my understanding is that he was able to park before, and I was thinking he was referring to, like the city of New Smyrna Beach that charged for parking all along where we didn't. But they were allowed, if they had that placard, that they wouldn't be bothered. So that's what I was referring to. So in answer to what he had said, yes, they allowed it before. The cities allowed it before. It's when we instituted the parking on the in our paid parking, which was just recent. That's when it enacted, but they were allowed to park there all this time. That's the reason why I made the motion. I do appreciate wanting to take more time, but I think I put in that it was a temporary until more information came back anyways. So it's nothing that's going to stay that way necessarily. If Mr. Rechtenwald comes back with information on the contrary, we can certainly make a motion to stop it. And again, he's been doing it, so.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, I support your motion. Obviously seconded it. I received 3 calls on this over the weekend. It was on my notes to bring up here during council comments, especially down in Bethune Beach, down the south end of my district. So I'm looking forward to seeing what options we have. If we can get those back, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Sure. I just want a clarifying question that might help me change my position. What was the process before? What did the commercial fishermen do, and what is communicated with them currently?
Well, before they would park at the off-beach parking, and there was no charge, and there was no enforcement of the 11 o'clock, because they were the ones who were allowed to be out there late and early in the morning. Typically, they go out there really before sunup. So I think the difference is now we are paid, and we have a, controlled parking situation, and it's also till 11 o'clock. So you got the issue of, number one, the pay, and the other issue of it being after 11 o'clock and before 5 a.m.
Was there any additional identifying markers for them that we issued like he was showing?
That's the only thing I'm aware of.
That's of his own doing?
No, that's issued.
So they all used to put that out in their cars before?
Right.
One follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
There's not many. I mean, this is a fairly small
And
number.
how long would it take you to bring this back to us if we didn't pass it? Or what, you have to bring it back anyway, but yeah.
Well, you could give us direction at the next meeting. It might actually take an ordinance change or something that would have to be advertised after that.
All right, I'll just leave with this, Mr. Chair. Given that that's already normal practice for them to put that sign up there and there's just a few people, I'd be willing to change my position.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And David, I don't disagree with you. I think that is going to be an easy fix. But Mr. Johansson, his wisdom, he brought it up. He said there's 50 other people probably listening online, and I'll just tell you, I've been towing the line with this. I want this to succeed for our county. I want this to be something good for our residents, a financial win for our residents, and better access for our residents, and all of that. And I can tell you, and I'll say it publicly, I've had healthy conversations with residents in Volusia County and Ormond Beach who, as Mr. Johansson mentioned, maybe 50 other things, people with ideas coming up. Some kids having problems parking at Seabreeze High School, and they park on the beach approach, and they didn't sign up for the registration, and they got a ticket, and all of a sudden this is the county's problem. Last I checked, I thought the school should provide parking. The school district should provide parking for their students. So now the students have been for years coming over and taking the parking on the beach ramp, which then takes up anybody's ability to go and access that part of the beach because the students are using it. But the students are Volusia County residents, so why shouldn't they be able to use it? There's just so much, I think, where this could go, which is why I like the idea to let staff bring this back in 2 weeks and let us put a fix in at that time. I think it's I think it's the prudent thing to do and something we can get done rather expeditiously. I'm not against this for the commercial fishermen. Publicly, I'll tell you, I had another gentleman who I'm friendly with, but reached out to me and was like, I've got a business and people park on the ramp and they're not going to want to pay to park on the ramp. And it's like, well, all the locals can park for free, and anybody out of town, this is what they're going to have to pay if they want to. But my question to him was, the people you lease from, you have zero parking. I'm not mentioning the name of the business, but they have zero parking. 100% of their parking is on the beach ramp. 100%. I said, you got to live with that. You signed a lease for a business that provides zero parking places. You want the public to provide all of that for you? You need to go back and talk to your landlord and get that fixed. That's not government's problem. That's not the community's problem to fix for you. That's your problem that you need to fix. So I only share that because Mr. Johansson mentioned it. And when he said 50, I thought, well, there's two I can share with you all right now, just so we have that in the back of our minds. Thank you.
Thank you. It's hard enough to make a living as a fisherman, and I don't want that. This is all night fishing. I don't want to make it any harder. It might be 50. To me, that's irrelevant. If you have to have a commercial fishing license, so that's trackable. If there is a beach parking pass, that's trackable. If they have those two things, I think I'm in favor of allowing a temporary permit to let them park. If it takes 2 weeks to bring information back and it proves we see that there's a larger problem or some kind of dishonesty, then we can change it. But I don't want to hold them up for 2 weeks. I think we can live through that. The parking is working well. What's happened on the beach is working well. I don't think this disrupts it. So I'm going to support your motion, Matt, to give them 2 weeks, staff 2 weeks to bring us back more information. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, sir. My last bite at this. You know what's helped me now also, that I changed my mind a few minutes ago, is like, this is someone's livelihood, and I think, we changed the ordinance and we created this parking process. And the way I see it, not to put any blame on anyone, I'll just say the county, we missed the boat on this one thing. Apparently this was a practice. That's funny, right? And boat. I didn't even intend that. But we missed it on this one because we should have known that there were processes in place already that people were under the normal practice. So again, not putting blame on anyone other than ourselves. Right. And it's not up to him to know what those new rules were if we changed it and didn't take account for it. We had no discussion. So this is someone's livelihood. Anytime government gets in front of someone's livelihood, I'm very sensitive to that. So I would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Clarify, is this for county residents or non-county residents? So if they're, okay, just making sure.
So it does not have to be a county resident with a county parking plaque? Okay.
That brings up another issue. Let's clarify that.
What did your motion say?
No,
Just
I
the
didn't mention
placard?
that. Just the placard, so we can add into the motion about Volusia County residents with the placard. Because we're going to support our local businesses here, correct? I think that's a little more palatable.
So I'm
yeah.
sorry, I read
No,
more
I'm
into
glad
your
you did.
motion than was there.
No, but it needed to be, so I appreciate that.
Okay, so
good
you're
question.
amending your motion to be
To
the
include
placard?
Volusia County residents with the placard for the 2 weeks until.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Does your second still stand, Mr. Robbins? Okay. Chris, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
No.
Mr. Kent.
David, you're doing a good job of trying to of working me over on this. No, because you bring up some good points. This is going to pass. I can read the tea leaves. I'm going to pass, but I've been strong on this since the beginning. I'm a no.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes.
And the reason, Mr. Robbins, is because you're a commercial fisherman.
Oh, that's true.
The motion still passes 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses to 3 noes. Are you making any money?
2 noes, yeah.
2 noes.
Yeah, 4-2.
Did I say 3? Okay. All right. So we'll look forward to what comes back with that. And then my only other question, this was pretty serious what came up about Miller Lake. Are you aware, county staff, of the weir being completely moved at St. John's? I know you just reached out to them.
We actually just had contact with Cammy Dewey, like Friday, and Ben can report on the status, and we do have a meeting. We have several dates we're looking at for upcoming meetings with St. John's.
Just staff in St. John's, or bringing them here to the council?
The staff in
Okay.
St. John's to
All right.
actually do some work on
Okay.
what we're going to do out there.
So, we have regular conversations with staff at St. John's, and they informed us late last week that the permitted plans did show a weir in the control structure as the water exits Royal Oak, and apparently that weir is no longer there. I don't know if it was not installed at the time or if it was removed. It is a private system. But the weir essentially prevents the water from moving from Royal Oaks to the Big Lots Pond, which eventually drains to Miller Lake, but it prevents that water from moving to Royal Oaks when the water is at a certain elevation. If you get a rainstorm, the water will stage up and crest over the weir is the purpose of that.
the permit was approved, whether or not it was there with the weir written on paper, if it's not there, is that permit not revoked?
It's up to the St. John's to decide whether they're going to revoke that permit in the city of Orange City.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, first let me just say I appreciate your service during this very tough time. I know you got a tough job, so. Did I say Don?
Right name.
I was off to a good start. I just ruined it.
I didn't realize we looked that much
I just
alike.
ruined it.
So.
I think you'd rather be Don.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that. Now, have you ever seen St. John's come in and, lack of a better term, just shut down a specific project? Shut it down.
I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but typically their enforcement action is to, issue a notice of noncompliance or some sort of consent order, basically saying you're no longer in compliance with your permit. You have X amount of days or something to come into compliance, or they might face a fine or something like that.
So I'm going to assume, and if you don't know the answer, that's okay, that they maybe also have some type of emergency powers too?
I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine if it came to, quote, shutting it down, the only option you would have in a gravity system would be install some sort of pipe plug or something like that. I've never seen them do that. Typically, it's some sort of enforcement act. Typically, what we do with code enforcement, send them a letter telling them they're not in compliance, and so they have so many days to rectify it. Otherwise, there's fines and/or other actions.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman and council member and everybody, now I'm not at you. I'm annoyed that this occurred in the past or didn't occur. So now, you try not to, I always say keep emotions out of, these decisions we make, but now I'm angry, not at you. I'm angry because my job up here, I try to follow procedures and, the rule of order and how things are supposed to do and hold everybody fairly to that. That's kind of sort of been my MO. I try in my tenure. But now it appears that someone didn't follow the rules.
That's correct.
Right? And so that makes me angry. And Mr. Chair, I'll just come out and say it. I'll make a motion that this council direct our staff to contact St. John's Water Management, asking them to immediately shut down, demand that the property owner immediately close that pipe until the permit is reevaluated and reissued.
Second.
That motion by Councilman Santiago, a quick second by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Now, this is an ask, right? That's all we're doing is an ask. They're the decision authority, but we're making this ask officially.
That's correct. We can't force them. That's a pretty strong ask, and I bet the people that live there appreciate it. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, two things. First, you said it was St. John's and Orange City we have to ask?
I believe they both issued a permit for that work. I
Okay,
believe.
so do we
I
need
believe
to
they-
make this a ask of both entities?
I'm not 100% on that. I can double check, but I'm pretty sure the way that originated is they had a pump in there that they were using without a permit, and the city told them, can't do that. You need to, have a permitted system, and that's where they developed the gravity line that's connected.
Don, I'll modify my motion and to say that to research if Orange City is also a permitting agency, and if so, direct the same letter to them.
Second, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure they are. I don't know, so that's good. And
One more thing, Chair.
Sure.
And Ben, you heard Mr. Hill, did you hear what he said during public comment about the discovery of the weir recently?
Yeah.
The lack of it?
Yes, sir.
Is everything he said true?
About how it was just recently discovered?
Yes.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I was not aware that they were not in compliance with their permit. Apparently, the Water Management District was not either. And so I guess they've been looking at it closely, their staff, and they discovered in comparison with the permitted plans that it wasn't built according to those plans or modified afterwards. I don't know if they know which is which.
Okay. And if I could just mention to the Miller Lake people, I talked to Mr. Hill and I had plans to meet tomorrow, and he was gracious enough to include you guys all in the invitation as well. We're meeting at noontime. What's the location, Dave? Did you all catch that? So
Yeah.
please, everybody come. I'd love to hear from you guys and tour that particular area.
Okay. Let's,
That's all I
Thank you.
had. I don't know if we're allowed to engage.
you just did, and this was, I was going to say, this was against our rules, what I did anyway. I think I could feel for everybody else that with these two things that came up. I know it affected this council because you care about your constituents, so I chose to deal with it now, and I thank you for indulging me in those two things. But we have residents here that are fishermen that's affected, but here are residents that are greatly affected in their own homes. And so I think it was fitting for us to try and deal with that now, and I appreciate the council doing that. So the motion on the floor is that staff would send St. John's and Orange City, if required, a letter asking them, telling them that it's our wishes that they shut it down.
And reevaluate the issuance of a permit.
That was a motion by Councilman Santiago and the second by Matt Reinhardt. We have one more councilman with a question or a comment, Jake Johansson.
Quick question. Do we want it coming from staff or do we want it coming from the chairman on behalf of council?
I would say the council.
I would too.
Thank you we should clarify that. I appreciate it, Jake.
Councilman Robbins.
David, Chair, are we allowed to put in there effective upon receipt? Can they shut this thing down immediately, or do we have to?
You can make it as strong as you want, in my opinion, but you got to clear it with Mr. Santiago and the second.
If it sounds like we know what the problem is,
Yeah.
it's been identified. Let's shut it down until they can regroup and figure this
Yeah, I
out.
think that was my intent.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, council. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, just so we don't have any confusion or anyone's upset, my understanding the motion was just passed. Staff can work on a letter. The chair will sign it on behalf of council. We're not going to have individual signatures.
Yes.
But it's addressed from the council and the chairman signing it.
On behalf of
Yes.
council, yes.
Yeah. And you should note in that letter that Mr. Santiago is angry.
Yeah, I'm pissed off, actually. Sorry.
It's not a joking matter, but a little levity sometimes. Thank you all for coming in, and I hope you get immediate results from this. Okay. Now the item is the approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
A motion to approve by Councilman Santiago, a second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved. Now we will move to the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for comment or a vote?
Move to approve consent agenda in its entirety.
I have two that I would like to ask for item F, just for staff comment. And I would also like item T pulled for a vote.
I'll modify my motion to comment on F and to withdraw T from the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second on Mr. Santiago's motion? Matt Reinhardt makes the second. And staff for letter F.
Mr. Brower, I'd like to confirm that the vote was 7-0 for that.
Yeah.
Yes, they all just confirmed.
All right, so, I'm sorry. F is a good news story. This is us working with our partners again under George's leadership to capitalize on our Volusia Forever investment on the Stewart property in Edgewater. So this is the 2,500 acre parcel, 3 different parcels up to 2,500 acres that we bought. There at the end of, directly at the end of Florida Shores, Silver Palm, behind there's a very large canal system right now that is in private ownership. So the city nor us was able to get in there previously and make sure that those canals were maintained. By purchase of this property, we are getting reimbursed $3 million for the property from DEP, who did not want to maintain the canal. So we have worked out an agreement with Edgewater to provide access to these canals, for them to be able to maintain them, to protect their community against flooding in the future. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brad, when did the council purchase this property?
We closed today.
We closed today. When did we enter into contract to purchase this property?
We entered contract to purchase this property probably 8 months ago.
8 months ago. So, and when we purchased this property, what was one of the intents of the utilization of this property?
Floodplain protection.
8 months before, well, 6 months before Hurricane
It was a
Milton.
strategic identification of a property, and that's what we do as your team and under George's leadership is we take a very large view and a strategic approach to these acquisitions, so it's not just a fun place to go walk around. It provides our community multiple benefits.
No. And I knew the answers to the question, right? And I wanted the public to hear that because, again, as a follow-up to our last meeting, this council's been working on flooding types of mitigations. Not everything has been solved, but we've been on this path for at least 2 years. Is that a fair statement?
It's absolutely fair, and we've acquired about 5,600 acres since reauthorization of Volusia Forever. Over 2,500 of that is floodplain protection. So it's the green infrastructure in our communities. You need green and gray infrastructure to protect against flooding in the future. So it's an investment in the protection of our folks.
Of the 67 counties we have in the state of Florida, is there any one county that has more preservation than Volusia?
So using local money, we are the second right behind Hillsborough, but I'm bound and determined to beat them.
Okay, so we're number 2 in the state
are,
of Florida
yes,
with
sir.
conservation.
With local funds, yes.
Local funds. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
Yes. Thank you. And item T is Ben, Michael. This is a utility service agreement. The more I read through it, I just had questions about it, and I didn't want to vote for it without answers to the questions. Generally, tell me what this is accomplishing.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Good evening, council members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources and Utilities Director. This agreement is actually repealing a previous agreement which the county had approved, county council approved back in June. Back at that time, it was a mixed residential and commercial development in DeBary Town Center. The county utility is the provider of service for the city of DeBary. This actually reduces the number from 350 ERUs for the mixed use and residential, reduces it to 297 to just account for the residential development. Commercial will be determined at a later date once the rooftops are up and the commercial development, the market is there to determine what would go there. Perhaps stores, restaurants, whatever would be in this area. But this is just a reduction right now of the amount of capacity within our water and wastewater treatment plants.
Okay, so it's a reduction, and will when we know how much commercial will be, will DeBary come back and ask for another change?
What we'll probably do is at the time in which that occurs, the individual commercial lots will go to development review, and we will approve based on the amount of water and wastewater that they may need. So yes,
Okay.
may not come here, but we will give them at the time of connection, they'll pay appropriate water and sewer impact fees, connection fees.
All of this is unbuilt,
That's correct.
so there are no.
All new water and wastewater infrastructure to support the DeBary Town Center area.
This is the plan for their downtown.
That is correct.
Across from Sunrail. So there are no 297 houses yet, but we can provide water and sewer to that many
That is correct.
potential houses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that, and I wanted, maybe everybody else up here was clear that because we're talking so much about flooding, adding another almost 300 homes is a concern. Who approved the homes? DeBerry?
This will be the city of DeBerry, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions or comments. Anyone else from council?
Move to approve item T.
Okay. Have a motion to approve item T, and by David Santiago, a second by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we voted on the rest of the agenda? You got that, 7-0? Okay. Item 3, award of contracts to multiple contractors for the housing rehabilitation program for community assistance.
Brad Burball, Community Services Director. So, talked with most of you about the program. This is state and federal dollars that are prescribed for affordable housing in our community. So it's bringing money back to our community. We've heard you loud and clear. We've made adjustments to the program that align with your vision and your principles. So I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for staff? We're just approving contractors. We're not approving projects?
That is correct. So what we're doing here is we're increasing competition. Previously, when we came to you, we were bidding them out in groups, and we would have one contractor, reply to the bid. These 6 people will be on continuing contracts. So when we have a house they will all bid against each other for the work.
And this is not building new houses, it's repairing damaged houses. But you said there's 65, and with a total amount, that's about $102,000 per home. How did we arrive at that if you don't know what the projects are?
It's grant dollars. So it's a state allocation method. The $6 million, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And we couldn't go over 100,000. So this council, under your leadership again, we have developed a tiered approach. We're going to help those very poor people up to $100,000. Poor people.
They don't have to spend that much.
That is correct.
Up to.
Up to.
You can do less.
Oh, absolutely. And Carmen and I are committed to reviewing each of these to make sure that they address life safety issues.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councilman Johansson?
No questions, sir. Comment.
Okay. If there's nobody else has any questions, go ahead with your comment.
Yes, sir. I serve on multiple committees with Carmen, and I know it's a tough job doing what you do when we're directing what we do up here, and I appreciate everything that you've done to meet the needs of our, as Brad said, our vision or our public policy regarding this. And I know you know that you care a lot about the people that you're trying to help, but we're trying not to spend $400,000 on a $60,000 home. So I appreciate the balance that you have put toward this. I know you've worked hard because we talk about it, and I also appreciate your neutral demeanor in the meetings. And I ask this year that you continue to take a hard look at anything. It looks like you're going to audit everything that we do here to make sure the money's going to the right place for the right reason. Granted, it's not our ad valorem money we're spending here, but it's a tax dollar nonetheless, and we have to be very cognizant of those tax dollars and where they're going. So I appreciate you working hard. Yeah.
Okay. If there's no other comments or questions, is someone prepared to make a motion? And David Santiago makes a motion to approve. And can I give the second to Jake Johansson? We had several seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0
Good
to
job, team.
approve these contractors. Item 4 is a award of agreement for CDBG DR multifamily housing new construction gap funding.
I guess it's good evening, council members. Donna Butler, ORR Director. Happy to be here in front of you today. So we have 4 projects that have gone through the process for gap funding for multifamily housing. And this agenda item goes through 2 things. First, the discussion of this. So this will give us 4 locations, 2 of which are senior housing, 2 of which are affordable housing for approximately $10.4 million. This did not come out right on the screen. I apologize. At our previous meeting, you all had directed me, after we proposed $18 million worth of money to be moved, to move an additional $32 million for a total of $50 million to be available for infrastructure mitigation and buyout. So you will see here that funding identified, taking the total that would be available for infrastructure mitigation and buyout to $142,610,000. And I'm really sorry for the way it looks there. On my paper document, it does not look that way. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In previous discussions of this council, there's been discussion about continuing to raise that number, the 50 million. Can you briefly give us the parameters around the money, and could we do that? And if we could, up to what number could it be?
So of this pot of funds?
Yes.
I'm sure that you can move more. However, it's going to limit the programs that we've got here. So administration can't really get anything out of that. We will still
Can we
have
go back on
some-
the slide? I'm sorry to cut you off. Can staff go back one? Sorry, Ms. Butler.
Let's see, I'm trying to get it to go back.
Just so we know
Here
what
we
we're
go.
following. Go ahead.
Okay, so at the top it says administration, and on the remaining column, it says 16 million. That is to run the program. So I would anticipate that we will spend all of those funds. The planning, we've already committed just recently 8.5 million of that for stormwater studies. As soon as we know how much we need, for sure, because we have not procured those. Those are guesstimates by the cities of what
That's
they
in
might need.
addition to the 50 million.
Yes.
Okay.
That's to
58
do the
million.
stormwater studies, to figure out what these projects might be that we would use the 142 million for.
Okay.
The next section is housing. So homeowner housing, we've been taking applications. We anticipate spending that 145 million there. The rental repair, we're going to be doing thank you. Yay, thank you. Saved the day. So we anticipate under the rental repair not having any money. We're shifting all of that money out. We started a program. We took applications. It did not move forward. So we're closing out that program completely. Multifamily,
Can I
proposing.
pause you there?
I'm sorry?
Where are we proposing to put the 5 million?
Into this program. It's already.
Into what part?
It is part of the additional 32 million.
Okay.
So you
Yep, the
originally
32.
had 50 million plus an additional 42.9 million
Let's
in
go to
mitigation
infrastructure.
dollars, so for 92. And what we're moving is additional 50 million, giving you 142 million.
That 5 million is going to the infrastructure, basically.
Correct.
Okay, continue.
Multifamily was originally 50 million, and we're recommending that we spend approximately 10 million here, and that'll be out of the 13.5. I'm recommending that we keep that 3 million until we know what's going on with the Daytona Beach Housing Authority. Before, you all had recommended that we make some of these changes and hold these monies for infrastructure. We had announced that we would have multiple rounds of multifamily procurement. So the Daytona Beach Housing Authority was not ready. They were devastated by Hurricane Ian, and again, that same area by Milton. So we have somewhat of a commitment. If you all choose not to do that, that's your choice, but it's a commitment that was made in our action plan to serve our housing authorities. And it is a recommendation and a value of HUD that we do so. Economic revitalization under public services, we had identified $1 million for job training. That's going to go away completely.
Is
And
that also
so-
going to mitigation? Infrastructure, I mean, infrastructure?
So there's not many more places that you would be able to take it. We would have some money probably left over from planning, though I do recommend that you keep it there in case cities have more planning studies that they need to have done for stormwater. But as soon as we know what we're done with, we can transfer that remaining dollars over.
Okay.
Multifamily, if we do not spend those funds, we can move it over.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you very much, Ms. Butler.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Thank you, Chair. So I was glad to see that there's the option of moving those funds later, but I was also very happy to hear about waiting till we hear what Daytona Beach. Those people were devastated, and I want to make sure that that was taken care of. They're hit with the same problem that everybody has been here already for. So with that being said, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as put forward by Vice Chair Reinhardt, and the second was by David Santiago. I have one more question on one of, where'd it go? On the Wendover Housing Partners project. Has that already begun
It is.
in Orange City?
I don't believe so, no. They're very close, though. I think we're the final funding they need. They're hoping that we're going to be able to close very quickly.
I think I was by there today, and the property is all cleared. Would that be this property, or am I wrong? Is it?
I'm not sure. This is, if you were near Home Depot, it's essentially in that big plot of land near Home Depot.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell? Is that where you were
No.
today? Okay.
No.
That's where this
Behind
is.
the Ford dealership
No, this wasn't.
in
yeah.
Orange City.
So that's a different Orange City project that's being funded through community assistance. This is, this project is separate from that and is near Home Depot.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, you guys probably already know how I'm going to vote on this. I'm against it for several reasons. First, I don't think that there's a demand by the public and the taxpayers to have their tax dollar go to incentivize more development. We're talking about adding another 260 dwellings to the county when we've just had a packed house supporting a moratorium just a few weeks ago. So I think if you polled the average taxpayer, they do not want to have any of their tax dollars going to have more development, more impervious surface being developed, more traffic, just more residents. I don't mind. Item 3 I voted in favor of because doing the rehab to existing dwellings, I'm all about it. But as far as creating new impervious surfaces, new roofs, new residents, we're going to get 260 more families in here because when new people move into here, somebody's going to move into the previous dwellings. So it's just, we're just expanding and expanding. I don't think there's a need for incentivizing any more development. The market, if you haven't followed the news, is on its way down. I always talk about laissez-faire and just let the free market control housing prices. Inventory is sitting longer and longer. We have more available houses on the market. New construction deals are falling through. So as inventory, homes not being sold increases, the prices are going to come down. So I just don't think it's a government function to try and inject itself into the free market of real estate and the housing market. This is $10.4 million. I think that we could earmark for something else. I know they much rather would have this money go towards mitigation or infrastructure if at all possible. That's what I want, and so that's why I'm against this. Thanks, guys.
Donna, can we do that? What happens if we vote this down? Can we use the money for mitigation, for infrastructure, for flood prevention?
I can't totally answer that question because I don't know what HUD's response is going to be when we eliminate 3 programs, 2 of which are housing. So we can definitely make a request. Absolutely, we can make a request that we do that, because that will be a substantial amendment to our action plan to shut those down. So happy to do that if that's the direction of the council.
Thank you. I don't have a motion yet. I'll ask for a motion, but Don, I'm going to tell you.
I think you have a
Have a
motion.
motion to
We
approve.
have a motion to approve and a second by the vice chair. You didn't change my mind, but I'm changing my mind on these for all the reasons that you said. The flooding, the constant clamor of victims of flooding and potential victims of flooding have, I agree with you. I don't think this is the time to be adding more housing. Especially when we don't know what the stormwater plans are, anything about it. We're just voting and hoping that everything works out, and I'm losing hope. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And Don, just to kind of piggyback off what you said, a couple meetings ago, we took away some of the incentives and the tax breaks, I believe, from this, and a report came out where we were, I think, 1,800 plus homes possibly in the positive for affordable housing in Volusia County. That's why we did that. I'd be interested in seeing how we can move this money, given the data and past action that we just did. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment, please?
Please.
Thank you, sir. So I understand the position that you all are taking, but I did not clarify something, and it's on me for not doing so. Good Housing Partnership, this is only 40 units of affordable housing, but this is replacing housing that was lost by people that lived in New Smyrna Beach in housing authority units. So while I understand that the rest of these may appear to be completely new, these are replacing units that were lost in New Smyrna Beach. The same would happen in Daytona Beach by the Housing Authority. A little bit different than the others. So just please know that. I would be remiss if I did not tell you that in your decision-making process.
There's 4 different projects here.
Correct. And Good
Only
Housing
one in New
Partnership.
Smyrna
Right, but I just wanted to clarify that specifically, that
is replacing.
is replacement.
And
In New Smyrna
Daytona
Beach.
Beach as well?
Well, none of these other projects are replacement.
Okay.
That is the only one that is replacement, and we identified in our unmet needs assessment that we did, the consultant did for us, identified those units and the Daytona Beach Housing Authority units as units that were of affordable housing that were lost due to Hurricane Ian. So.
Gotcha.
So we'll be back.
Do we have to vote for them all as a whole, or can we vote for one,
Pick it up if that's what
2,
you
3, or
choose.
4? Okay.
I'll withdraw the motion. Whoops, sorry.
You'll-
We can vote for them individually that way? Is that what you just said, Donna?
Sir, if you would like to, that's fine.
Well, you have a motion on the floor in a second. You can amend that motion
Oh, I can amend that motion.
if you wish.
Or withdraw and make a new
Um,
motion.
I believe it was your
Would you like to
motion, but-
hear the comments from the
I
rest of
do.
your council members
I sure do.
first? And then you can amend your
Why not?
comment, or your motion. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'm torn here because, like you all, I'm a fiscal conservative. I don't want people to become dependent on government. However, I have been places in my travels where people have turned down affordable housing or not funded it, and it resulted in terrible gentrification. It resulted in elderly folks not being able to find a place to live. And although I'm not elderly yet, in about 3 years I think I will be. And it bothers me a little bit that we talk about, we'll just buy these people out. Midtown Daytona, let's just buy that place out. Well, where would those people go after we buy them out? They are in affordable housing now. Why is it affordable? because it's in a bowl. So when they leave, where are they going to go? Some can say not my problem, but a lot of those people are serving you your glass of wine and your pasta when you go to the store. A lot of them are making the beds in our hotels, which we rely on for our tourist tax because we're the greatest beach in Florida. So I understand both sides of this, and I know it's hard, but I look at past history at the federal and state level. You have devout conservatives supporting programs like this. You have the Senate president approving the Live Local Act, which is this on steroids, and oh, by the way, you're going to let them put it here. So I'm trying to balance this versus, no, I don't want to pay a taxpayer a dollar. And John Nicholson talked a little bit about it earlier. You can't do nothing with no money. So I'm in a bad spot here because I could go either way on this. But I wanted you to know that the problems with not approving it result in homelessness, gentrification. Our children are out selling drugs instead of in a nice home. Not to mention all the stress of not being able to afford a home in a family environment. So just put those in your mind as we go through this. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think staff did a good job in preparing and modifying over the last year almost in this particular program, and they have made significant changes to work on the priorities that we've said, which is infrastructure. And, you know, when I look at this projects list, this, 120, 200, 256 affordable homes, some for seniors. In a size of county of ours, that's nothing. That's nothing. These funds are not coming out of our general funds here on our assessment. And the reality is that we have people that need these, you know. Oftentimes we don't hear from these people. I think Jake described it pretty well. We probably hear from them when they're serving us our lunch, right? Or cleaning our hotel rooms after we've stayed, and other various jobs. And so those folks don't get to come here. They can't. They have the availability to come here, but many of them work 2 jobs or are not available. They have all this stuff going on. We don't hear from them. In my entire 20 years of serving the public, you rarely hear from that segment of the population. You usually hear from the affluent, which I think we have to represent also and balance. That's our role, is to balance the needs of the entire community. 250 homes is not going to be a deal breaker for us. We can chew, what's that saying, chew and walk and chew gum, and we can do more than one thing. The infrastructure issues are certainly a priority for me and amongst all of my colleagues. Doing this or turning this down is not going to change that. We have more funds that are coming our way now too. We're redirecting. I like, Ms. Butler, that you said there were additional funds that are going to be on hold that can be transferred over also. Not of this bucket, but in addition, we have some more federal dollars that are going to come help us with infrastructure projects that we're discussing now. We're probably going to be very successful in getting state infrastructure dollars also to tackle some of these things. So my colleagues, I'm okay with this plan. Staff's done a great job. And let's not forget of these individuals, because they're real people. We can do this and do other priorities at the same time and be a well-balanced county. So I think it'd be sad if we turned this down. That's my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Great thoughts, Councilman Santiago. Really, really good. Unfortunately, Don Dempsey strikes again. And, you know, you bring up some points, Councilman Dempsey, that are hard for me to ignore. And Councilman Reinhardt, if this if you don't withdraw your motion and if we don't break this up individually, I'm going to be a no on this. Even though I know at a county our size, we can talk about how this really isn't that big. But until we have the infrastructure in place to handle not only the traffic but the flooding we're experiencing, until that happens, I'm going to vote with Don. Now, the new Smyrna project that we heard staff talk about, this is just a replacement of what they had. I'm going to support that if this is broken up. But we have had so many residents come in here, and I personally have railed about it, in parts of my district. I have residents that live on LPGA Boulevard, and they're new to the area. And I said to one woman, so you just moved here from up north, so what do you want? You want to move in, but then everyone behind you can't move in? And she looked at me and said, yes, that's exactly what I want. And I get it. And, we laughed about it. But, I want Daytona, because it's part of my district, to say no more on LPGA until the infrastructure can handle it. I've said it before. If you want a District 4 no growther, I'm not your guy. I am going to vote for good projects. I am not put my head in the sand, say no to all growth. That's not me. I will vote for good projects. But I refuse to vote for something if the infrastructure is not in place. And that's why I have voted no, Mr. Dempsey, on, I believe, 3 projects in your district in DeLand. And by the way, part of my district does cover a piece of DeLand. But the lion's share is yours, and Mr. Johansson's and Mr. Brower's. So, council, that's where I am, although I do see a couple more names up here, and David's been known to sway me here and there as well. So I hold the right to change my mind, Don, if I hear something better than what you're selling. Thank you.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Sure, absolutely. I'll yield to Mr.
For a
Santiago.
comment from Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it, Matt. I owe you one. Troy, I love you, brother. I want you to know that first. But I didn't hear not one thing about any of these projects presented that the infrastructure is not in place. So I'm listening to the words you're saying. Don didn't make the case. Staff didn't say there's an infrastructure issue with any of these projects, which if there is, then I certainly would be concerned. I would also hope that our staff would not be using public funds to put something in an area that doesn't support it infrastructure-wise, especially given the comments that this council has been making over the years. And I hope I'm going to use your words just now and use your words from last meeting.
Man, you're paying attention.
I am, yeah. And actually, I'm not feeling good today, so maybe that's it. But I think you said that I'm not going to vote for any projects until these infrastructure things are in place. That in a roundabout, you said you're not for a moratorium, but that's almost like saying you're for a moratorium.
No, I'm not. I won't vote for a moratorium.
Okay. But if you're not going to vote for any projects until these things are done, okay, I don't want to get cross words with you, but yeah. No, but I'm trying to understand that, my friend. But again, if let's go back to the real facts then. I didn't hear, did you hear any infrastructure issues in these 4 projects? The senior housing one or any other stuff? I didn't hear of any. Can staff tell us if there's any infrastructure problems in these 4 projects?
She could speak to that, but I don't believe there's any outstanding transportation issue. As far as flooding, some of these are taking place to replace areas that were flooded, like the New Smyrna Beach Housing Authority.
And the cities will require them to elevate so that they're meeting the two above BFE, base flood elevation. Sorry, I get stuck in my acronyms there. So before they're given building permits, they'll have to be above base flood elevation.
And that's probably going to be the norm going forward for almost all projects, right? We're going to have
Well,
to
these are in
probably
cities,
build
so
up.
if they're in areas that flood and they're receiving our funds, they have
to build
to
up.
be that high.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for, Matt for yielding. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sitting here thinking of what to say because, I kind of wobbled on both sides, and you brought up some very good points, excellent points.
We have the same haircut.
And we do. We do. Taking my thoughts away from me. George, you just said it best. Replace areas that were flooded. And I'm looking, 56 units for senior living in Daytona Beach. We have a massive problem with that. That addresses 56 units. The New Smyrna we already discussed. The land for affordable housing, we preach about it, we talk about it, needing the need for it. There's individuals here that want to talk about it. This replaces those areas. This gives individuals that are homeless right now, or could be, a place to live, or will, because their homes were flooded. You talk about Daytona Beach, Midtown. I went through Midtown right after that whole area back there on South Street, all those homes, all those duplexes, every single one of them have been abandoned since one of the hurricanes. So, where are those people right now? So this replaces that. So I'm hearing that, listening to Mr. Johansson, listening to Mr. Santiago. I'm going to go back and leave my motion in play for all 4 projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Donna, I'm glad that you mentioned elevation because that was one of my biggest concerns. Every housing projects in Volusia County, cities or county, have all been approved for stormwater, and yet we still see flooding. If I'm right, that a lot of that flooding is coming from elevated neighborhoods into the neighborhoods next to them that aren't. That's my problem with this. I don't want to approve 56, 84, 40, or 80 units that are much needed for low-income rents and put more people out of a home so that they need to an affordable housing project. And so until we get some of the results of our last meeting, of the 7 items that we pass forward for have staff to bring back to combat and alleviate some of the flooding that we have now, we don't know how that's going to shake out yet. And so I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to vote for it until those things happen and we know that we're not creating more flooding and creating even a greater need for affordable housing until those things are done. And I also I have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Santiago. I don't think everybody that's having a hard time affording rent should be or needs to be dependent on the government to do that. I think we can still improve housing. Mr. Santiago is out of the room, so I'll go to Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, just a second bite here. Oh, here he is now. Did you
try to convince me?
Jeff was just talking about you. No, Matt, just in response to your point, you said that approving this will give flooded people a place to go. But who's to say they want to live in this affordable housing project? I mean, you're kind of making my point for me, because instead of just presumptively thinking, well, they're going to live in this affordable housing project, why don't we take that money and what I've been proposing along, just go ahead and buy out their property. If it's habitually flooded real estate, buy them out so we can do infrastructure, stormwater retention, give them the money that could have been going to this, give them the money and let them go live. Who's to say they want to live in Volusia County anymore? How do we know they may not want to move back up north? They've had it with Florida. There's a lot of people leaving here daily as well because they're tired of the flooding, the hurricanes, and the other issues we have. So this is even more of a reason to put this money towards infrastructure and strategic buyouts or repetitive flooding buyouts. And David, I never said, and I appreciate your support, Troy, but I didn't really mean this is because of flooding. This is not so much about flooding as it is what the taxpayers want. I just think if you talk to the average person on the campaign trail or even afterwards, people were tired of development. Stop the growth. And why are we using their tax dollar to incentivize? We're offering $10 million in incentives for more development. Do they really want their tax dollar being used to incentivize more development, more footprints than we've already got, more traffic? I think they'd much rather have that same $10.5 million go towards buyouts, infrastructure, more stormwater retention. And if people are willing to sell their properties and they're repetitively flooded, let's buy them out and let them go live wherever they want to live. And so that, coupled with the fact that we're in a free market, if you guys have been following the real estate market, we are tanking right now on pricing. Housing inventory has gone up. Just like Danny was pointing out, we have more inventory than before, so we're not even necessarily within the parameters of needing affordable housing. So why are we doing it? And there's going to be more, as inventory goes up and up and up, the prices are going to come down. And I would submit, by the time we build all these, the prices will probably be even more down than they are now. So I just think you got to let the free market do its thing. The prices will come down on their own, like as they have been for the last 6 months. And let's just earmark this money for infrastructure. That's what I'd like to see. Thanks.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to respond to Mr. Santiago's comments, and I appreciate them, by the way, but I said it before, and I'll say it again, I'm a no to a moratorium. And, you know, the comment of, well, if you're a no to any new development until the infrastructure there, it sounds like you're a yes to a moratorium. And I would say certainly not, because a moratorium, it says no one's playing ball at all. Doesn't matter where you are, what the situation is. That's what I'm against. But at the same time, if you bring a project before me and the roads can handle it, there's not a flooding issue, school concurrency, I'm good to go. I'm a huge property rights guy, and I'm always going to support those individuals that want to bring good projects before us. But I think we're in the predicament that we're in this county because there have been some communities, in my personal opinion, where there has been uncontrolled, explosive growth, and the roads can't handle it. I mean, all you have to do is go to a few places on the west side and the east side, and you can pick the time in the morning, you can pick the time in the afternoon or in the early evening, and our residents aren't happy about the traffic, number one, but then we've got this flooding issue, number two. So, Mr. Dempsey, I'm glad, and I say you clarified, you didn't. You said this from the beginning, and you were spot on about letting staff look at the possibility of utilizing these dollars to help with the infrastructure problems that we're experiencing right now. And Chairman, you know, you might have seen my face whenever staff said, well, we would just raise these developments up, and it made me think about the 15 homes at the end of my street that are coming in, and my buddy, the Sharifis that live there at the end of Valencia Drive, who that house has been there since the 1920s. It's beachside Ormond. I mean, it's never had an issue. There was an issue. So, Councilman Santiago, I don't know that I've changed your mind. I don't know that I'm going to be on the winning side of this tonight, Don, but that's okay. You know, you can't win them all, and I think it's a healthy discussion to have amongst us. I appreciate everybody's input with it, but that's where I am with it. So thanks.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
It might be helpful when we look at when I think Donna mentioned the elevating of the structures. I don't believe the method in some of these areas was going to be to fill. I believe that it was meant that they were going to be raised like stem wall type construction in those areas. But what we could do is bring this back and confirm what they're discussing when it comes to elevating. It may not be a fill situation. The other thing I wanted to point out was, well, in the HUD program, the whole point of the infrastructure being a possibility was the infrastructure to improve the area where you're repairing the homes. So they give the county latitude, which we hope to use, but remember the program has to be also used for a particular or an area where there's a particular average salary, and there's percentages that we're going to have to meet to do that. So again, you just can't use this money anywhere. You can't have to be used a majority of it in areas where you have lower income, and the intent of the program was to supplement so that if they put this money back in housing, just to your concern, that the infrastructure in and around it would also be improved so there would not be further flooding. So that's the intent of the HUD program. And I will point out, as Donna mentioned, it's not a little thing. If we take this from 50 million down to whatever's left here, 3.6, if the New Smyrna, that will be a major amendment with HUD, and we have no idea, what way they're going to go. But it will mean a change, and that'll take some time. So that's okay, and we're good with that. We'll do whatever you please. But I just would be remiss if we didn't, point that out.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Reckenwald, for pointing out some of that stuff there. I would just need, because, my residents down there, and we have to obviously try to address the replacement of these costs, or replacement of these down in New Smyrna Beach. But I just want to make sure before we do so, if the council is up to it, just to lock in to see if we can attach some of these infrastructure dollars, just to make sure that everything in that area of these projects is up to par, because they flooded for a reason. I'd like to know, was it the 20 or 30 inches there along US 1, or was it something else? So that's what I'm looking for, just so we don't make the same mistake twice.
Councilman Santiago.
Chairman. Troy, I think to answer to your points, and thank you for clarifying a little bit more there. Now that you've said that, maybe it's worthy. Are we on the clock on this? Are we on the clock? Meaning,
yes, there's a
from the
clock,
Fed?
but
I think there's a clock on some of them, not on necessarily on New Smyrna Beach. So we have time for that if that's the one in particular that you want to discuss. I know we have some stormwater studies planned for New Smyrna Beach. I'm not sure if it covers that area. I'll find out, and we can bring it back if that's the will of the council.
Well, what I'm thinking, Councilman, Mr. Chair, is that maybe we send these housing programs back to answer the 4 questions. I think 3 questions you asked, right? Roads, flooding, and I think there was a school concurrency. I think those are the 3 you said. Maybe you deserve the answers to that to help you come up with a better answer, decision on this. If that's what, and I believe you. So I think these projects are important enough to vet it out and make sure we're all comfortable. And if that makes you comfortable to make whatever decision you make, I'd rather send it back and get those answers for our next meeting if we can get that done, staff. I don't want to throw out the good work you all have done without making sure that they have all the answers, everybody has all the answers to make a good decision. So let's, Mr. Chair,
we would either have to withdraw the motion or
table it to our next meeting, get staff to bring back some answers to the questions that were asked regarding some of the infrastructure around these 4 particular projects.
Well, we can't table it yet. You made the motion
Yeah,
to approve them.
Yep.
If it's gonna, and I respect your opinion, gentlemen, very much, and if it's just gonna be the 2 weeks to where we can get those answers back, I'm comfortable with that. I just don't want to be the one to keep kicking this can down the road. Very important to know. I mean, I know that a lot of the complaints that are coming from the Midtown area that you and I both oversee with respect to our districts, but there are already people complaining about the delay in some respects, but there are reasons for those delays that some of them are not understanding. I didn't want to point the finger. Donna's doing a great job, but there are reasons for some of those delays. I don't want to delay this and say we're delaying it now. So I think 2 weeks is okay. I'll withdraw the motion and send it back to staff for that 2 weeks.
David, you making a motion?
He made the motion.
I'll make the motion then
And I'll
to
second.
send it back for staff to get those answers to those questions, so then we can be better informed.
I second it.
Okay, so the motion now is to table for 2 weeks to a time certain, bring it back for more information. Any questions, Donna? Anything else you would like to say?
We're going to identify adequate transportation, school concurrency, and any flooding issues and how they might be dealing with that on site. I do know that New Smyrna is still in the process of working on on-site retention ponds, so.
And
but we
please
can
define elevation.
define elevation.
Yeah, because Mr. Rechtenwald mentioned stem walls.
Right, are they gonna be
Gotcha.
raised by
Mhm.
Phil, which I think is the concern of council, council chair in particular, or is it stem wall or, raised construction that way?
Right. I know some of them actually propose, not necessarily these, but some affordable housing modifications propose lifting it and having parking underneath and the living above that area. So we'll find that out for you.
Thank you.
And if there's anything else that you think that you need, let me know as soon as possible, and I'll ask all 4 of the applicants.
Okay.
Thank you, Donna.
So the motion on the floor is to table for 2 weeks, and Donna, everyone up here, I don't want to speak for everybody, so I'll speak for me, and I think I've already heard David say it, that you've worked really hard on this, your staff has worked hard. This is not a reflection on the work that you've done. It's a reflection of the concerns that have become so obvious in the community. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to table. Is that still your motion, Matt? And you're still second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is tabled 7-0 for 2 weeks. Okay. Item 6, public participation ordinance amendment. This should be quick, right?
Yes.
Good evening, Sarah Jonas, Assistant County Attorney. This ordinance amends our public meeting rules, which removes the requirement that public comments be directed to the council as a whole instead of anyone individually. As a brief background, the Brevard County School Board had a similar rule that was challenged in a lawsuit brought by the group Moms for Liberty. We have an 11th Circuit opinion in that case, finding several First Amendment violations in the way the Brevard County School Board enforced their rules. And so given the court's ruling, we recommend amending our rules to remove that provision. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Councilman Santiago moves to approve. Is there a motion on that? A second on that motion?
Second.
Troy Gant seconds the motion to approve as written. Questions? Jake Johansson.
Yes, can you, is there any evidence that the school board did anything outside the ordinary or outside some of the requests we've made here? I know certain council and board meetings are a little different than ours, and I know we've asked citizens to direct the entire council. Is that kind of how that went, or was it much different than that?
There were a couple of arguments, but I think what it boiled down to was how the rules were being applied. And, and what we've always said, and I think this council has applied, is, when you have that provision, which is pretty common in meeting rule ordinances, doesn't mean someone can't come up to criticize. It's just meant to, direct your comments to the council. And so the argument was, Sarah can correct me from my recollection of the case, that part of it was being used, the argument, inconsistently. So some critics were arguing they weren't allowed to speak as freely as those that were complimenting. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I think there's like a natural inclination to allow positive comments, and sometimes boards or governments will shut down negative comments there that invoke the rule at that point, and that comes off as viewpoint discrimination, and so that's
Sure.
why it's tricky and it can cause a lot of confusion.
Does that apply to all rules of procedure in our councils and boards and whatnot? I know we've wiggled around a little bit every once in a while. Does that put us in some kind of like this legal danger? And what was the outcome? Did they have to pay a fine, or did they just have to change the rules?
Well, at the 11th Circuit, the government had prevailed at the trial court level, and so there was an appeal, and so it's gone back down for reconsideration. I'm not quite sure what the outcome has been at the trial court.
Got it.
Presumably, they will be on the hook for some type of damage or injunction. Likely, they'll just change the rules to comply with the 11th Circuit's opinion.
All right.
I think the general rule to take from the case, which I think this council has applied, is, you know, the First Amendment rulings have changed so much, even since I first started practicing, that, tolerate criticism when people come to speak about county issues.
Sure.
Because as you can see in this case, I think the argument was they weren't allowed to. Is that a fair statement? As much?
Right. The rule tended to be invoked when the comments were critical, and positive comments, when even personally directed, were allowed to fly.
Yeah, that's at least was
I
the
gotcha.
allegation.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mike.
Sarah, just a couple quick questions. On page 3, it says generally council members do not ask questions. Generally doesn't mean always, it means generally. We did that this morning. No issues with that at all, asking. I mean, I understand why we don't answer questions of everybody that comes up here, because our 6-hour meeting would go till 9 or 10 hours.
I think go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, I was just to clarify, meaning when the council members ask questions of the members of the public, is there any problem with that? Is that your question?
No, where if the public speaks, we usually don't give an answer to their concerns. We did to 2 very important ones tonight because of the nature of the complaints, and I'm just confirming that was within our current rules.
I think council can deal with that on a case-by-case
Right.
basis.
I agree. I think that's how it should be done. There's a 1-hour limit at the beginning of the meeting. Is there a 1-hour limit on public comments at the end of the meeting?
No.
Okay. That's the way it's written. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand it. Okay, and I would like to ask the council if there's any appetite for eliminating the 1-hour time limit at the beginning of the meeting on general public comments. We'll see what comes up in comments. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'll yield that question because I think it looked like Councilman Kent wanted to address that. So I'll yield to that. My question was, I think it was pretty much answered by the chairman. In the same line, if we want to respond to not answering a question, but they come up with accusations or whatever the case may be, we're permitted to respond to that, correct?
So that particular provision isn't addressed by this ordinance
Okay.
change. And so really what we were concerned about with this amendment is when we're restricting public comment based on sometimes the message that they're trying to express. Now, whether you engage in a conversation with members of the public.
That could be a decision made by the chair. Would you like to respond then?
I haven't researched that question. I don't think, as I sit here now, that has First Amendment implications. There may be rules of order and you know, how you want to conduct the meeting that you should consider. But as far as what the 11th Circuit says in this particular case, that
It didn't address that in that decision, so that's something based on rules of the meeting that we would initiate. Is that something that we can entertain?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I take from reading some of these cases is the first rule is just work to be consistent. You know, if someone feels they're being treated differently than another group, that causes problems and it can be a basis for a lawsuit. I think the premise behind what you have in your ordinance, which is very common I see in ordinances, is you're allowing input on items not on the agenda. County business, but not on the agenda. And you have a time limit, whatever it may be. If, say, I think in this case, it was an hour. Someone said, well, why do you have that? Well, I think the rationale for it, whether you agree with it or not, is you have a business meeting to get to. And you don't want your public input time to turn into a situation where you're having a conversation for a couple hours on an issue and you haven't even got to your business
I think that's something that the chairman can.
Others
kinda
can disagree.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think that's the premise for it.
Understand.
But I think the council would have the freedom to make changes if they wanted to.
The only reason I say that is because some of those comments can be inflammatory, derogatory against someone's character. You know, yeah, you could take it to court if you wanted to, but as far as a civil issue, but what's said is said, and for the record, and I think that as much as that individual has a right to say what they want to say, if it's inflammatory towards one of these gentlemen up here, then they should have the right to respond. But I can also see that it shouldn't go back and forth, because then it gets into
yeah.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a couple things here. I think what chief staff is presenting is just a protected speech from the public. That's really the agenda item is specific to that, right? Our speech, Matt, is dictated by us, right? When we speak and what, you know, we speak is our own. This is to keep us out of legal trouble from the public's protected speech. However, to answer your question, Matt, I mean, there's always the opportunity. I think this council wouldn't deny anybody if they said, I needed a moment of personal privilege, right? Say that to me is like, I'm backing off, do what you got to do. You're responsible for your own speech, right? That's the way at least I would take it, Mr. Chair. If you wanted to respond to something, since we opened the door to that public comment, I mean, I think today was an example of a gentleman that spoke for 3 minutes on nothing to have to do with county business, right? I don't even know what it was. It's just, anyway. And that wasted 3 minutes of our business meeting, in my opinion. Because there's nothing we can do for that individual, what he was saying, regarding, I think, what Scientology or something like that's what it was, right? So, I think we just, those were protected from shutting down. That's what our legal team has advised. If it's got nothing to do with county business, then they're not protected speech. Is that fair? Can we get clarification?
Yeah, I think, you know, if you do have somebody that is not speaking on an item that could come before you, you could direct them back to a county issue or discontinue their comments.
Correct. That's what I've seen in the past. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. But thanks for bringing it before us to keep us out of trouble.
Councilman Kent.
Chairman, Mr. Dyer stole some of my thunder. I was just going to say I appreciate you wanted us to talk about our 1 hour time limit at the beginning of the meeting. I think that goes right in line with most elected bodies that I have seen. I think the 3 minutes that we give everybody, people are prepared for the most part. Most of them speak right up to the 3 minute marks. They know exactly. They've worked on it. They've timed it. They've been home reading it in the mirror. I don't blame them. I told you all I've done that before when I have something to present to all of you. Mr. Dyer's correct, and I've had discussions with constituents who are like, they say this isn't a business meeting. This is our meeting. And I respectfully disagree with them. This is a business meeting. We get 2 opportunities a month to come together as an elected body to do the work in the sunshine and to make sure that the contracts that need to get done in a timely manner. These are business meetings. So I was personally surprised when I first got elected and read through all of the rules that we have a second public comment period at the end of our meetings. I think that's very liberal, and I've been fine with it. We normally only have one person who stays till the end of those meetings and then takes advantage of that opportunity to speak to us twice. Personally, I happen to like most of what he says. I don't agree with it, but for whatever reason, I never knew the guy until this, but John does a good job. So, Chairman, I'm with sticking with what we have. The 1 hour I think is plenty long, and it just I'm for one that if we have a hot button issue and we want to extend it, and the majority of the council wants to, that's one thing. But if we had a hot button issue and we had a ton of business things that we needed to take care of, I would be okay with stopping it at an hour, getting the business part of the meeting done, and then continuing as well. So I'm for keeping what we have.
Councilman Johansson.
And one final comment. This meeting, 6-hour meeting, is not the only time that the public can communicate with us. It's the only time that you can communicate on the podium in front of the TV, so you can go watch yourself later. But there's a lot of you, probably most of you in here, who have emailed us, all 7, and probably the county manager and the lawyer. And believe me, that works equally as well. And I'll tell you, usually an email gets more than 3 minutes of my time. So there's a lot of other opportunities. Our phone numbers, I think, are all in the website. And I know 3 or 4 of us for sure get back to everybody. I imagine the rest of them do as well. So there's a lot of ways for the public to make their problems known to council other than being here. Having said that, for most of you who are here for these events, I know why you come. And there's a lot of great conversation and a lot of great points that ring true and help frame our discussion. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we do have one public comment. I'll just respond to what you said, Jake. And Troy, this is a public, it is a business meeting, but we're doing the business of the public. And you know how I feel. I'm always sensitive to the fact that when our employers come to speak to us, that we should listen. I'm not sure that, Jake, that anybody comes here to see themselves on TV or a video stream, because most people, it scares them to death to come here and speak in public. So I think that's a little unfair. I think they come to speak because they think it's really important, and there's probably no better way to transmit a message than in person. John Nicholson, you're done? Okay. Then we have a motion on the floor to accept item 6 as presented. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7, rezoning of 10.4 acres. Thank you very much. 830 Doe Drive, and Director Irvin.
Good evening. This is a request from the property owner requesting rezoning of 10 vacant acres of land located at 830 Doe Drive. This is in the Osteen community. It went through the staff review. Staff determined that it is consistent with your comprehensive plan, forwarded on to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation from staff of approval. There was a public hearing at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. There was a person who spoke in support of the request. So it's coming to you now with a recommendation of approval from both the staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Matt Reinhardt for questions.
Yes, sir. Clay, I noticed in this that it talked about it's a 10-acre spot, basically to be split in two, one of which for a friend or whatever. Is he the owner? The one will maintain ownership of the property. It's not being split,
No.
number one.
The applicant is requesting the ability to change
To
it
build a second home, okay.
And the critical thing that you have to look at is the land use that's underneath it is rural, and a rural would allow for the 5 acre site.
For the 5 acres. And I guess the concern was wetlands, but the wetlands or wetlands buffer is not where that home is going to be?
Right now, they're not at that point. What this is just basically giving them the approval so they can come in, work with our staff, and develop what has to be done to protect trees.
To protect the wetland of the, okay, thank you. Now I better understand it.
Thank you. And I think that Matt drew out the answer to my question, which I knew, but I wanted the public to know the size of the development.
Okay.
One extra house.
Yes, sir.
And the wetlands, if you look at the map, are an extreme edge. There's a little corner of it, so I don't think it'll be hard to work around that. But Councilman Robbins.
Thank you. Clay, just to make sure the wetlands on this property protected, like we're not going to fill in the wetlands and drain this wetlands.
Correct. What will happen through the development process? And let me kind of talk about staging. No one goes through the process of pulling all together the plans until they're certain that they can build it on there. And that's where you go through the zoning process to say, yes, I can. Now it's a matter of going through the technical specifications. What will happen is we'll look at the wetlands, the size of the wetland system, determine the size of the buffer based on whether it's in NORMA, our natural resource management area, or environmental corridor overlay. Once that data is put in place, it basically lays out where the home could be placed on the property.
Okay, sounds good.
Councilman Santiago.
To approve.
Have a motion to approve by David Santiago and a second by Danny Robbins. Any other questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the rezoning is approved 7-0. Clay, that brings us to item 8, a special exception for temporary campsites in Pearson.
Yes, sir. This is an existing special exception. It was put in place over 20 years ago. The operation has been in place and continuous out there. It's time to do an extension of this. The applicants have come in and met with us. There were some issues with regards to the length of stay of some of the RVs out there. That's been resolved so that they realize that it is a temporary campground and not a permanent campground. So therefore, it's gone through your staff for review. Staff recommended approval and included conditions that were identified in the staff report to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. At the public hearing, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommended approval subject to those conditions as are also identified and included in your staff report. So it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both those bodies.
Thank you.
Paolo's whispering in my ear about ex parte communications.
Has there been any ex parte on this item?
No.
None with me.
Can you also clarify if there was any ex parte for item 7?
I mean,
None.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Santiago.
move to approve as presented by staff.
Motion to approve, seconded by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. Any other questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 8 is passed 7-0. Item 9, appeal to the County Council of the Development Review Committee, denial of an overall development plan.
Good evening, Clay Erm, Director of Growth and Resource Management. What we have for you tonight is an appeal based on the DRC Development Review Committee's denial of an overall development plan. What we're dealing with, let me kind of skip to the location. This is back off of Ranchette Roads. This is the area of a paper plat. In other words, there was no roads, water, sewer, stormwater, or any other type of improvements authorized for this. These were the infamous subdivision or Florida land deals, as we are all hearing of. So this 2.7 acre tract is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, which has a land use of forestry resource, which requires a density of 1 unit per 25 acres. So it is it's approximately 10% of what's normally required. And it's not consistent with the minimum area established for the forestry resource zoning category. Again, what we are seeing is that your staff has gone in there, reviewed it as well. For determination, it's within the flood zone, It's within the natural resource management area. And this is the access to the property. As you can see, it's not a paved road that meets the minimum specifications for safety. In other words, our emergency vehicles, trash, school buses, et cetera, cannot access the property in accordance with which would normally be required for any new development that would occur. And we have to treat this as new development. Even though the parcel was created many years ago, it did not have all of the things that we require for it to be in place. In other words, we have now, in order to protect, and again, remember, your subdivision regulations are a consumer protection standard. It means that I'm buying this lot knowing that I have the roads, water, sewer, stormwater, and all the necessary infrastructures so that I can have a safe location. We don't have that in this situation, and that is why we've recommended or the DRC denied this one and previous ones in the past. And so, again, there are some issues here. There was a home that was built out here in approximately 1996 without any permits. This is a very isolated area. People can get back in there. They constructed the home. So we have no proof that the home complies with the Florida Building Code or any prior building codes that we would have enforced in 1996. We've had multiple inquiries about whether or not this property could be renovated, occupied. And in January of 2023, there were 4 inquiries about this same parcel. All 4 inquiries got the same response. No, it is not a valid lot, and that we would not recommend approval of it. Here's your process. And I got to realize something. Your staff, when we talk with folks, we say no. We also have to identify the process that they can go through if they feel that they have a right to try for it. So we cannot tell them that they came and make an application. So that is what we did in January of 2023. The current owner purchased the property in February 2023 and has been working through the county staff. They initially were trying to, there was a request for determination of an exempt lot. That was denied. Now what we're dealing with is basically a situation where they're seeing that they could go through the overall development plan process like we had done on a previous application and are seeking an appeal of the DRC's denial. I'll be here to be able to answer any of your questions, but as we said in the prior items, it doesn't comply with the comp plan, doesn't comply with your zoning ordinance, and it does not have the infrastructure necessary to support development.
Before I go to questions, is there any ex parte to declare, any conversations with the attorneys, the owners, anybody? Jake is out of the room. Well, I'll confirm with him when he comes back in.
And just one more thing for, even though this is an appeal, this is a appeal de novo. So you get to reweigh all the evidence, you get to take into account new evidence. You're basically making an independent decision. So you can approve the appeal, approve with conditions, change any of the conditions, or deny.
Thank you. Councilman Kent.
Chairman, I don't have any questions yet. I'll hear from if the applicant's here, and then maybe I may have some questions after that.
Okay. I have one question for you, Clay. The house was built without any permits.
Yes, sir.
But I want to make sure I understand page 3. It says that if the council were to uphold the DRC's decision to deny the application, that the house can remain.
We right now do not have any kind of demolition order for it. What would happen is if you uphold the denial of the appeal, then we would be going after the property owner, talking to them about the fact that they have a home that does not comply with the code. Now they could come in and get after the fact permits and not utilize it for a residential. They would have to take out everything that would make it a home, and they could use it for an agricultural structure. As we stated with the prior one, the fact is that this has forestry resource zoning, so they are allowed to have some limited agricultural activities, and they could modify the structure to be a agricultural structure, so then it would be exempt from the Florida Building Code. But as far as trying to occupy it as a structure, they cannot do so if the denial is upheld.
So they don't have a CO?
Correct.
So they can't live in it?
Correct.
But the house could remain.
Well, the
And to go through the process that you just laid out.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kent. Okay. That's the end of questions. Jessica.
I think we're in evening. Good evening. For the record, Jessica Gal, Cobb Law Firm, 1 Daytona Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida. Clay hit on the brief history of this site. Our clients purchased this property with the acknowledgement that there were discussions with county staff that in order to be eligible for building permits, they'd have to go through a review process. The overall development plan process, after the fact permitting, all of that. What they did not understand, and land use surprises me sometimes, right? So let alone the average citizen, is that staff, and I do not blame staff at all, the rules are the rules, the staff could not find a way to yes here. They are constrained by what the Land Development Code says. The house has been there since 1996. They bought this property. You can still look up the Zillow posting. It's got great photos. It's there. There's no additional impacts, no changes. And we were brought in as a result of code enforcement review for some accessory structures. But a key point to whether, the decision here today really is, can they stay in their forever home, acknowledging that this is the start of a process. There are some comments in the staff report that the road needs to be raised and widened. We acknowledge that. If an ODP denial or approval is issued, we have to go back through with county staff on every item except the lot size and the density, and see how we can comply with the code. If we need to go for variances, which I know we do. There's a setback variance issue already with the existing structure that you can see on the survey. The problem is if this ODP is denied, you can't apply for permits to memorialize what's already there. Clay has noted that it could be modified into an agricultural structure if they had a bona fide agricultural use, but this is a home. They spent a large sum of money to make it their forever home, and I cannot blame staff again. Like I said, I think this is just something that if they had the time and resources to go after their predecessors in interest, they might. But right now we're just trying to find a solution. And so while on its face, it does not meet the zoning and the land use density and lot size, we're asking for consideration to bring it as much into compliance as it can be, to meet all of the other permitting standards, allow this home to remain. This started under Nika, and when she left Cobb Cole, she handed the site over to me and she said, this one's important. I think that the clients are emotional about this. They've hired an engineer. They know that they need to do road work and improvements and all the after the fact permitting. They are ready and willing to do that. The question today is, can we find a path forward for these homeowners? It is above the base flood elevation, at least from the earlier maps that we have, but we'll verify all of that during staff review as well. I'm here for questions, but that's really the overview on this site.
Okay. Councilman Robbins?
Thank you. Mine is more directed for Clay, Ms. Gal. Clay, I appreciate your work on this. I know this area, along with like Daytona Park Estates, is unique in nature, and it poses a bunch of challenges just because of how it was originally done way before I was even on this earth. With that being said, what's stopping us from which these conditions are rare, what's stopping us from doing a non-conforming lot, which is common? And when it comes to the roads, the pictures that you've shown there, and I've been out here, and I'm not, how do I put this right? This person should have got permits way back when. I'm not agreeing with how this came about, but like our staff, how can we fix this? And how do we do it right? Because those roads that I saw right there, there's legal roads. Those are excellent. You go back further, like on Cedar and a couple of these other roads back in there, they're half the size. Some of them are like a goat path, but yet there's legal homes built on them. So there's some conflicting, we're not telling the whole story about this area. And there's some inherent risks when you buy in these certain areas like Daytona Park Estates, like out here, that are very unique, and there's ways to do it. I know there is. Can we maybe talk about that?
Well, to clarify, Daytona Park Estates was actually vested in 1976 when Volusia County decided to put in place subdivision regulations for the protection of the public. They went out and conducted the inspections and verified that it met the criteria for being a vested subdivision. So that meant that they could continue on developing out in that area. Similar test was done for this area, and it was determined it wasn't vested.
Right.
So therefore, that's how you determine whether something is a legal non-conforming. This is a non-legal, non-conforming lot.
And I understand that, but how did they vest back then what lots were buildable and which ones were not?
It was based on the road conditions, the amount of sales, and the amount of development that had already occurred. It's contained in Chapter 72 and Article 3 of our subdivision standards, and it talks in quite very specific details of what vests something. This area never got vesting. And the reason why you're seeing staff concerned is that there's over 2,000 lots in this area that if we continue to take them down one by one by one by one, we will not have, it will make the issues that we're facing in Daytona Park Estates pale in comparison to what we're facing out here. Because these are not public roads. They were never accepted by Volusia County for ownership and maintenance. And so when you hear us being very concerned about it, this is opening the gate where you will have lots of 1, 2, 3 acres where your comp plan says it has to be a minimum 10 acres, minimum 25 acres.
Right.
It's in the floodplain.
Get it?
It's in Norma. So these are all things that when we as planners look at them, we're saying this is not the appropriate place for even projects of 2 acres, 5 acres. We're looking that it should be 10, 25-acre homesteads on primarily agricultural and forestry resource areas. We have great sympathy for folks that unfortunately make that unfortunate acquisition. It is, and as Ms. Gal said, land use and zoning is unfortunately very complicated. We try and help out by providing letters of clarity. The owner of this property, or the previous owner who sold it to the current property owner, was well informed of the fact that this was not a buildable, developable lot. So it's an unfortunate situation. We hate it too. We wish this had never happened. But unfortunately, we're facing a situation where we don't want to have the proliferation of development in an area that's not appropriate for this level of intensity.
And the reason I asked Clay, there's some homes back there that are on smaller lots like this that have approved homes on it with narrower roads. As a district rep, how do I explain that in a condensed version that, hey, these ones are legal. They don't have as good as a road as you. Their lot is just the same, if not smaller, or maybe under 5 acres in the same corridor. How do we start? If we're going to shut this area down, we need to just shut it down, because this has opened up a terrible can, especially if we find out, I mean, is this house flood prone? Can we get people to sign a waiver? I mean, that, hey, the county is not responsible for this, 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 and this, and you have knowledge? I mean, how can we get ahead of this?
Well, look, on that specific issue, I would be very, very careful, because that's what got a lot of places down Southwest Florida in trouble with FEMA, because just having someone acknowledge they're in a flood zone and is not acceptable to FEMA. So we have to be very cognizant of the fact that FEMA is taking construction in the floodplain very seriously and penalizing local governments if they do not follow the rules appropriately. In regards to what can be said, you know, the fact is there was a lot of things done prior to 1976 that we have to live with because they were done back then. Subsequently, in 1976 with the subdivision regulations and the unified zoning regulations that came in the 1980s with the adoption of the comprehensive plan, with each new refinement where we've identified specific problems that require some sort of regulatory action, that is going to wind up with these unfortunate situations where some property owners cannot do exactly what they see across the street.
Ms. Gow, is the applicant open? Do we know if this house is up to some sort of standard? Listen, it shouldn't have been done. I don't want to see it happen again, but I don't know if tearing down the house or limiting their, I don't have an answer. I don't know.
Yeah, and so I think to that point, a few responses to what Clay has outlined is, I understand the risk of setting a precedent, right? One, I think that all of these appeals stand on their own legally, but I think that here we have a structure that's been there since 1996. I understand that it is not legally non-conforming, but that also means that if this appeal is approved, they have to go through and permit the structure under today's code to the extent possible. And so I said at the beginning, this is the start of the process. One, I will say they haven't had any flooding concerns during any of the storms. They say it's a great site. But if this is approved, we go back through the overall development plan process with the county staff. We see if there are any other modifications. We have to go through a variance process to BLDRC. We have to widen the road and raise it in compliance with fire standards. And then we have to open up the walls, take a peek at all the architecture, and see what needs to be upgraded on the structure to meet the Florida Building Code. So this is just a shout out into the void. If anyone else has an empty lot in this area or a home, it is not a process that I would envy or say it's a great idea.
And they're willing to go through all that?
All of it. They just want the chance to make
With
this
no
their forever home.
guarantees?
Correct.
Well, okay. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
So I stepped in the back, but and I don't know if I missed, but this was a sale from one property owner to another without a real estate agent?
It was a cash deal.
And to the county's knowledge, Clay, there's no due diligence at the county prior to buying?
And I will say too, I think there was some. They got a copy of the letter that Sam West provided to the previous owner that said, in order to be eligible for building permits, you'd have to go through this process and check these boxes.
So they bought this property knowing
That it could not get a current building permit, not that they could not stay in their home. The staff report is still a little unclear on that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's the only question I have.
Jake, before we move on, you were out of the room. Do you have any ex parte to declare on this? Thank you. Yeah, he just touched on the problem. You were hired to help solve this problem. Did you take him through the DRC?
Nico did, through the overall development plan review with staff. It got one round of review. Those comments are in your staff report. And it was determined that the overall development plan couldn't be approved, which is not what they thought going into it. They thought we go through this process, we have some conditions, we build it in. So it was a shock to get there.
Your clients did not build this, they bought it
Correct.
already built,
All existing since 1996.
knowing that
It couldn't be
there was not,
expanded.
pardon me?
Knowing that it couldn't be expanded.
You have a tough job
I know, man.
to do that. I mean, what's your answer to solve this?
For this, I will say that this decision solely rests in all of your hands today
Oh,
on whether they
thanks.
can find a path forward.
That's all you
My
got?
job is sometimes hard, yours is harder. It's emotional. I understand the precedent-setting nature of this, but I also think that if we can find a path forward for one of our residents that brings this structure that's been there for over almost 30 years, more into compliance. I mean, the last, I think, 4 or 5 owners before our client have loved this site. They've sold it. They haven't seen any issues. Like I said, it's the start of a long process. The road would get better. The structure may be improved. We've already had some accessory structures that have been moved that were within a setback. And so it's a step towards compliance. It can never get fully there. But that's where we are.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I think a couple of the questions are already answered that I had, but all we're doing is, if we do, is to allow this process to start, them knowing that they may not still have a home to live in.
Correct.
And it just, like you just said, I think it was best said, the possibility to bring it into compliance. And I know that we had a recent issue kind of similar to this, but they had no home at all, and we allowed a home to be built. This home exists, no flooding, roads like you said that we have pictures of. We didn't even have the roads or pictures of the roads in the last one. And they fully know this, that even if we say yes, go ahead, try the permitting, and they may be denied, and they're right back to square one.
They just want the opportunity.
Opportunity to try. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to make a motion I'm going to follow staff's lead. Motion to deny.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to deny by Troy Kent, seconded by David Santiago. Anything else, Mr. Kent?
No.
Councilman Robbins?
There's a motion on the floor. I don't have anything. I had something else beforehand, but it's okay.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and Troy, I understand your motion. I don't see any way around it. We've changed the comp plan once recently, same area, similar circumstances, and now we're back with the next one. And then there'll be a next one and a next one. The whole purpose of the comp plan was because it's a low area that floods, and it's high, it's very low density, and this is making it fairly high density. And I don't know about any other council member here, but the issue that I have with this is that we'll get calls from people. Mr. Robbins correctly asked, can we make them sign something to say that we'll be responsible for it? Well, that's happened in the past, and there's property owners that know they can't, that they have to maintain their own roads and canals, and yet when it gets messy, they call the county and blame us that we're not there servicing their roads and making it acceptable for emergency vehicles. So my concern is that if we just go on and continue to allow this, we're creating a big problem down the road for people to live in an area that it was correctly planned that they shouldn't, because it's dangerous. So
Chairman?
It's a tough one.
May I just respond to that very briefly? I'll just say this, in 21 plus years of making decisions, I have one that bothers me, and it was the one we did. Yeah. Very similar. It was a tough decision then. I wasn't happy either way, and I'm not gonna do it again. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Yeah, Chair, and Mr. Ken, I think you're correct. I think we're all kind of in that boat. I know that we all want to. We don't like denying things, but the what we have is what we have. It's a soup sandwich, and so
Okay.
at the end of the day, where I come in, knowing what we know, I look at the pursuit of happiness. This is their pursuit of happiness. We're kind of giving them, as a government, a false hope. I mean, okay, go through this process, but I don't know. I want everybody to pursue their happiness. If we're offering them an out, even if as crazy as it may be, I know if you go out there, there's other homes on the same amount of lot, same density lots that were approved. That's what makes this so hard, because they have like properties like this out there. I just pulled it up on Onyx again to verify my memory. I would just hate to deny them, as crazy as this sounds, that pursuit of their happiness, because we kind of gave them an out, as unclear as it may be.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. One of the options, I believe, is they can bulldoze and build something. Yes, nothing.
It could only be an agricultural-based structure. It
Got it.
cannot have any residential.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
All right. So many times we have implied or flat out said that people rely heavily on the government to fix their problems. This sounds like a problem between two private citizens, one who sold knowing something to another person who bought kind of knowing something, and now they're in a spot and want to try to get out of the spot. I concur with the chairman or whoever just said it, but I feel bad on both sides. I think it was Troy. I do. I lived in rural Western New York growing up, and I don't think we ever pulled a permit for anything we did in our house. Glad we sold it, I guess. But nonetheless, it's almost a buyer beware situation. Can you take a chance? Can you assume risk? Sure, the odds are the past 5 people got away with it. Well, I come to find out that they tried to do the right thing, and we started looking into it and find out they did wrong. I would imagine that there's got to be some private legal solution, maybe not what they want, but what they can get if they choose to go that route. It's unfortunate that they can't rebuild, because it sounds like rebuilding might be cheaper than all the mitigation they have to do to get it up to most of our standards. But I fall back on the government can't solve everybody's personal problems, and unless somebody can tell me why this isn't a personal problem, I consider it a private matter. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
If I could ask Paulo, or maybe Brad or Clay, is there any possibility of doing like a temporary permit? Like, for instance, if we gave them a life estate type of permit to where this would revert to the government. I'm not saying, I'm just wondering if this would fall within like Volusia Forever, if we could maybe acquire this property under Volusia Forever and all the vacant ones, or for existing structures, are we able to give them a life estate type of permit and then have it revert to the government? if they're
No,
unwilling?
because we have no interest whatsoever in the property, so we can't give
Right.
any property interest to it. Your role is the issuance of development orders and development permits that are in compliance with the comprehensive plan. So essentially, what you're being asked is, to waive the density and the lot size and the paved public access portion. So if you do so, then they would have to comply with all the other codes, including the Florida Building Code, floodplain, and things like that. So that's the role, rather than the government providing an interest or taking an interest. But I'll defer to Brad on whether or not Volusia Forever is an option.
Yeah, okay. Is Brad here? He's here, in the back.
Sure, he's running down.
He left when he heard your question.
Sorry, Brad. Make you. So,
Yes, sir.
Brad, is there any chance that maybe Volusia Forever might see some value in acquiring a large portion of these properties?
Yes, and we have a program for it. It's called the Small Lot Acquisition Program. Our team acquired about 40 lots and 9 antiquated subdivisions. This is one of the target areas. But I think, Clay and I did the analysis of Daytona Park Estates, because you asked us to do that previously, but because there's so many houses built, if you continue to allow houses to be built out there, it raises the price. So we offered the just value on the property appraiser's website because it's a non-buildable lot. That's our program.
Is it being advertised in the area?
Yes, we have. It's an open call, but there's also on our webpage. We have lots of people who have owned these lots, or their parents have owned them since the 60s, and they've been paying taxes on them, and they just want them off their asset sheet.
And how many did you say we acquired in this neighborhood?
We acquired 40 last year, around 40, and then we can show you the maps. There's probably about 7,000 of these lots across the county.
You acquired 40 here?
Yes.
In this neighborhood?
No, across the county.
Okay.
But we can do a push. We've got some more staff now in Volusia Forever. We feel more comfortable with our workload, and we can certainly do a push if that's council's desire.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you acquire any in this neighborhood?
I would have to look.
Okay. Okay.
But there
thank
are
you.
some that we have over the years. Yes, we have acquired some in this neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know if last year was one of the years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jessica, I'm going to let you close this out, and I have a question for you. It's fair or unfair. Did they use a realtor to buy this?
I'm sure.
Is there anything, wow,
In terms of recourse, I will say
any
this.
recourse with a realtor who took a fee, and how do they sleep at night?
Well, I will say that I get a lot of clients who were told, a realtor told me this would never happen in our backyard, or that we could do this on this property. If it's not something that's known and disclosed, it's kind of up in the air. I don't litigate it, but there could be a claim, there could not be. These property owners put their life savings into this home. It's less than 1,000 square feet. It's one house that's been there. They have been faced with a very long journey ahead of them, well, a very long journey to get here. And if a majority of this board says you can keep going, a very long journey ahead to keep that home that they spent their life savings on. And so while there could be some private recourse, they don't have the appetite, the emotion, the time, the funds. Surprisingly, we are actually, cost effective as attorneys in regard to litigation. So we're trying to find a path forward for them. I can't say whether or not their realtor told them exactly what. I think the realtors had some discussions with county staff. But I will say, even reading the letters in the background, and again, there's no blame, it's just a confusing situation. I think the outcome to our client was, got it, we have to go through this process. It was not, got it, we have to tear down the home we just purchased. And so with that, again, here for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Robbins.
Chairman, I sense where the board's at, but if I didn't do this for my constituent, wouldn't given it our all here to find yes. Do we have a letter from staff where that letter is and what it says?
It's in your
I must have missed it.
It's in the packet. I don't know the page number right off the bat. It's from 2023. Page 9 of the agenda packet.
Is there any way we can put it up on the screen, Carissa? See what it says? I'm sorry, and I'll shut up after this. I just want to make sure we didn't.
Chairman, are they buying pizza because their phone went off?
Nice.
Chairman, give me just 1 second. You can keep the clock rolling.
Letter from Jennifer Ward.
To Jennifer Ward from Samantha West, who's in the land development. The critical sentence is on the first one of the second paragraph. Flora Ranches has never been determined to have vested rights. The development engineer cards to reflect that Flora is not eligible for building permits. Therefore, the subject property is not eligible for building permits currently. It must receive subdivision requirements in sub 2.
See, and it transitions from, therefore the subject is not eligible, but to make it eligible, this.
Go to the second page. And again, this gets back to, we cannot tell someone they cannot an application.
Right. Chairman, or another thought for this too is, we talked about this, I think it was in the prior administration, about making some of these areas that are like this, areas where, in these transitional areas where there are more affordable housing, or opportunities for more affordable housing. Do you remember that? And because we talked about the single wides and double wides and stuff, and offering some of these areas. I don't know. I'm trying.
I know. It's hard.
But I'm inclined to go with Mr. Kent's suggestion at this point and let them go through maybe a legal process privately until it comes back to us. So.
Councilman Kent?
Yeah, Chairman, I'll just add, they built it without permits, non-conforming to the minimum 20-acre area required. It's too many things wrong with this, so I'm going to stick with my motion. Thanks.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this case, I'm going to ask Carissa to call the roll, because I don't know where we are. Councilman Robbins, everybody's heart wants to say, grant the appeal. I think we're doing them a disfavor if we do that. We need to let them get along with their lives instead of throwing good money after bad. Anyway, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey,
Hold on one second.
The motion was to go with staff's recommendation of denial. So if you vote yes, you're voting to deny.
Yes.
that was a yes, Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Back and forth, but
Brad Burbaugh, Community Services Director. So item before you, a request from two of our community partners. One is the City of Daytona Beach requesting our continued support of the First Step Shelter and the Coalition for Homelessness here in Volusia County is asking for some funding, some operational funding to stand up their shelter. So kind of go through the brief history of the item. Just got it there for me. So this is a brief overview of the requests we have from each of the organizations.
Brad, before you go into that,
Yes.
so that everybody knows how to listen,
Yes.
can we take each of these separately?
Yes, please. Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So one is, as I said, City of Daytona Beach. We provided a significant amount of capital and operating over the previous 5 years. They're asking for an extension of our 5-year agreement. So it's a $400,000 per year, but an overall $2 million ask for shelter operations. The Coalition for the Homelessness is $145,000 for their first year. They have, I believe, 24 beds. 24 beds. They've got like 10. They are serving the fastest growing segment of our homeless population in this county, which is elderly. So it's for senior citizens. With this funding, they'll be able to reach capacity and stand the shelter up over the next few years and develop their own revenue streams. So just wanted to provide a snapshot of, what we've provided. And so if you look at this table here, you have county provided capital. So yes, we provided capital to all of these because our model has been to develop capacity in the system. We always want to have capacity in the system so that there's places for people to go in our community that may be experiencing a crisis. As you will see here, and the years are important, and so that we had not provided operating support to any shelter until First Step. So you can see in 2017, we had the agreement. The shelters that we had helped previously with capital came back and asked for operational dollars at that time as well. So you can see at 2017 really is when they started coming back. We have a agreement. Whoever wrote the agreement understood that the language I've included in the agenda item, but it was basically, we'll provide the startup, don't expect the support in perpetuity, but we can still use the shelter, was the language in the agreement that we had with everyone. So when we talk about different funding strategies, you can see here kind of what the county has led on this issue and providing support to those who are developing capacity in our homelessness system. So we've spent almost $12 million over the last 5 or so years trying to help these people find who may be in transition. And it's a fact of our community, and I shared the stat, and it tracks with our homelessness population. For every $100 a person's rent goes up, the homelessness population increases by 9%. And it tracks with the data here in Volusia County perfectly. So there are some funding options for council to consider. What we've provided, we've heard you loud and clear in terms of general fund dollars are scarce. So we sharpened our pencils and looked to see what are our federal grants. So everything we funded before this time in terms of operating and capital, with the exception of veterans, the new veterans facility was ARPA funds, was from the general fund. As I said, we've heard you loud and clear. So there are two federal grants that we get that we can earmark a percentage of the proceeds for shelter operations through public services. So here you have with our emergency solutions grant, we could allocate up to $89,000. Our CDBG grant, we could allocate up to $255,000. And then what are some, in terms of options for First Step? is to, I'm not going to read the slide to you. You guys can see here, there's a couple of hybrid options there for you if you would like to consider. We've tried to hold the general fund harmless, as you've seen, in terms of providing options to council. But with that, I'll answer any questions you may have. I know the mayor is here as well. I'm sure he'd like to speak, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Which mayor?
Mayor Henry.
Of Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Robbins, did you have a question before
for
the?
Brad.
Pardon me?
For Brad.
Okay,
it's-
go ahead.
Brad, I thank you for putting this together. I understand it kind of puts us in a little bit of a jam just with our prior dialogue or contract with this. But nonetheless, what I didn't see is the Opioid Advisory Committee, we approved some funding that I was under the impression that could alleviate this burden and take this from federal funds. Can you talk to us? I didn't see that on here.
It is, yeah, that is correct. That happened, I think, before we finalized the PowerPoint or after. But we did, under Councilmember Robbins' leadership, kind of had a discussion with our opioid advisory council in terms of allowing homeless shelters. In South Florida, they're using some of these opioid dollars for shelter operations. However, there are some state rules in terms of replacing funds. So there's certain ways that you can expand your programs, but use some of the operational dollars to address substance abuse to substitute for some of this money that we've that's been requested. I know that we're having a special request for proposals right now that's ongoing. That's for the homeless sector only. So we have multiple partners in the industry who will be applying for this money. And hopefully, I mean, our ultimate goal is to get to functional zero, which is as many people are coming into the homelessness system are being rehoused out of the system during that year.
So can those funds from the opioid dollars, can those alleviate or this burden if it were approved? Can we fill this gap with those opioid dollars? Yes or no?
Can I have a caveat to it?
Sure.
It can't replace current dollars. So if it's something they're already doing, but if they're expanding, like for example, I know First Step has expanded their population significantly. So that would be an expansion of programming and not replacement dollars.
And is that, and how they wordsmith that, is that something that we can get them to where they need to be with this funding to help
My
them
team
out?
is committed to helping First Step be successful.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Just to expand on Danny's question, what's the potential dollar amount from that funding source?
So it's over the course of, it's to stand up new programs. So it's not over the lifetime period. So it would be for a time limited period. Right now we have people, you can request up to $500,000 and for 2 years of service or a single year. But after that, the expectation is that if you are a good program and you're getting good results, you should be able to find other revenue streams to support that. So it's a.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Councilman Johansson.
Brad, can you describe what other possible revenue streams that have been or have not been tapped into yet?
State and federal grants. So I think that through CDBG CV, which is the coronavirus, this body approved another $1 million to First Step to do some renovations to allow them to do separation. That is an untapped market for the First Step shelter in terms of applying. I know that she's applied in the past, but I think there's been some issues. The quasi-governmental kind of arrangement that they have there is limiting, is what I've been told.
Is there any way we can help them quasi that bureaucracy?
Yes, I'm committed to that. It would be if First Step's committed to that.
All right. And and are you confident that state and federal dollars will still be available given the current administration, or what are your thoughts?
I've been trying to read on the new HUD secretary's background and what he's communicating out there.
Right.
He has recognized homelessness as a problem, and he led the opportunity zones that Trump had in his first administration.
Mm-hmm.
And his thing is, he said HUD has lost their way in terms of the focus on getting people in houses. So their solution is to focus on factory-built housing, which I think some of our habitats are doing now as well.
Yeah.
So it takes, I think that when we met with Habitat, our West DeLand Habitat, he said it takes 8 months to build a stick-built house, and it takes 6 weeks to build a manufactured. Looking at Carmen, 6 weeks.
So, with some staff help and some
Willingness.
ingenuity and willingness, you think we can get out of this business in a year or two?
Out of the providing support here.
Carmen's promising something over there.
I will say that I think there's always a place for us in the startup arena to, and maybe that be federal grants or showing our support, because we have a really good system for people in crisis, experiencing a crisis and they're not chronically homeless, of getting them rehoused. We're going to share some of that data with you at the next meeting. So I think our goal would ultimately be to have no veterans, that's one of our targets as well, living on the streets, but that's not the case. But we have great partners in the homelessness system that I think will help us get there, but they know now, what our model is, and I don't think that's been communicated before, what our model has been, but now they know.
Thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Thank you. Before, there's nobody else waiting for a question. Before we go on, I'd like to ask Mayor Derek Henry if he would like to speak to the council.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, members of the dais, I certainly sympathize with the challenge that you all have in considering this ask, and I understand the enormity of the ask because I was the person who asked 5 years ago, and it was just as enormous then as it is now. But what I will say is that I don't think that any reasonable argument can be made that says anything other than the fact that this has been an enormously successful partnership between Daytona Beach and our partnering cities in the county. It's probably been one of the most successful shelters in Florida, if not the most successful. And I understand that success doesn't reconcile the challenge of considering using general fund monies to help us to meet this challenge. But I have to say that the shelter has been very successful. We never wanted to be in the homelessness business as a city, and we too had hoped that after these 5 years that we would be able to divorce ourselves from helping. But we recognized that at the time that the shelter started, probably started serving 30 or 40 people for the first couple of years. The ultimate objective initially was always 100 people. Well, we've met that threshold in 5 short years of being able to meet capacity of serving 100 people, and that's where we are now. So our budget has expanded well beyond the original budget, and our partners have expanded. The other municipalities on the east side, as well as DeLand, are now our partners. But I will say this. We've talked a lot about getting people out of homelessness into permanent housing. And the motto of First Step is really a hand up, not a hand out. Over 1,600 people have entered the First Step shelters doors for service. Half of them have found permanent housing. And more than 90% of those still have permanent housing. But the reality is that the shelter needs the money to continue. We won't be able to fill the gap with that $400,000 in the next 2 to 3 years. I dare say 5, because we're going to grow. And I don't want to be in the homeless business as a city. I appreciate Councilman Robbins' efforts to try to find a solution. And we'll take any solution, but I will also say that the more liberated those dollars are, the easier it will be for us to continue our service. And I want to close with these thoughts. Much has been said about Daytona Beach, and we know that our city is the biggest economic driver for the community. But we've made a major dent in homelessness, and it's improved the way that we look, the way that we're seen by visitors. So it's an economic driver for us. It shows that we can collaborate. It keeps us all Pottinger compliant. And finally, while we realize that we're asking you to have a lot of skin in the game, certainly you're not alone. We've got skin in the game. The other municipalities have skin in the game. And we're all saying that this is important to us. But we do need your partnership. And last thing, House Bill 1365 is impacted, and it gives us a place, a space to meet the requirements that are that we're challenged with from the state, as well as being Pottinger compliant. So thank you for hearing me. Please consider and help us to find a way not only keep our doors open, but to push forward and to do even more work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I didn't know if Mayor Henry, if you could indulge me for a second. Sir, I understand that a partnership with DeLand was in the works for about $70,000 last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's actually in place now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you aware of the problems in DeLand with the homeless population, specifically the sex offenders?
Well, I can't say I am aware of the problem of the proliferation of NEPA, not so much the sex offenders.
Okay. Well, you understand that about a year ago, DeLand enacted a no camping ordinance, basically stopping homeless people from sleeping on the sidewalks unless they're offered a place to go.
Mm-hmm.
They can't arrest them, right?
Okay.
Are you accepting sex offenders into your program?
No, sir.
Okay, why is that?
I think that would be best left for the executive director to answer the question, but it's really a matter of, you want to, Victoria, you here? Come up and help me with that one. That's a little bit above my pay grade, which is really.
Good evening, and thank you for talking with us. The answer to that question is that in our shelter, it's non-congregate, which what that means is that the women are in one dorm, the men are in another dorm. We also have a safe zone area where men and women are together, and where people are is they're just always mixed together, and so it's a safety issue. And just to be blunt, I mean, we on more than one occasion we have people exhibitioning themselves in our shelter or masturbating. I mean, and that's after we already make sure that we don't have any sex offenders. So we always have to be vigilant. Safety is one of the most important concerns we have at our shelter, and we do everything to keep everybody safe, because everybody, I mean, when you have 100 people that come to you with very challenging life situations and medical conditions and psychiatric conditions, you just always have to be vigilant. And one of the things you've got to do is you've got to make sure to do the best you can that the people who are there are not going to be violent with the other residents or with staff or other things.
Okay, do you have security there?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
24/7.
No, I'm not talking about sexual predators. I'm talking about sex offenders. You don't allow either classification. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do you understand that the default is now that the sex offenders are left to sleep on the streets of DeLand because they cannot be offered a place to go, such as your place?
I'm not aware of any shelter that allows in sex offenders.
Okay.
And it's all for the same reason. It's because you have to have respect for the other people that are there.
Understood. But do you understand by default, there are now sex offenders living right outside these chambers?
No,
and we
I
can't
do
remove
understand
them.
that, but I don't believe that the solution is putting them in with the other people.
Yeah, and here's the other issue. DeLand, I don't think that's been brought to us as a board. It wasn't a part of, they didn't express that as an issue when they chose to sign up. They recognize, as all of the other cities, that there are still benefits to being a partner with us. Because I understand that that's a challenge, but the reality is that the problem is so big that we've got plenty, enough people that we need to serve that we're missing. And I'm not saying that, so maybe we need as a community come up with another solution, but for the numbers that we're serving, just think about the number of persons that have been diverted from jail by virtue of them being in the shelter. So when we initially started this, we believed that it would be a huge jail diversion benefit to us. While we don't have the numbers on that, that's something that in the future, I think we need to begin to try to articulate and be able to express the value that we bring in that area as well.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that the land hasn't brought it up to you, but I've talked to high-ranking officers within the city police department, and they've told me that this is a problem. Specifically, the ordinance is 2024-02 that prohibits public camping. Before they can make an arrest for public camping, they have to be offered a place to go, and then if they refuse to go, then they can be placed under arrest. Unfortunately, sex offenders cannot be arrested. All other public campers, my understanding is, can be arrested because they're offered your place, and if they refuse to go to the shelter, the first step, then they can be arrested. But sex offenders they can't touch because there's no place they can offer them to go. In light of that, do you think your organization would be willing to reconsider the restrictions against sex offenders in your?
I would have to say that, given the numbers and the reason that we've implemented this policy, that's not a good fit for our shelter.
Understand, okay. All right, I just had to ask. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
and
Thank
to
you.
be honest, I'm not gonna, yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor, ma'am. Do you guys take in children at your shelter?
No, we only have
No
single
children.
adults.
So no mothers, single mothers with children, none of that?
We have single mothers, but they're not with their children.
Okay. All right, thanks.
And the part of that was that this was for single adults originally when we started.
And second, guys, have we lobbied all the cities that use y'all's services? And you guys, some of you may laugh, but I compare this kind of like NATO, how NATO's broken up. Everybody pays their proportionate share on usage or defense in that case. Is everyone paying? Is there any lopsided payments in here?
There's one lopsided payment. One municipality that is not.
Is there any way we can spread this out over the 16 cities kind of equally or by
Well,
usage? Or?
We don't have all 16 cities.
Okay.
We have mainly the east side cities and DeLand.
Okay.
And then the county is considered a partner because anyone living in the county jurisdiction is eligible for this service. So we work closely with the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Just one question. Staff talked a little bit about some different funding options, some federal dollars and some state. Are you open to pursuing any of those?
Well,
Yeah.
we have.
Okay. And just haven't been successful? Is that what it is? Or
Well,
you have?
The dollars, if they come directly through the county, we have, and we didn't get them. But we did get the early grant, the COVID grant, where we were able to do the rehabilitation to the shelter. But the other funding goes through what's called the continuum of care. And the continuum of care makes decisions about what they want to fund. And they have not wanted to fund shelter operations. They wanted the money to go to basically to housing, permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing dollars, unless it was a domestic violence shelter. So it's not really my decision. And so after that first year, it was, it was clear that there weren't going to be shelter dollars or not sufficient shelter dollars coming through that way. And just in general, it's not a terribly lot amount of money anyway that comes through there, and it's divided up not just between the shelters, but it's divided between all the service providers who provide any kind of homeless services to people. So the dollars that do exist, there's just not that much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, sir. Just for clarification, I know the answer to this already, but this for educational purposes, because I was asked the same question and actually had the same question before. Because of the arrangement or agreement you have with the sheriff's office, you do take in individuals from DeLand and DeBerry because the sheriff's office supplies them law enforcement services, and that is part of their contract, correct?
No. So we bring in people from DeLand because DeLand is a partner. But every city that is a partner, they all have their own local law enforcement, which they have to pay. And so, for example, Oak Hill recently joined us. And Oak Hill uses the sheriff's department. But they still joined us because they do need to share in the costs in order for us to be able to do that. Because if everybody could just use the sheriff's department because they're in the county, then nobody.
Well, Deltona and DeBerry don't have law enforcement. They actually contract with the sheriff. Yeah, that's what I meant. They don't have a municipal law enforcement agency. I thought it was part of their contract if they were to had a homeless individual and they picked him up over in Deltona or DeBerry because they're their law enforcement agency, that they would take them to the shelter. I guess I was wrong.
Well, we don't keep track actually of where.
You just say from the sheriff's office.
They come from the sheriff's office, we take them. But originally that was supposed to be.
Yeah, it's not really the way that it's supposed to be because they're still not really paying their fair share.
Their fair share. And I think that led to my point
That's not the
before,
intent.
is because, I mean, is there a way to define that? Because I think we're missing something here with, and no disrespect to Deltona or DeBerry, but unincorporated Volusia County, that would be the only two areas they would bring them from, because I really don't see them bringing a whole lot of people from Pearson, Seville, maybe. I don't know. I would think Deltona being as big as it is, and DeBerry getting there, that there are a lot more individuals that are coming to you from Deltona and DeBerry that are in the city of Deltona and DeBerry, but because the sheriff's office is bringing them and it's not tracked.
Well, the sheriff's office, I do know that they do bring people even from cities that are already our partners.
Gotcha.
So it's not just that if the city has their own law enforcement, they're the only ones bringing them to us.
Well, I was saying, for your benefit, I think you guys are missing out. I think.
I understand. We've always left it up to the
So.
cities to decide if they needed our services.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilman Robbins.
Chairman, if there's, is there any other public comment? 'Cause I was gonna make a motion.
No, but we have quite a few. Yes, there's a lot of public comment.
I wanted to go into discussion, but I'll wait to hear what we have.
Mr. Kent.
I have a question for our staff.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
So, either Dr. Burbaugh or Mr. Rechtenwald, this was all, I believe, most of this was, except for the 2022 Halifax Urban Ministries Veteran Transitional Housing. It was all before any of us were up on this council. So give me a little bit of history, a little bit of background here, if you don't mind.
So we did not.
You haven't heard the question yet, Brad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Specifically, was it the intent of county council to provide startup capital and then continue with funding every year after that, or was it just a startup capital? That's what I want to know.
He was here.
Yeah, I was here. So it was intent of the county council at the time to start up to the startup capital. And what happened, they committed more money than what was needed by the time the final construction was over. So there was some money left over, $2 million, I believe. And then the city came back and said, well, we'd like to keep that money and use it for startup money for the next 5 years. So that was the genesis of how we got into that business of having the operational money. But the original intent was just to help build the facility.
Okay, thank you for that background. And then Brad, refresh my memory, because I thought I heard you say when you were presenting, it was like a domino effect. Council gave to one group annually, and then others fell in line.
They
Talk
all
to
came
me,
back.
Refresh my memory. Who was that?
When we, if you look at the date on the, so that's why we have the two dates there for you. So if you notice, So Halifax Urban Ministries got 3.8 in general fund
Yep.
for operating in 2016. If you look down at First Step Shelter, 2017 is when we made those agreements. See 2017 under operating? See when Hope Place came back for operating? After we signed the agreement with
Sure.
same thing for Neighborhood Center.
Sure.
So, and I want to, if I may, just a point
Sure.
of clarification. So Victoria was right when she talked about they have applied for CDBG dollars. Those were capital dollars. They were not operating dollars. This is another tract in public services that we could provide support for that has not been applied for.
And then go to the next slide, Brad.
Yes, sir?
Funding options for shelter operations.
Yes.
This emergency solutions grant and CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, is that for each group, or is that total and then can be split up again? Total? Thank
That's
you.
total.
Thank
and
you.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, thank you, sir. Mr. Soria, could you just clarify a couple things? I know it's a complicated topic, but.
Sure.
brief
So there's been some discussions about a legal requirement to fund shelters in order to enforce some of our, actually all local government's public camping laws. I just wanted to update the council. You've been provided a memorandum based on a U.S. Supreme Court case called the City of Grants Pass, Oregon v. Johnson. And what that says is that it overturns a California Ninth Circuit case that required shelter capacity in order to enforce public camping laws or loitering laws. And the Supreme Court, took that Ninth Circuit case and overruled it and said, no, you do not need capacity in your shelters in order to enforce your public camping laws. So, that's kind of the genesis of the City of DeLand's previous ordinances. So that kind of implicates, the Pottinger standard. The Supreme Court just basically said, no, it is not an Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment to enforce public camping laws against involuntarily homeless persons. So I just kind of want to say that, that is now the lay of the land. There's some Florida bills that came into effect in January that kind of require local governments to start enforcing their public camping ordinances. We're actually bringing forth, an amendment to our public camping ordinances to be in line with the state requirements. And there's been some discussion from the governor to tweak that language a little bit more in response to this U.S. Supreme Court Grants Pass case.
Councilman Kent, you had a follow-up question?
I do, for Dr. Burbaugh. Dr. Burbaugh, will you refresh this council's memory and the public as well? How much money did the council set aside in our general fund for operating expenses for all of these shelters?
2.5 million of the previous budgets. This budget, none.
I'm asking specifically about this budget.
None.
The past is the past. That's already
sir.
happened. So your answer is 0?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We've got several members of the public that would like to speak on this. All of these, according to the subjects that they wrote down, are on First Step Shelter. So we'll, in order that they signed up, Commissioner Skip White from Ponce Inlet.
Good evening, council members. I'm here this evening to speak on the First Step Shelter. At some point this evening, Chair will gavel this meeting to a close. We'll all return home to sleep in our beds, enjoy the food that we have in our well-stocked pantry. Let's never forget those among us who will not. Whenever I think about the homelessness, I'm remembered of an encounter I had back in the early 1980s when I was still working in sales. I'll never forget that one particular difficult morning in my career when nothing seemed to be going my way. As I walked to my car, my head was down. My posture suggested the obvious look of defeat. I came upon a man walking towards me, bearing the troubling signs of homelessness. As I said good morning to him, he also obviously noticed the dejected look. Surprisingly, he greeted my response with a question. "Are you a businessman?" He said. I said, "Yes, I was." He then complimented me on my appearance. I was dressed in a suit and a tie. His next words were stern and forever memorable for me. His statement was, "Well then, straighten up your shoulders and walk proudly." He walked away. I'll never, will never forget that encounter. A gift from a stranger that I carry with me to this day. Right now, there are thousands of individuals in our county that are one paycheck away from being homeless. When all is lost and hardworking individuals fall upon difficult times, I feel it's important for all of us who have plenty to lend a helping hand. In the process, you're saving lives and lighting a darkness for those who've lost everything. Please support the First Step Shelter. Please support our fellow human beings who themselves, often through no fault of their own, are without a home. No one should live on the streets. Nobody should go to bed hungry. With the council's support, the First Step Shelter can help the homeless to straighten up their shoulders and walk proudly. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Campanero.
Daytona Beach, Florida. I have been a part of the First Step Shelter journey ever since the idea was conceived by the Faith Committee on Homelessness. I stood on the podium of faith meetings asking for support. I met individually with city commissioners, county councilors, and community leaders. I stood at the same spot and addressed the councilors of that time on numerous occasions, only to be told by them and others that we would never be successful. That even if we did build a shelter, no one would come. There was even discussion about what we would use that empty building for once we failed. Well, fast forward to 2025. The shelter has been in operation for 5 years, thanks in part to your support. We continue to grow and do amazing things for the citizens of Volusia County. We did not fail. Our shelter is now full. We're at our capacity. We've had close to 1,700 people come through our program, of which we've housed 50% of them. We've also had another close to 4,500 of them in our safe zone, which we didn't mention earlier. The staff of the shelter is doing amazing work. Please do not turn your back on the most vulnerable of our community just because our initial agreement has expired. We are doing all we can. Dr. Folberg is constantly applying for any grant that comes across that she can find. We're engaging businesses, citizens. We have plenty of people that are private citizens that are giving their money on a monthly basis and helping us out. But the bottom line is that's still not enough. We can't do it without your support. I urge this council to vote yes to continue supporting the First Step Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Father Philip. See, there he is.
I'm Father Phil, the pastor of Our Lady of Lourdes in Daytona Beach. Good evening. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude for the 5 years of support that you have given to First Step Shelter. and a determination rooted in the undeniable impact of First Step Shelter in our community. From its inception to today, the shelter has not merely been a place for people to stay, it has been a lifeline, a foundation for transformation, and a beacon of hope for those who have faced the darkest chapters of their lives. As we've heard some of the numbers, 1,676 people have been sheltered. That's not just a number. That's 1,676 stories of resilience, 1,676 individuals who were given the dignity of a roof over their heads and a path towards stability. There have been over 321,000 meals served, meals that nourish not only bodies but also spirits, reminding people that they are seen, valued, and cared for. 822 residents have been housed. 49% of those who came through the doors of First Step transitioned to permanent housing. And of those housed 2 years ago or more, an astounding 94% are still in housing today. These numbers speak volumes about the effectiveness of the shelter and its programs, but beyond the statistics lies the human impact. The story told in December's newsletter of Sandy, who came to First Step Shelter. She'd been living on the street for 9 days after her boyfriend made her leave her apartment. It was her first experience of homelessness, but not her first experience of trauma. At age 2, her parents were killed when a freight train slammed into their car. After that, life became one traumatic experience after another. Sandy left the shelter 97 days after arriving and moved into housing. Sandy says First Step Shelter gave her the opportunity to show her who she was. She said, "You made such a big change in my life, more than you can imagine." There are stories of Bill the veteran who found the courage to rebuild his life after years on the streets, and the countless individuals who now walk our streets with pride and purpose, all because someone believed in them and gave them a chance. First Step Shelter is not just a solution to homelessness, it's an investment in the future of our community. Every dollar spent here reduces the strain on emergency services, hospitals, and law enforcement. It is a proactive approach, turning lives around before they spiral further and creating safer, healthier neighborhoods for all of us. The shelter has proven its value time and again. It's not a handout, as Mayor said, it's a hand up. And as a community, we must reaffirm our commitment to this mission. If we fail to fund this vital resource, we're closing doors of opportunity for the most vulnerable among us. So I urge our county leaders, let us not turn our backs on those who need us most. Let us not undo the incredible progress we have made. Instead, let us continue to stand together as a community to ensure that hope, dignity, and opportunity remain within the reach for all. Together, we have the power to change lives, to build a community that reflects the best of who we are, and to prove that every life matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Delisle. And you'll be followed by Michael Powers, and then John Nicholson.
Good evening. My name is Karen Delisle, and I live in Ormond Beach, and I'm a retired psychiatric registered nurse. I'm here to address the ongoing support for First Step Shelter. The Volusia County Council's mission statement to provide responsive and physically responsible services to improve the health, safety, and quality of life for its citizens. The council also aims to promote democratic values and earn public trust. Others will inform you of First Step Shelter's success rate in providing shelter, medical and mental health services to its clients, along with permanent safe housing in the community. As a retired psych RN, I can tell you that a supportive environment post-discharge from the hospital, be it a medical or psychiatric discharge, is vital for the individual's continued stability, leading to a reintegration into the community for quality of life. If not provided, the likelihood of interaction with other county services, be it the hospital or the jail, is more likely. Do you remember the massive homeless encampment in downtown Daytona in 2016 in front of the former Sears store and the Volusia County offices? Do you remember the homeless development on the corner of Clyde Morris and Bevel Road and the worry about what are race fans going to think about Daytona Beach? Presently in Daytona Beach, we still have people soliciting for money at many stop signs. This is not a good reflection for our community. Are we a community that elevates developers over citizens. A county that strives for million-dollar sports complexes over residents' pressing demands in activities of daily living. Are we a county that's going to destroy its natural environment resources for money and disregard the quality of life for current county residences? Is this what we, the electorate, want? People are hurting in Volusia County. Their rents are high, their salaries are not. We have school children, many, who are homeless, living in cars. Volusia County homeowners are still dealing with the effects of flooding in and around their homes that never flooded before. Please, please, please redirect your eyes away from overdevelopment and turn back toward the people who elected you to provide a stable community. Part of that word is unity for all who live in Volusia County. I thank you.
Thank you. Michael Powers, followed by John Nicholson, followed by Mike Panaggio.
Good evening. Mike Powers, unincorporated Ormond Beach. Just a high-level observation on this issue. I understand the 5-year agreement between the county and First Step has expired. However, in the course of 5 years, a lot can change, and in this case, specifically HB 1365. My understanding is the onus falls on the county to find a place to locate those in violation of this bill. In fact, I believe the county can be sued if this is in violation. I don't know, maybe legal has more information on that, or maybe that's what they were actually talking about. The county has already made an investment in First Step Shelter, and to me it seems like now is the time to see a return on that investment. By continuing to support the shelter, jail should not be an option.
Thank you. I'll come back to legal counsel. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. It doesn't seem that there really is an issue. You really cannot not support First Step Shelter. I understand there's been some problems. They've not gone away. The questions have not been answered. And I know Matt would like to solve it, but you guys have dropped the ball on your fiduciary obligations. You gave a great deal of money to this. You've not followed up. You haven't made sure that those facts that were given are actual facts, that the money is going actually where it's going. It is your obligation to do that, because you don't realize the First Step Shelter now covers about 70% of the county. All of the east, all of the unincorporated, and the land. That's a huge amount of population. They rely on that shelter, especially the outside, to be Pottinger compliant. That's why they joined. It covers literally their butt. And you would be denying all of the, 11 cities now in the county that coverage that they desperately need? You know that I've hit you dozens of times about Daytona Beach being an economic engine, and how devastating it was when there were 96 people sleeping on the boardwalk permanently. And there were over 100 people in Breakers Park living permanently. We almost had a major event leave the Ocean Center because of the homeless. With the shelter, all that's gone. We will never not have the homeless. I guess it's illegal for me to say it, but somebody once said, you will always have the poor. You will always have people that are poor. You will always have people that are mentally ill that will not go to a shelter. They will be on your streets. There's nothing you can do about it. But those that you can save, it is your obligation to save them, even save them from themselves. So because the shelter is saving your money. I talked to Jim Cameron 30 years ago. When this first came up, we were talking about ECHO and Volusia Forever. And he said, we can save the county money by some of these people not going to the jail over and over and over again. Every time it keeps somebody from the jail, it saves the county money. And if you're going to use this facility, you, like all the other cities, should pay into it. Thank you.
Thank you. But before I call Mike up, Victoria was next. You've already come up. Would you like to? Okay.
I'm back to sit in front of the mirror. Thank you. First Step Shelter doesn't just shelter people. We help them get health insurance so our hospitals no longer have to foot the bill. We help them find jobs. We help the elderly or those with disabilities obtain disability or Social Security income. We've helped 122 veterans. We've housed 822 people in 5 years. When someone successfully leaves us, they pay their own way in society. We have also helped hundreds of individuals who fight addictions to become productive members of our community. They begin paying taxes rather than using tax dollars. When our clients go into recovery, their lives are transformed, which reduces costs related to law enforcement, incarceration, and the court system. We work hard to keep our costs low. We have only 10 full-time and 4 part-time staff to run a 24/7, 7-day-a-week facility filled with 100 people with challenging conditions and situations. Last year, we brought in over $70,000 in food donations and $14,000 in items like shoes, toiletries, and undergarments. The Central Florida Commission on Homelessness studied the cost of chronically homeless individuals using public services in Central Florida and found that the cost for inpatient hospitalizations, emergency room fees, incarceration, and other systems associated with homelessness is nearly $42,000 per person per year. Our shelter program costs are less than $2,800 per person per year. The return on investment to the community is extraordinary. Last year, we saw a 67% increase in the number of people daily at the shelter. We are currently at our maximum capacity, in addition to a 29% increase in people who have been brought to the Roseanne Tornator Safe Zone over 2024. The strain has put on our staff is not sustainable, and without county support, we will not be able to continue at full capacity. We've been faithful stewards of the funds we've been provided by the county. Over 5 years, 822 people have graduated from our program, and 94% who've been in housing at least 2 years are still there. And in the process, we've helped them learn to value themselves by becoming valuable to others. They are worth your investment, and we believe that First Step Shelter is worth your investment. Thank you very much.
Mike Panaggio, followed by Ann Ruby.
Good evening, Mike Panaggio, Port Orange. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Great group of people, very passionate about First Step Shelter. I think there was a total of 10 items, and I haven't heard anyone come up and voice an opinion except for on the First Step Shelter. Now, you've heard a lot of statistics. We've got them here. And I think that I've played a big part in the success of First Step Shelter. But then again, so have so many other people. Halifax Health, Advent Health, all our other partners, the different cities that have come on board, some great, great people on our board, great staff members. You know, I'm a business person. And let me tell you how I got involved with First Step Shelter. Because it wasn't something that I wanted to go out of my way. I had no experience. All of a sudden, Mike Panaggio is going to go ahead and be on the board of directors of a shelter. No way, no way. I have a lot of other things to do. But at the time, in 2016, 2017, I was a member, one of the members of the CEO Alliance. And there was a terrible homeless situation back then, as Karen mentioned. And so, because it was affecting the holy NASCAR, ball of wax there, the CEO Alliance decided we're going to do something about this. We're going to get out some Band-Aids, and we're going to put some Band-Aids on this problem. And guess what? I think we gave $145,000 one year and about $175,000 the next year. And what did we do? We enabled homelessness. And so they wanted to do it the next year, and I said, no way, I'm out. I said, this is ridiculous. We're not doing anything. We're not helping. So when the homeless shelter, First Step Shelter, was birthed, they said, well, we got our perfect person to represent the CEO Alliance, Mike Panaggio, Big Mouth Panaggio. He's complained enough, so we'll put him on the board. Well, when I get into something, I do it right. And we've been running that shelter like a real business. And that business is performing. And it is critical, very critical to this community. And I know all of you see that. And in my last 10 seconds, all I've got to say is that do the right thing. You all, fathers and business people and homeowners, do the right thing. And that is support this shelter. Thank you.
Ann Ruby, and you will be followed by Roseanne Tornatore.
Ann Ruby, 137 Park Avenue in Daytona Beach. I support the mission of the First Step Shelter wholeheartedly. I really do. It's an important piece, just one piece of helping our homeless individuals. However, since the whistleblower complaints have come in, I've been very distressed about the operation of the shelter and the lack of oversight from the board. Please do not allow the concerns raised by the whistleblowers to be dismissed out of hand. They're not scam artists, it wasn't a failed coup, and they weren't simply lazy, disinterested employees. They cared about the shelter deeply. Their complaints should be taken seriously, since they did raise concerns about the reporting and operations of the shelter. The board has failed to take them seriously, in my view. My experience was, when I started asking about the QR code funding, I was told that information wasn't available. We didn't pay for that reporting. As a customer, I posed as a customer, called Kindful, and said, what kind of reporting do you do? Oh, they have robust reporting. Then I was told, well, we don't know how to do it. And learning how to do it would take away from the operation of the shelter. Later I learned that the reports are coming in every week anyhow. So it didn't make any sense. But whistleblower A's complaint alleges that no money had been raised by the QR code program. And when I went around donating through the QR code program, the complaint alleges that they were instructed to make deposits so that the final number would be $874.05, which is what was reported to me. The entire success of this shelter is being built on numbers being reported that may not be trustworthy. There are some very touching success stories, but there are others who have less rosy stories to tell. I am extremely grateful for every success story they have. I really am. But the need for the variety of services for homeless people goes way beyond what local governments can afford to address. That's why it's so important to make sure, our limited resources are used judiciously. It hurts me to ask, but please do not approve this funding for the full term. Give the board a notice, 6 months to get their act together and provide a thorough investigation, independent review of case management and operations, the physical plant, and the current state of former residents. I'm asking that you protect the vulnerable residents of the shelter and the taxpayers with the power of the purse. Such an investigation can only improve the services offered. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne Tornatore.
I started my life out very poor, okay? No hot water, no bathtub, no shower all my life. I started my little store with $3,000 and everybody made fun of me. Then I got asked to be on the board of the First Step Shelter, and it gave me my heart to give it back to my parents who had hot water and a shower the last 10 years of their life. I love the shelter. The $400,000 doesn't even begin to help run the shelter. Electric bill, $25,000 a year. Employees, $600,000-$700,000 a year. We don't even own the buildings, but we take good care of it. When I got on the shelter, I realized we weren't Pottinger compliant, so I took 100 from my business and 150 from Roseanne Tornator, and I built the safe zone in loving memory of my parents. There will always, I have 15 employees, we have 14 employees at the shelter. There will always be difficulties with certain employees. They don't always love me every day at my store. Some days they really don't like me. And you'll always have people that will say things that are really not true if they're not really knowing what's going on. And when you're in a lawsuit, as you know, you cannot respond to certain people that say things that are not true. I just want you to remember that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's the end of public comment. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. One of the very first places I visited, I think I was even just campaigning, was the First Step Shelter. And I was impressed with the operation back then, and I'm still impressed. So we see a homeless issue. Being in Daytona Beach, the mayor and I can agree, I mean, not just there, it's everywhere. And it's no one more area. Our population's more, so you're going to see more homeless. If you're out more, you're going to see more homeless. We tried to make the efforts to stop the panhandling, and that was kind of stopped. I want to see it succeed. I'm actually, and I don't know where everybody else stands because I haven't heard anybody else talk yet, really. Ask a few questions. I'm in favor of helping them out, and I'm just going on the record as that. How we get there, I don't know. I don't know what that answer is. I don't know how much, but I'd like to be able to find a way to be able to help them out. And because I do think we do have a responsibility. True, the legal question was asked and answered. I get it. I truly get it. So it's not doing it for that reason. It's because it's the right thing to do. It's not partisan. It's because it's the right thing to do. And that's all. Thank you.
Before we go on, can one of the attorneys address the legal question that's been asked or stated, not asked, but?
Good evening, Morgan Swank, Assistant County Attorney. House Bill 1365, it does allow the county to open an outdoor shelter. It does not require one. In fact, the Florida Department of Children and Families, which is the one that will be providing certification, if any of these are asked by municipalities or the county, their frequently asked questions on their website specifically states that the counties are not required to designate a property for public camping or sleeping. So it is not a requirement under the new bill or the associated Florida statute.
How are we compliant with Pottinger?
This Pottinger was initially a Miami case. It was an agreement between the city to come into compliance to make these offers. It actually is no longer in effect because they did come into compliance, and additionally with the Supreme Court decision that allows municipalities, states, cities to all make their own decisions on what works for their area. There is no requirement that a shelter be provided if someone is engaging in public camping or sleeping.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councilman Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Matt, not to, I don't want to cut you short, but it sounded like you want to make a motion for discussion. That way we can.
I'd like to make a motion to find a way to be able to continue to help the First Step Shelter, so we can at least have the discussion.
Second.
Discussion on the motion?
Yes, were you done? Dan, you just wanted the motion on the table?
I just want to go through the process correctly. If we're going to
True.
go into discussion, we need a motion on the floor.
I apologize. I went into the discussion prior to.
Okay, the motion on the floor is pretty wide open, that we find a way to help. No
That's why I was
specific-
going to comment,
No
Mr. Chair.
specific amount or,
The motion's really, not to be anything, the motion isn't really nothing. Right? Doesn't really solve anything.
yeah, there's a request for a dollar amount.
Yeah, so
Um,
I think we just need to have that conversation and then make the motion based
For
on that
discussion.
conversation.
I would prefer that.
Yes. That's why I wanted to jump in, because I don't know if the motion is really accomplishes
For
anything.
discussion.
I know you want to accomplish something, don't get me wrong.
I do.
Let's
I
get in
do.
it.
I just don't know what that amount would
Yeah,
be.
let's get in it.
Okay.
Would you like a motion for discussion, in other words?
No.
Okay,
Just-
give us some,
Rules here, because so it doesn't get off
give
the
us a
rails.
motion for discussion with a number.
All right, I can help you out.
Please, thank you.
Brad
Brad to the rescue.
So, if you're looking at these grant funds in front of you, which we have not allocated from the general fund, these are funds that we have coming in the door. We would, trying to find here on their list of the money that's given by each. So so you have a $165,000 request from the Safe Haven as well, or Safe Place as well, with these funds. So if you did, my calculator just went away. You have 165, so you have 180 would be the remainder of these federal and state grant funds that you could provide. That would still make you the second largest contributor to First Step.
Let's just talk about First Step first, because that's so what is the request for First Step?
400,000 over 5 years, $2 million.
400,000 over 5 years. That's the request on that we're asked. Do you have a motion on that, or would you like to hear some discussion?
Motion to approve the funding as presented and open up for discussion.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve the $400,000 by Danny Robbins, and a second by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. For discussion, I'll start off.
Chair, I still had,
Okay.
everybody, did we vote on the motion?
Oh.
Pardon me?
Did we vote on the motion?
No, we don't vote on the motion until we have a discussion.
Oh, okay. All right. Getting into it here, folks, council, the public, if we look at this, it's just not a quality of life issue just for the folks that we're intending to help, but it's actually a quality of life issue for each and every one of us in Volusia County. When we talk about quality of life, it encompasses a lot of things. And if you look at our economic driver and where we invest our money, it increases property values downtown, on our beach side, on our boardwalk, on our beaches, in our parking lots, with our in apartments, you name it. Our tourist areas, heads in beds, more people possibly supporting our beaches and our businesses, reduces crimes of opportunity, right? Car breaks in our paid parking lots, which we just had, which we just approved. Burglaries, trespassing, helps with sleeping in public, helps with parking issues where you see homeless sleeping in vehicles, taking up business parking lots, on our beach ramps, on our beach approaches. Serves us with public health issues, or it helps clear up public health issues. The burden on law enforcement will have increased calls for service, higher demand on law enforcement, taking them off of priority calls. I see a value in all that. As much as I shouldn't say don't want to take money from the general fund, if you add up all these other things, a lot has changed in 5 years. I understand all my colleagues' stance, and really it's my stance as well, but when you take all this stuff into consideration, if you just look at the funding needed to hire one officer or one deputy, you're looking at several $100,000 for the year when you have equipment, vehicle, insurance, uniforms, health insurance. I mean, you name it, the list goes on. That's not including the burdens that sometimes that our public and our businesses have to deal with. My thought process right now is if we don't support it, are we going to be going backwards in this community? Look how long it's taken Beach Street to turn around. I've seen all this stuff firsthand, and I know where it can go. I know where it's been. And this is a regional issue. This is a state issue. This is a much larger issue, but I know firsthand of where we were and where we are, and I can firsthand say that because of the First Step Shelter and some of these other programs, we are better, not just better, but much better than where we were 20 years ago, 10 years ago, or 5 years ago. And to me, we're going to be paying for this a lot more, where it's a catch-22 situation. Somehow, in my opinion, whether it's general fund or not, I'd much rather it not be. But this is good money spent when you start thinking about all the other effects that could possibly happen, for whatever it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. The goal of the county that we have previously set, as Brad said, was to develop capacity and increase capacity. And the county has done that all along. What we can't do is develop capacity and then also maintain everything that is established and support it with operations. We'll have to take money from somewhere else. We have done the right thing, and we have not abandoned the homeless. We won't abandon the homeless. Everybody here has, in one way or another, voiced a commitment to help. The question for me is how much help. We've given millions. We gave millions to establish it with the very clear idea that was our role, to help increase capacity to get it established. And then we went beyond that for operation. And then we've gone beyond that again. And I'll point out that through much of that, through the millions of dollars that we gave, the shelter operated far under capacity. I don't even think you're at capacity now. Maybe you're bumping close to it, but for most of your years, you were far under capacity. And now you are asking us to provide another $400,000, more millions in the next few years. I don't think that council is our role in this. If we're going to continue to develop and increase capacity, I would be willing to do a far less number if this is voted down. I would, and here's why I think that. I asked county staff, it was asked tonight, how many people is unincorporated Volusia sending to the shelter? They don't know. Nobody knows. There was even confusion tonight. Are we sending people from Deltona and DeBerry? If they can't tell us how many people that Volusia County is sending to the shelter, how in the world do we figure out what our fair share is? So I would do a far smaller number. And I would also say that I'm not willing to contribute more to First Step Shelter until they get a new director. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Robbins, thank you very much for pointing out all the other things that it could lead to financially and what it already costs us. And one of the things that was brought up about the jail. Everybody knows my familiarity with the jail. And if they're not going to take them to the First Step Shelter, they're going to go to jail. And we're sitting here, or at least my focus is, and my focus will be for 4 years, on how to reduce the recidivism rate in the jails. All that's going to do is contribute to it. It's going to go completely in the opposite direction. So that was one of the things I wanted to point out before I missed on that opportunity. I think as far as obtaining the information from the cities of DeBerry and Deltona, I think that's an easy fix. I think that we can make a contingent on that. is that we find out where those individuals, that's a question. That's a verification of where, from the deputy that brings them in. Where was this from? You know, I think the sheriff would accommodate that. It doesn't it's not like we require that information on a arrest affidavit. So the same thing, there has to be some paperwork accompanying that individual, some sort of report that's written from the sheriff's office on where they ascertained that individual from and that they delivered them to the First Step Shelter. So that's easy. I think a copy of that, if that's an issue. Because I agree. I think that there are some, and I said that. I think there are some that are coming from there. Respectfully, I disagree. So I think that we need to continue, but I'd like to hear what my other colleagues have to say as well. I'm going to still stay with Mr. Robbins' original motion. Thank you.
Councilman Troy Camp.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, looking at the history here, the county of Volusia invested significant dollars, which, by the way, is every taxpayer in Volusia County. The startup capital of $2.5 million, and then came back with another $400,000 a year for 5 years for an additional $2 million. So the county's portion out of the general fund, $4.5 million. And staff came back to us tonight with some options that don't tap into the general fund. For those that are publicly already saying they're going to support it, and I may, but for those that are publicly have already said that they're going to support this, making motions and seconds with the same amount, I just need some help to get there. So we didn't budget for this. So either tell me where you're going to find $2 million over 5 years, or where you're going to find $400,000 for at least this year, and then I could vote on it a yearly basis if you only had a plan for 1 year. But to just put this on staff and say, hey, George, find $2 million that we didn't budget. We didn't do that. So now that the budget's done, we've gone through that whole process, it's up to you. You go ahead and find it. And by the way, make sure no other services get cut, because that's what I want to hear. I want to hear what they're going to cut. Because last I checked, there's not much meat hanging off of that bone. So I just need some help, gentlemen, to get there, and then I can get there with you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate everybody's comments. You know, I've come to the conclusion that I think a few minutes ago, this is an economic development question also for me. Not only the human side to it, right? I mean, it's all been said. I want to acknowledge that. But at the same time, it has an economic development benefit to it. Some of the information that's been shared on how the improvement, specifically, I think some examples were on the east side, they hit home with me. I've said it several times in here. The east side, specifically Daytona Beach, is our economic engine for Volusia County. We've invested the most money as a county in things, infrastructure and entertainment and various things over the years in that area, so it's important to us. Danny, I think the feedback you gave, you're in that area all the time, you have history in that area. I think that's very important to me too, to validate that position. You know, I visited a city. I was going to say the name of the city, but I won't. It was in another state. But sitting here, I recall that it's a pretty nice city. A lot of people know the name of it. But I remember visiting there on a work trip. And my first opportunity there was during the day. And I said, okay, this is a nice city, very nice. I'd like to come back here with my wife for maybe a short vacation. And then the evening came, and the homelessness. I had to walk around people on the sidewalk that were there was a lot of drug problems in there. It was disgusting. And guess what I said? I'll never go back to that city. So, you know, I've lived here 35 years, and I've been to Daytona and the east side a few times, but I'm not a regular, so I can't really speak from experience. But I've seen things, but not enough to be an expert in it. But I do know that if folks saying that this was a problem in the past and it's gotten better since the inception of this, I see that as an economic benefit for the entire county. So At the same time, I think the reality is we're a governing body too, so we have to play a part in it. We should play a part in it. And I think other cities should play a part in it. I think my city where I live should play a part in it. And I'll do my part to lobby those elected officials to say, why aren't you playing a part in it? Because certainly some of the people from my city are going there too, and they should participate. So, you know, I think the question was $400,000 a year. I think that's what we need now. I will also say this. I think the criticism is fair to say, why aren't we more aggressive? And I don't know all the answers. I heard some stuff, but I think we need to be more aggressive in the finding other sources of income. It's particularly the cities and other venues, partnering with Brad and his team to see how we can get other sources of income to help offset this. I think that's an important piece. But I think the first year, if we do support the $400,000, which I would, we only need to find $220,000 because I think, Brad, in your number, you said there was 180 already in CDBG, correct? Sorry, Mr. Chair, I asked a question, but.
As part of the council's goal is us to find solutions. And so this was a stopgap measure using some grant funds that will become available to us. Okay. It's not an in perpetuity.
I got it. Yeah, I got that. That's just this first year.
Yes.
And so, council members, we have to participate in this. I think the benefits are certainly there economically on many levels, like Danny outlined, and we should be good partners here. But at the same time, I think we need to be tough partners. And what I'll leave with this, Mr. Chair, there's questions regarding data. I would like to change that motion, or modify that motion with requiring data that includes location of where people reside that they're coming to. But that data, I think, needs to come July of every year. The reason for July of every year, because we vote on our budget in September. So in July, you make your case, right? This is what it is. This is how we're doing. And then it helps the council better understand. Unless staff thinks they need it earlier, I'll defer to that. But I think July is sufficient for us to make a decision based on our budget vote that will happen in September. So that is important. And then we can get some more information and make better decisions. So I support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
A couple items, some of it's triage for the future, but I know most of the board members, I wish we had taken the time maybe 2 or 3 years ago to get together and realize that we were not going to wean ourselves off this $400,000 and come up with a plan. I know there's a bunch of smart people, Mike, Roseanne, you guys run businesses. You know how to come up with $400,000 given enough time. In my opinion, Victoria's too busy trying to run a program to come begging for money all the time. So no matter what happens, I think we all probably need to meet up and discuss a way to do this. I do fall into the David Santiago category that this is a good idea. Mayor Henry, I think it's a great idea. I know you use it a lot, you being the city of Daytona. I'm a little concerned that we don't put a lot of pressure on our non-participating cities unless they can prove to us that they don't have any homeless, that they provide. I think I talked to Victoria a while ago about that, about trying to put some pressure on the cities, who, by the way, the last time I talked to them a long time ago, they said, well, the sheriff takes care of that. So now the sheriff, not that he ever did, the sheriff took care of it through our budget is what happened. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen now, but I would like to see the cities who don't have their own police departments pitch in some money as well to offset the cost of the county. And then in that conversation with some of the board members, or all the board members, is come up with a sundown plan if we can. 400, 200, 100 done, something of that nature. We talk about sundown plans all the time. I don't like cutting people cold turkey. This is a little bit different because this cold turkey was coming 5 years ago, based on the contract. So, but I want to get them there. But as with most other programs, I want to wean people off of grant money where we can and be able to provide it to the people who need it the most. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Carissa, are you able to put up where it says December 19th through December 2024? Those stats I just gave you? Council, if I could draw your attention, Chris, if you can slide up just a little bit. It'll give you the total numbers there. Why this wasn't in this report, I do not know. But let's take a look at it together. You'll see in 2020, 2021, 22, 23, and going into 24, the data for the different law enforcement agencies and authorities that handle this sort of stuff. And you'll see to no fault of their own, because of state laws and things that have just trickled down to local government, you'll see the numbers rise because indeed they're handcuffed in a lot of areas out of their control, which is obviously leading to them to utilize this service. You'll see that Volusia County is a big, one of the, I'd say second largest user of this service, next to Daytona and several others. So, you know, I'd like to really consider the economic value of it. Mr. Kent has a great point there, where I'd be able to modify my motion to look for funding sources. I know we have that subsistence fee program. I don't know if any of that money is available. That's $350,000 a year, roughly. Something to try to maybe piecemeal this together, guys. But the numbers don't lie. I think it'd be hard to ignore. David, let's see if we can put our head together on this. I think that 400,000 is achievable. We just got to give staff direction to see what's available, and either what can we cut or what revenues we have coming in that we can make it work. George, is that how are we looking on those subsistence fees for this year, or projected fees, and is there any available?
Well, they go to run the jail. I mean, I don't know the exact number, but they're just a small fraction of what it takes to run the jail. So.
And to Matt's point,
they're also restricted, so we have to make sure where they could be used or how they could be used. So I would point out on that chart, as long as it's up, the 77 is for VCSO. That's what we were talking about before, that number includes the cities of Deltona and DeBary. So we don't really know the breakout. And it's significant because depending on where we do go with funding, it would be good for me to know, because we have, is it coming out of the MSD, or is it would be coming out of general fund, or some other one-time possible source, so we could try to identify, like Brad's done with the CDGB. So
that's all I got for now.
Where did this chart come from?
First Step.
Okay.
First Step has a monthly report, and that's where this data comes from. And that's what I would ask council, if you decide to support First Step, is that we renegotiate the deal and have some common terms so we understand what's being reported as well.
Okay. Here's, again, I'm not against helping the homeless, quite the contrary. I'm not against First Step Shelter. I want to put our money where it's going to get the most benefit. And I see two big red flags here. The first one is they're asking for $400,000 a year. And when I asked in staff, well, let's pay our proportionate fair share. How many people are coming from unincorporated Volusia? They couldn't answer the question because they hadn't been given those numbers. I said those numbers aren't available. So now we see Volusia County Sheriff's Office. So some of that's from unincorporated, some of it's from DeBerry.
I think we
some of
talked
it's
specifically
from Deltona.
about that number. I mean, that is
Right.
the number when we talked to you, that was that number.
But specifically, how much just from unincorporated Volusia County?
That's what we can't determine. That's
Right.
the part. So
That's what I'm saying. To me, that's a red flag.
It is.
Asking us to pay our proportionate fair share, I want to know what that is. What is a proportion? What's a percentage? That's just a red flag. And it's also a red flag to me that I don't think we should just ignore the whistleblowers. There's whistleblower laws for a reason, and I think there's some serious issues that are brought forward, and I think they need to be dealt with, and I don't want to just ignore them. So that's my hesitation in giving the full $400,000, even for 1 year. Councilman Dempsey. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Mr. Chair, I don't think, well, I speak for myself. I'm not ignoring the whistleblowers. I think they play a part, like you said. I do believe that it's not our role, though, to make staffing decisions. That's what they have a governing board to do. That's how these things are set up. That being said, what did open my thoughts to maybe a modification that maybe it can get more people on board is we're being asked to do a 5-year, right? I think Jake was talking along these lines. What if we approve today or modify the motion with a 4-3-2-2? I'm saying hundreds of thousands, right? I think the county should always play a part in it. I'm convinced of that. And that's why I said 2-2. The reason for 4 is because we're already into this, right? The reason for 3 is that it helps push and give incentive to go to those other cities and make up that gap on year 2. It gives them a little over a year to go make up $100,000 we're getting other cities. And if something happens bad, then maybe we can talk then. But giving a little incentive to push for the extra 100,000 by pushing those other cities, and it reduces our amount to 200,000. So I don't remember who made the motion. I don't know if you'd be open to that 4-3-2-2 with the reporting that we suggested as a 5-year. And I think it kind of splits it in the middle almost, but with support.
I'm with you, but to further gain consensus here on the council, David, like I said in the beginning about comparing it to NATO, everybody, I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think the chairman's wrong in getting that information. And if it pans out, but if it pans out that the county does do it, and I do know they transport within the cities as well, from Pelican Bay and from all over, but maybe getting us a little bit better number, drill down on that. What would hurt if we just table this for it to come back and we get some more data, and we may be able to get consensus. I don't know. I'm supportive of something, but I don't know the exact number just yet. This is the whole problem. So I just wanted to open up for discussion.
I don't know if we're gonna, if I still have the floor, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get that data in the data that we need, that I think we deserve. I threw out there July, because I think that has to be collected at time of intake, right? Like where you live, right? Not who brought you here, right? So I don't know if we're gonna get to that granular point. That's why I suggested it for July, so that we make that decision. And maybe we don't throw the dollar amount. I'm going to back up for a second. Maybe we're all over the place here, George, so sorry. But maybe for the July decision or the next budgetary decision, we base it on that July report.
Yeah. I might ask if that, you change that to the June,
June, guys, more time.
yeah, a little
Okay.
bit more time.
Yeah.
By July, you'll
I
have a
understand.
budget in your
Yeah.
hands towards the end of it.
But Danny, I don't think they'll have the data that's granular as we would need it to make that decision. Because I agree with you, that's the pressure campaign that we can put to the cities, right? So maybe it is just a first year support, and we determine from there. But I think we need to make a decision today.
Let's hear
for it.
from your other colleagues, and then we can, Mr. Robbins can decide if he wants to amend his motion or not. Don Dempsey, you ready?
Yes, if y'all are ready. Okay. Yes. I recently observed a report from the Florida Office of Program Policy Analysis and Government Accountability. This was their December 24 report. And the first thing they cited is, and this is going back to my position about the homeless sex offenders and what a problem we have now in Volusia County. Just to quote, this is from, the state, after doing their research, the transient offender population continues to present monitoring challenges. It has grown since OPPAGA's last review. Approximately 7% of the registered sex offenders and 12% of sexual predators living in Florida communities are homeless or transient. 7% of sex offenders, 12% of predators are homeless or transient, and the rates vary from county, ranging from 0 to 34%. The sheriff's offices that reported transient populations often cite residence restrictions as contributing factors to the sex offender transients. And this goes back to our meeting where we extended the residency restriction from 1,000 feet to 1,500 feet. And my pitch against it, because it was going to add to the homeless sex offender population. Well, out of the 67 counties and one unaccounted county, so apparently 68 in this study, Volusia ranks 9th, okay? Our surrounding counties, Marion County has 0 transient sex offenders. Seminole County has 0 transient sex offenders. Flagler County has 8 transient sex offenders. Lake County has 16 transient sex offenders. And I've provided the listing of all 67 counties, which is being shown on the screen. And you can see for yourself, Flagler having 8, Lake County having 16, Marion 0. I'm sorry, go to page 2, please. Marion has 0, Seminole 0, Volusia County 61. Homeless, transient, sex offenders living on our streets. And this is what I was talking about. I know there's the new statutory change that came about, but the problem is the city of DeLand is still practicing their old ordinance. What they're doing is they're allowing they're arresting homeless people who refuse to go to the First Step shelter, or any shelter for that matter. But if they're sex offenders, none of the shelters will take them. I'm not picking on First Step. None of the shelters will take them, and I understand why, but nobody's taking them. So to highlight your point, Matt, you take them to the jail, they get right back out. Where are they going to go? They go to first appearance the next morning, they're right back on the streets. They have nowhere to go, and law enforcement has no place to find them. So they're living the streets, sleeping on our sidewalks. So I would like to see a push to create some sort of shelter to house these people so we can get them off the street, so we can match our neighboring counties and have 0 transient homeless people sleeping on the streets, and to help law enforcement keep track of them, because that's what we talked about before when I was arguing against it, was we got to track these people. If they have a place to reside, they can't move for more than 3 days, or else it's a felony with minimum mandatory sanctions. But when they're transient, they're unaccountable. We need to provide a place to house these people so they cannot be unaccounted for and roaming our streets that they currently are. We rank 9th in homeless sex offenders walking our streets here in Volusia County. We need to find some incentive of where we're going to put them. I'm not picking on First Step. All I'm saying is, this is a problem that we need to include in the conversation. Thank you, guys.
How does that apply to the motion on the table?
Well, I mean, I wish somehow I wish First Step would start accommodating, because they do have security. We don't have armed, guards walking the streets of DeLand, but they do have some type of security out at First Step. So I would, if we're going to table this to reevaluate, I wish that would become part of the conversation, that maybe they would be willing to put a section of their place to house some of these homeless sex offenders.
Don, those counties with 0 and 1s, do you know if they have shelters that accept? So we don't know if that's the real solution then yet.
Well,
Yet.
they have to have a place to go.
But because I'm listening. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but you gave examples of other counties that had
Right.
0 and 1, but we don't know why they have 0 and 1. We don't know if it's because they have a homeless shelter for predators and offenders.
Well, I know.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Councilman, I know it's coming.
It's a great subject. Has nothing to do with the item. Has nothing to do with the funding of First Step Shelter. Great subject, though.
It's a conversation, another conversation, I think.
Great.
Yeah, I think your point is, if we do table it, that needs to come back,
Yes,
that
sir.
information.
Yes, sir. That's the point of it.
Okay. David, you're still up? Are you done?
Yeah, I'll be up and just kind of close out the piece of the debate, because it's kind of like it is part and not part of the conversation. I think it plays a small part, yes. But I would ask you, Don, I think it's a worthy conversation on how we would solve it, and I'd be willing to get engaged in it to find solutions. However, I wouldn't hold First Step Shelter punished. And I'm not suggesting you would. I'm just, when we get ready for vote, don't punish them for it until we figure out a solution.
Councilman Kent.
Thanks, Chairman. For those in the audience, I after 4 hours, I have to stand up. It just hurts sitting so long. So while I was standing, I saw some paperwork over there, and I asked the clerk, what is this? And she said that, Dr. Burball, was that yours? Okay. So I see that there, and I want to leave that up so the council can look at it and public can look at it, kind of marinate with it just for a moment. And while you're looking at that, I didn't say I'm a no to this. I may be a no for 5 years tonight at 400,000. I haven't heard anybody say, you're right, we didn't budget for this, and it's going to come out of general fund, and I'm willing to take it out of what we give the jail. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard anybody come up with something and say, this is where I would recommend we take this money out to put it here, because this was not budgeted, and I've been real cognizant that anything I've brought before this council is going to cost money. I've come with ideas to create the dollars to make sure that it's there. So looking at this, and I think Mr. Santiago said it, all 16 cities should be participating, and we either have 8 or 9 that do not participate. And there's a few that jump out for me. Like, first of all, I want to applaud Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach, going to provide $400,000, the same amount that they're asking that the county of Volusia provide. Now, I think the biggest benefit is to the city of Daytona Beach as well. But, you look at what was requested and what these cities agreed to pay. Daytona Beach Shores is one we probably should talk about. 48,000 requested. They're going to provide 20,000, it looks like. Look at Holly Hill. Holly Hill was requested 21,000, and they're going to give 25,000. Jump down to Port Orange. 85, almost 86,000 requested. They're going to give 35,000. When you look at the far right, 0.07%. Everybody else is 15, 17, 21, 24, 13. This is the same city that with the school district just said, we're not going to provide any more police officers in the schools. We're just not going to do it. And then the school district comes here and is like, hey, county, solve our problem. Well, what if every city did that, you know? So I'm not pointing fingers at certain cities like Port Orange and Daytona Beach Shores. The fingers are already there because there's the data. If this is indeed accurate, I'm assuming it is, Dr. Burbaugh. Quickly, I've got a minute 55.
Data provided by First Step.
Okay, data provided by First Step. So, like, to me, there's a couple things we need to solve in the year. If we table this and bring it back to provide funding for a year, a couple things we need to fix. I agree. The West Side is benefiting from this. And I also applaud DeLand for stepping up because they weren't partners and now they are. We need to convince the best way that we can all 16 cities participate. And the percentage needs to be the same on the far right. If it's 13%, 17%, 21%, it needs to be the same so that you don't have Port Orange given 0.07% and you've got others giving 1300s, 2400s, 1700s. That is a rub that doesn't sit well with me. And the only other thing I need to get on board tonight, if we're going to vote any dollars tonight, I just need someone to tell me the plan, where they're going to get the money from. And if the answer is, I don't know, that's okay. I just want to hear you say, I don't know. And then I can say, I can either get behind that or I can't. But it's unfair to staff to look at George. And George, you've got a problem here. Because if we tell you to find the money, how are you finding it? There's the problem. Why do we have a budget with an extra $2 million hanging in it? And why are we not giving that back to our taxpayer? It puts you in a bad position. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Robbins, you have 25 minutes left in the meeting.
No, we're good. I don't think it's going to take 25 minutes. David, I'd be willing to retract my motion if you have something to propose, but I think we need a little bit more data on this before we can go jump in head first. But also, too, we got some very important data within the last 10 minutes. This could have helped this conversation out if it was in the report. I don't, I almost feel like I wasted a couple hours trying to wrap my head around this. It's a good initiative. We all know it is. We all know it helps it. So we just got to figure out how we're going to fund it. And all this could have been fast-tracked, but.
I'm just curious, Danny, what's their budgeting timeline? I don't know their budget cycle, how this would affect them if we tabled it for what, I don't know.
That's something staff maybe can answer. Or
Chair.
No, hold on a second, ma'am.
Staff, do you know?
Do you know when their budget cycle starts?
I do not, but during this conversation that I had with Dr. Fallberg, I think that she has enough reserves to get her through if we delay it a month or so, based on that conversation, which was $900,000 in reserves.
So are you pulling your entire motion or coming up with a different number or David's 4322? It looks like there's a lot that needs to be considered.
We can modify it to 1 year.
I wanted to have this discussion because I don't have an answer for this.
Yeah.
I know we have to do it somehow. I don't have the answer. So I'm going to retract my motion for now. Okay. And hopefully we can make a decision with something.
Okay, so right now there is no motion on the floor. Is there a motion, Jake Johansson?
Yes, I make the motion for 43222, right? 5 years?
I'll second that.
Jake Johansson makes the motion for a 43222 plan.
Mr. Chair, to the motion provider, would your motion include the reporting information annually in June?
Heck, yes.
Okay.
With the reporting in June.
And more of a breakdown over who's, I like the who's spending what, But more importantly, I want to know who's using the services too, or just as important.
Okay. You're done? Councilman Johansson? Are you done? Is that it? Councilman Santiago?
My friend here is looking to see where we're going to get the money from, and I think that question, where do we direct it, right? What direction do we give staff to the motion provider? I mean, I think we have the 180,000 that is available for this first year as presented by staff from CDBG, all right? And George, can we pull from reserves? Is this something that's reserves eligible?
Yeah.
The remaining balance.
What I would ask is, we could look at reserves. Let us go back and it's always better if we had a little time to peruse through. There may be some interest money available, one-time interest money from the COVID money we had. We'll take a look at that.
So with a motion to approve it just as it is, and you'll let us know where you pull the money from.
Yep, that would be great.
Then we leave the
There
motion
might
as
be-
it is.
There also might be a few operational things if we're gonna do that. If we could bring that back, things like, I wanna make sure it's clear that it's used as a homeless shelter during hurricanes and other natural disasters.
Get the conditions you need.
All right, thank you. We'll negotiate what other things we need.
All right, so the motion's in
Thank you.
place.
So then what are we voting on? 43222 going to staff and they'll come back and tell us if it'll work or not?
No, staff will just tell us where they pull the funding from.
And he wants to make sure that it's used as a homeless shelter.
Correct.
Hurricanes.
During
So
hurricane.
this really doesn't pass then until it comes back with his funding options.
I don't know. Can we just give you guys a green light to pull it? I think that's the question you're asking, right? Are we in proper posture just to vote it that way and let staff figure out the funding? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Chair?
We would bring back a contract.
Well, so whatever you decide this evening, whatever your direction, assuming it is to continue funding, we're going to need to bring back to you a revised contract. And I'm not trying to undermine the motion at all, but I just want to make sure that council's aware. If you did decide to do it, there's nothing magical about the 5 years. It could be a 1 year contribution, 2 years, 3 years. It's up to council. It just happened to be the prior agreement. The one we're under now was a 5-year contract. I'm hearing also you got the level of funding, and the motion now is 43222. Reporting requirement. I've heard several of you also ask for additional things. You can give that direction now if you continue or later, but there could be conditions to it, which I think you've all realized because several of you have mentioned those.
Councilman Troycan.
Thank you, Chairman. Pull that up again that you were showing us earlier, if you don't mind, please. There is no doubt in my mind that homeless shelters benefit all of Volusia County. Not just the unincorporated, not just Daytona Beach, not just Ormond Beach. Interesting when I was looking at this and I was very pleased to see it because publicly I'll say it. I'm a big fan of Councilman Skip over here. He does a great job in Ponce Inlet, and Ponce Inlet showed up to the party. So you didn't just come up and talk, but you voted as well with your community to do that. And council, I'll tell you, I can be a yes on this tonight because I've got to have good answers for as we all do, but I'm just talking about me, for my constituents. My constituents want this. And I can be a yes on this tonight, but not with a 5-year 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, whatever, remainder to the 14th power. I can't do that. I can do a 1-year, $400,000 request, pulling it out of our savings account, and I'll publicly say I'm ringing the bell because I hate doing this. I hate spending recurring money and paying for it out of a savings account. It's a horrible idea. Should not be done. And then we can either get our act together and put it in our budget. But one of the reasons I don't like doing the 5-year plan right now is we have 8 partners who aren't at the party. And we have 2 of them who are not at the percentage that they should be at. And I think if we just go with, we're going to continue to fund it, it enables them to continue to miss the party. And they need to be there. I'm going to repeat something, and effective public speakers don't repeat themselves. Right, Mr. Panaggio? They don't repeat themselves. But this problem and these solutions at these shelters affects all of Volusia County. No city is exempt. I don't care if you're as small as Pearson or as large as Deltona. The largest and one of the smallest. I don't care. It affects all of them. And everyone should show up to the party and participate. So I'm a no on a 5-year deal because I think by us talking about this, it's going to get better. Just think if everybody's participating. You've got 8 or 9 cities that aren't there, but maybe because of this discussion, we get them there. So I'm a no on a multi-year, but if that's the way this goes and the maker of the motion doesn't change anything, that's okay. I want you to know I'm with you. I'm gonna do everything I can to support you. And I would vote for $400,000 tonight out of the savings account, and it's a bad idea. But I think we're up against the clock, and I think you need the money. And I think it's the right thing for the residents of Volusia County. But I think that it will give staff some time because George already knows the answer, you know. And listen, I gave George's evaluation and I was raving about him, but he knows that we have interest coming in. I mean, goodness gracious, we have a $1.4 billion budget. Of course we have interest, you know, of course. So, council, that's where I am right now.
Thank you. I'm close to you. I'm not ready for a 4-3-2-2-2. I'm ready. I would do 1 year for all the reasons I stated, but not at 400,000. So
What's your number?
let's say we have 10%. Let's say we have 20% of the population of the year. So
Should we act like the behavior of Port Orange and Daytona Beach Shores, or should we lead the way? I'm just
I
asking.
don't think that is. I don't think saying that we send 20% of the people there is acting like Port Orange. I think they need to step up. I think everybody needs to step up. But we're being asked to carry the whole deal. And you're willing to take money out of savings to do it. I don't like it either. Councilman Dempsey.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree with Troy. Just so, see, I'm not against First Step. I think they're a wonderful organization. Since DeLand has signed on with them, the downtown has gotten better. It really has. There is far less homeless people sleeping on the sidewalks than there used to be. So hats off to you guys because it's helped significantly. The only reason I highlighted that other issue because I do think the fact that we rank 9th in the state in sex offender transients is something we have to address, but not tonight. But I think the 1 year idea, we can't leave them in a pinch. So I'm for funding something just for the 1 year until we can try and address other problems that need to be dealt with. And I also agree the fact that we did this upfront commitment of $4.5 million, so that was originally intended to be kind of like that's all our stake in this, and everything else is, you know, on other entities to kind of support it. But I mean, here we are, and we have to make a decision. So I'm up for the 1 year commitment, and I kind of lean with chair. Maybe 400 is a little bit too much, but you know, I don't even. I have
There's a motion here. Let's just take care of this and then re-bring it up.
Okay. So I'm a no on the vote right now, but for those reasons, because
Let's
Okay.
call the roll and
Let's
find
vote.
out.
I
where
think
you
we're
are.
going in circles.
Yes. Carissa, would you please call the roll? Troy Kent, your name was still up.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
have a
and I was going to ask for some leniency. This will be less than 20 seconds. But Brad, really quickly, we didn't address any of the other, like Halifax Urban Ministries, Neighborhood Center, those. What about those? Are we not talking about those?
We're taking these one at a time.
One at a time. Goodness. Never mind, Brad. I heard it one at a time. It's okay.
And we only have 2 tonight. This one and Safe Place. Krista, would you call the roll on First Step Shelter funding?
Mr. Dempsey.
5 years, 4 years.
No.
5 years, 43222.
No.
Mr. Dempsey. No.
I said no.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the motion carries 4-3. So,
Okay, we will return with a revised contract for you.
okay. Now, Safe Place. The request is,
Sorry. Yes, the request for a safe place is 165, I believe, and the executive director of the Volusia Flagler County Coalition for the Homeless is here if council has any questions about this new shelter that they're standing up in Daytona Beach.
For seniors. Oh,
For
sorry, Mr.
seniors,
Chair, I
yes.
spoke out of line.
For seniors, which is the fastest growing segment of our population of homeless people.
okay. Any questions for Brad? It's $165,000, and this is not startup, this is operating expenses.
It's startup operating expenses, so they're not at capacity right now. If they get this funding, they'll be able to stand up, basically be at capacity, and they have a significant waiting list.
Who else is contributing to operating?
There's multiple partners, so I'll let Harry speak to that. They're the individuals providing support.
Here's my real question. You can please come up. I just want to know, a lot of times if it's you're asking for operating funds, that means there's a problem. You're not getting contributions. There's something wrong. I just want to know if there's any issues. We need homeless shelter. This one I think is also really important. So I'd like to find a way to say yes to it.
Well, yes, sir. We started Safe Place out of a community need and in partnership with the Council on Aging for Volusia County. We found that there was a gap in services for individuals that were 62 and over. So we started it based on community need. We did not have a funding source at all. We own the building.
Good.
We partner with Council of Aging to provide some specific case management services geared for the needs of seniors. And also, there is a program fee, so we contribute about 30% of the required need right now based on a population of 10. Now, we have 24 single room occupancies available. We just started small because we, again, didn't have a funding source. So we wanted to demonstrate that the program will work, that we could help to keep seniors from falling into homelessness.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Harry's very humble. He won't say that. The 24 rooms were decorated and the furniture provided by 24 community partners, Brown and Brown, other organizations within the community that came together to basically provide furniture for the 24 rooms.
Great. So good community support.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. A growing population that needs more and more help. Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
A motion to approve the $165,000.
Second.
The motion was by David Santiago. Second is by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. This is for 1 year? One time?
Yes, sir. The conversation that Harry and I had is, these are CDBG funds. We came to you, the grant. Let's just develop some performance metrics as part of the agreement, and then we can talk once he shows me their performance.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just if I could, so would that require us to return with an agreement with this one for this one as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think I need to call the roll. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that one carries 7-0. Let's see. We've got an hour and a few minutes. Yeah, the cultural community has been here all night. The rest of it is us and staff, so anybody opposed to moving forward to item 12?
Go for it.
Item 12. Brad thought he was getting away. Item 12. Oh, shoot, he just went to the restroom. We have 2 restrooms.
All right. Carissa. All right. Cultural Council. I have a presentation for you. So the background, the document provides sufficient background, I think, to the council. What we've done is basically align the program with your requests, which were to stimulate new cultural growth, enhance existing programs, and improve the grantee's ability, thank you, to increase revenue and funding from other sources. There are some staff recommendations. I think that, the Cultural Council did some thoughtful work over the course of our time together and doing this, but understanding an analysis of other programs across the state that you directed us to do at the staff level, we were still an outlier in some of the areas. So we provided some alternative recommendations as well. So what they have recommended is to go away from the general community cultural grant and break it into 3 separate programs. So the first program, and this is to address help those startups, individuals, new or small cultural organizations. This is something that Councilmember Santiago had asked for. How do we help these people get stood up on their feet, and how do we move them on to bigger and better things in their revenue streams? So you can see here what's being proposed. It's $8,000 with or without match, and then how many applications. So this is a decision point for council. Do you want to have them max out after 5 years of applications, or do you want them to max out after 3 years of applications? Do you want to have an $8,000 max grant award with no match, or $8,000 up to $8,000 with match? Do you want me to go through each of them and then we come back?
Is there any questions at this point? Go ahead.
Okay. So the next is moving to a project-based support grant. So rather, I will tell you my conversations that I've had after doing the analysis of the other programs across the state is, several of the individuals and counties that I had talked to called our funding status quo funding. It's, you're getting money based on your operating dollars. That was by design, though. I will be very transparent about the Cultural Council who have educated me. There are not a lot of grants out there that provide straight up operational support to organizations, and was unique, and that was done purposefully back when this program was established. But understanding the direction from council, they have developed another category called project-based support grants. So this is, you have to have a project. You got to do something. Now, full transparency, this could be current projects like Free Tuesday. It's highly impactful. It's successful. Things that have a proven track record may be eligible, or new things as well. So the funding model adopted and recommended by the Cultural Council keeps the old funding model in place. So you're using operational dollars as a source of funding for a project. So it doesn't match having that kind of operational support as the impetus for a project-based support grant program. So our formula is there, as you can see, which is 20% of the first 40,000 of their operational budget and 10% of all amounts over 40,000. What this does, and I heard council say this, is what if you have a small but mighty organization? What if you have an organization with excellent volunteers who could get up to the 25, we are limiting them by using their operational to make it more competitive. And so that's kind of what this does is if we do an up to 25,000, it makes it more competitive. So as you can see, there are kind of some decision points for council on this. Do you want it to keep the max award, the funding formula, and the match? So those are decision points we bring before you today. And then the third is what they have talked about. We've talked a lot about this in organizational capacity building. How do we get the right people on the board? How do we get the right person who's employed by this cultural organization to improve their entrepreneurial acumen? How do we improve their fundraising skills? How do we get them to where they need to be? And this is something that the Cultural Council recommended, up to 25,000, which, so there's an alternative recommendation of 10,000 for 1-to-1. I hear you loud and clear. You tell us all the time they better have skin in the game. So that's why we have provided the 1-to-1 match, because I think it's important to maintain these programs. They do provide an economic development benefit to our county. But I think sometimes the Cultural Council was out of alignment with your thinking. So, Cultural Council recommendations. The council adopted a per capita recommendation for funding, I believe, in 2007 for $1.50. It was repealed a couple years later. What the Cultural Council recommendation here is, let's take a snapshot of what our population is today, and if the population increases, the funding would increase for cultural arts. If the population decreases, the funding for cultural arts would decrease. And then lastly was, and I think this is a good suggestion and we're willing to do it, is direct staff to develop a grant transparency and accountability dashboard. They should also develop collective measures. What is the return on investment? How many new people have attended events? So all of this was in your packet. Here to answer any questions. I know the Cultural Council is here to defend their recommendations as well. And we do need to make some decisions, and I will go back to that first slide. And these would be our first two decisions: max grant award and restrictions.
Okay, let's start with questions. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have two questions, but what we're going to be deciding here today is alternative recommendations, Cultural Council, or wherever we go, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Based on that.
Assuming that you're going to adopt their approach with these three programs.
Correct, yes. So we have options here,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Can you go to the next slide? Maybe it's the next one. There we go. Oh. Eligibility. Cultural organizations whose primary mission is arts and cultures and employs at least one permanent full-time employee. There are organizations out there that have totally volunteers.
That's correct.
Would they not be eligible based on this recommendation?
They would not.
And what's the rationale behind that?
Volunteers are transient. And so this provides some, based on my experience, we can certainly change it to volunteers.
I think, Mr. Chair, if I can, I get that, but I think at the end of the day is how good whatever the program is and how effective it is. People come and go everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't penalize a nonprofit that doesn't pay any employees, that's got 100% volunteers, and they got a great program that happens year after year. I would not, I don't like that, just to the council. We'll do that in discussion, but I want to make anybody that's doing something good eligible. I'm done for now, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Brad at this point? Okay. Well, we don't have a motion on the table. We do. Let's hear from the.
I want to hear.
Let's hear from the public. I'll call you in order that we got your name. Paul Richardson.
Evening, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of the Land. I want to be short and quick. This is a really good plan. I know you might want to change a few things based on recommendations. But that's okay. But again, I want to quote a long-standing tradition. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a good plan. I highly recommend it. Maybe want to change that one to from one permanent employee to, but again, let's approve it. and I make changes as you see fit, but I highly endorse this, and I'd like to thank Dr. Burbaugh for guiding us here at the Cultural Council through this. We had a great discussion, great meetings, and this is hopefully what you guys look at and approve. Thank you.
Kathy Thompson.
Kathy Thompson, Daytona Playhouse, Daytona Beach. First, I want to apologize to every one of you for perhaps the tone that I took in my email to you. It was not professional, and I am an advocate for civil discussion. But I will not apologize for my passion, and you know me well enough to know what I mean by that. And I hope you will seriously consider many of the questions I asked in my email. I won't go back over all those today. I will ask you, and you probably are not aware of how I feel, and I'll only speak for myself, but every time I'm here, I feel like you are berating me and that I am bad and not a good business person, and I am failing because we are not self-sufficient. You hold that over our heads. And I have looked through the country to try to find where there is self-sustaining models of arts groups, and there aren't any, gentlemen. Arts requires the support of its community, the federal government, the country. If we lose the ability to get a grant from you, I lose donors. I have to be able to say to a donor that my county supports me and supports the organization, or they don't give us money. And that's why losing the state and then being threatened with losing you is extremely serious to us. It isn't just the dollar amount, it is what that represents to other donors. What will happen slowly over time if you keep reducing this, don't allow us to apply for grants every year, is we will just slowly die. The quality will drop, and you will see more organizations go out of business. I will tell you the thing I learned most when I ran large marketing departments for Citibank was keeping an existing customer was a hell of a lot cheaper than getting a new one. Doing away with the organizations that currently apply for grants, the 32 to 34, and trying to replace them will cost you in the end far more money. I am not against the seed money. That would be wonderful, Mr. Santiago. We do need to encourage new organizations to come up. And the difference between us and businesses, we foster that. The theaters all get together, we share props and everything that we do. We are not competitive in that sense. We believe the more arts there is, the happier everybody is and the more successful we will all be. But don't throw us out just trying to get new ones. Thank you.
Thank you. George Pappas.
Good evening. As you know, I'm chairman of the Cultural Council, and I kind of have a couple of procedural problems with this. It may have been my being a lawyer. You gave us a task to find solutions to this. We had a public meeting on November 13th, crowded with people. Then we took the recommendations we had then and then went to our regular meeting on the 15th with staff there, and staff, I believe, was the public meeting also. And we finally banged something out. Then we brought it to you, December, I believe, something like that. And you seemed to be fine with it. Then I don't see anything about this until this last weekend. It didn't even come in an email to me till, I believe, after 5 o'clock on Friday. And frankly, I think you got my emails. We didn't have any input into this now with the staff. All of a sudden, they're making the decision, and we have no input at all. And that, to me, what's the point of the Cultural Council? Is there some sort of disrespect for us here? I agree. I think there is, or it feels that way. We were given a task. We did the task. You seem to be okay with it. All of a sudden, here comes staff and changes things. Now, I would like to see, I love Dr. Berber, everybody, Tim, they're all great. What I would hope is that we're allowed to meet with staff and hash out what we're talking about here, and then come back with you with a proposal, instead of more or less being blindsided. That's what I would hope we could do. I would hope you would go our initial proposal. Now, real quick, how long do I got? Real quick, this matching of small organizations, for example, on a, what was it, say $8,000, yeah, with one-to-one match. Well, a small organization to match it would want, on $6,500 would need $3,200 matching money. Some of these small organizations haven't got that kind of money, or they've got it in another program they'd have to drag it from. The Naval Station, for example. African American Museum. There's all the bel canto singers. All these people do wonderful things in this county for the taxpayers at 25 cents per parcel. People, this is not a rich county, and a lot of these senior citizens don't have a bunch of money, but you know what they can do? They can go to the bel canto singers. They can go to the museums, and they don't have to pay as much money to get in. And Congressman, sorry, I just gave you a
big raise.
I just gave you a promotion. I'm not sure if you want it though. Anyway, Councilman Dempsey, you're right. Your comedy shop couldn't make money, and you're an entrepreneur. You're a smart guy. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Which shows that the government needs to support things. Thank you very much. I'm sorry it took so much time. Thank you.
Lloyd Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lloyd Bowers, 1424 North Halifax, Daytona Beach. I almost think I should say what he said and then just sit down. But what George have espoused to you is actually correct. We met back in November. We had a big public meeting here. We took the heat for you that you all were getting in some of the prior meetings. And we had a dialogue. Then we had an open meeting the following Friday at Art House and reviewed all of this with staff. And then we were through. We presented our recommendations. Then Friday, just this past Friday, January, New Year, we get this. We were now, I can't say we because I'm only speaking for myself. We haven't had a meeting yet. That's the whole problem. We were not aware that staff was going to then come around and do alternate recommendations and bring those to you. These should be evaluated, if these are actually the recommendations, by the Cultural Council before they come to you. If we don't, why else do advisory boards exist? We sit to advise you. And if staff says, this yes, but no, not this, yeah, then give us the chance to respond. We meet this Friday. We could do it this Friday. It's our first public meeting since the holidays. And we could actually do that. So what I'm going to ask you to do is please table this. Give the Cultural Council a chance to evaluate the recommendations of staff, and then report back to you in our advisory capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Vinson.
Good evening, County Council, staff. Thank you for being here and allowing for me to speak. My name is Cameron Vinson, 2193 Sherwood Drive, South Daytona, Florida. Executive Director of Art House Foundation, board member of the Volusia County Cultural Alliance, and I sit on the advisory board committee for the Echo Gallery. I'd like to present to you figures for 2023's figures for the cultural grant return on investment. I promised you guys I would give you a happy update every year when I came, and I'm hoping this brings smiles and makes you proud of the legacy you're leaving behind. $4,203,486 in free and discounted programming for Volusia County residents, museum gallery exhibits, performances, and educational programs that we provided for them, free and reduced. $3.6 million in household income via 490 administrative jobs. $2.1 million in household income via 610 artistic and educational supplemental jobs. $583,223 on average for local municipal revenue from free programming. This is all validated and cited, and I would be happy to send these to you with our sources figured. $1,486,669 in total local county government revenue. That's 2.4 times the cultural grant investment. You invest in not nonprofits. You're not investing in us. You're investing in free and reduced programming for our taxpayers that can't afford it, for children going on field trips, for those on fixed income, unable to go to the beach every day, but want to do something cultural with their lives. 0.2% of the general budget is essentially what this grant is. And yet our return on investment is over $1.4 million. This grant pays for itself. And we are so happy and so blessed that you are leaving a legacy of your service here behind to invest in the cultural enrichment and programs of our taxpayers and our residents. This is not a handout. This is you actively providing enrichment for our citizens, which is so needed in today's day and time. Our cultural council, appointed by you, spent hours in public meetings, created your requested modifications to this grant process, and have presented them to you. However, staff has decided or has been asked to supersede those publicly involved modifications. Utilizing staff recommendations over those of cultural council, experts in their field, seems a bit irresponsible, and I'm not trying to be insulting at all, particularly when staff members in question lack fundamental knowledge of this grant program, who at the November meeting stated falsehoods about the grant requirements, applicant responsibilities, and the charter in which the grant was established. Please let our cultural council do what they're meant to do and what you appointed them to do. Thank you and have a good day.
Craig Uppercute, have you been here since 3 o'clock, Craig?
Well, I was here and then I came back.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. Craig Uppercue, DeLand resident, and I wear a number of hats, as Jake Johansson reminded me earlier at the Tip and Davidson Award. But this evening I come to you as the president for the Volusia County Cultural Alliance. So just to kind of reiterate what you've heard this evening, what is at stake here? Of course, citizens of all ages who benefit from free and reduced cost programming. Large cuts in a governmental grant program such as this mean fewer concerts, fewer exhibits, and fewer historical events and activities like our organizations are very uniquely equipped to provide. Just across the street, for example, the Athens Theater, a very strong organization that could lose valuable funding that supports scholarships for underprivileged youth, ASL interpreted shows, audio description for the blind, and discounts for seniors. I can promise you that the common phrase, less is more, will not be the case here for arts and culture in Volusia County. It will, in fact, be that less is less programming, less support, less discounted tickets or participation dollars. The cost will be higher. Under the staff's plan, maximum awards for new project grants would drop by 70% and capacity building grants by 60%. Meanwhile, higher matching requirements would stifle smaller organizations, as you heard this evening, who are trying to expand or innovate. Imagine being forced to cut an existing program just to cover the match for a new one. These changes will not deliver the positive outcomes that you are seeking. You also heard that local cultural groups are already providing more than $3 or $4 million in free programming each year, and we employ over 500 full-time workers and generate $1.6 million in local and state tax revenue. By undercutting cultural funding, we risk losing more than we save. And I use the word we because we as a community should be in this public-private partnership together. So this evening, I just ask you to please adopt the Cultural Council's original proposals or allow its members with more public input to refine them further. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And that That's the end of the public participation on this item. Questions for Brad? Matt?
If I may, I'd like to, Chair, as I see my role as an advisement as role as well, to give you the best advice. Each of these recommendations were discussed at our meeting and rejected outright by the Cultural Council. So it was not me making things up. I asked about a matching program, and they didn't want to do that. You know, each of these things that are alternatives, this is not the first time they're hearing them. We discussed all of these items, correct? No. We did.
Okay. Well, you just answered my question. And did we did not, well, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no,
out
I
of-
yield. Go ahead, because mine is more of
These
a
were the
comment.
staff recommendations when we started the conversation. It started the conversation,
And
and then it morphed.
you're not suggesting a reduction in the total money that's given, just in the way that it's distributed?
Correct. The 600,000 has been budgeted.
Right, okay. Are there any questions? Okay, we do have comments. We'll start with Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was a comment. I respect that, Brad. Thank you for bringing that information up. Couple things. Ms. Thompson, I don't hold it against you. I love the Playhouse. And Mr. Pappas, no disrespect. Not at all. I'm not disrespecting. I made a point to visit many of those organizations. The Art House, what you do is phenomenal. I left there with what you do with those kids is phenomenal. And the Playhouse, you know, we bought tickets there. We've, unfortunately, due to illness, we couldn't attend, but we still bought the tickets. We actually donated. So we feel very, very good about the ROI, what's coming back to the community. And thank you for providing those numbers. I appreciate that. I actually liked what was brought from you after you were asked a question. Unfortunately, I wasn't here during the meeting when the Cultural Council issue came up. We were away. So I didn't have a say in that. My apologies. But I did like what you had to the table. But I'd like to see what the rest of my colleagues would say before I go making a motion. I was ready to make a motion until I heard that last bit of information.
Thank you. Yeah, I was hoping we would finalize this tonight. I think it caught all of us off guard that they said they hadn't heard about this. You said they have. I actually like the Cultural Council recommendations, but I like it with all of the alternative recommendations. I think we should approve it with every one of those. So I think you listen to the council and the goals that we set. I'm proud of our arts community. I think they provide tremendous service to the public. I was hoping that this would allow more participation from smaller upcoming organizations, and so I'm sorry that it's not been received that way. But I like the work that you presented to us, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of feel somewhat similar. You know, for me, my journey, and I think I've had a conversation with a few of you on the Arts Council. My journey over the last few years has been interesting around this subject, and I've learned a lot. And where I started is not where I'm at today. Right? I thought about sharing a story here, and I'll share it just quickly, because part of that journey early on in understanding the value of the cultural arts program in our county evolving. I remember this only because of the location I was at. I was in Puerto Rico, and there's a historic cemetery, if you've been to Puerto Rico, right next to the fort in Morro. And maybe I'll start singing a little Mark Anthony, right? But my wife and I were just touring the area, and we said there's a historic cemetery, and we just decided to walk through the cemetery and start seeing, because it's very, very nice, right on the ocean. And I get a phone call from a big supporter of the arts, I'll just say that, in Volusia County. And I remember sitting down on one of the benches, and I probably spent about 45 minutes on the phone sitting on one of these benches with this individual. And what was very helpful to me is a historical perspective of arts in Volusia County and how it affects communities. So that was probably, I spoke with many of you, you all had an impact, the one that I spoke with, but this one really just hit home for me because this individual was very, very effective in what he explained to me. That being said, I'm kind of saddened a little bit that we don't have some type of thing here. I'm hopeful, depending on what my colleagues say, do we go through each one? Do we send them back to work? I think what staff has done, I want to send this message to the culture. Staff has done kind of sort of where we've guided them. So I'm not upset with staff from the perspective of they're trying to stretch the dollar. They're trying to come up with ideas to bring in new organizations. So it's that creative ideas that have come up based on our direction. Where we land, we'll see. I'll tell you, I don't like the eligibility. So if that's in there, I'm a no. I'll make that very clear. That's my position on one of the items. I think there's some, I'm hopeful that I could have gotten some information from some of the people that are in the arts program saying, what is like a deal breaker? I mean, I know it's our decision, our policy that we make, but what is like the death nail to something that you all are trying to do, or some of you are trying to do based on this policy? So without knowing that, it's tough for me, gentlemen. I support it. We just got to figure out where we land. I'll stop right there, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
I had the unique opportunity to go out this past week with my wife to celebrate our anniversary. We don't get out much, but thank you. We made it. But so we went out downtown DeLand and then caught the Beatles show at the Athens. And knowing this is coming up. And so we went down, had a nice dinner. The town was packed with people. Then we went to the Athens, packed with people. Beautiful, sold out event. All 4 shows, I believe, were sold out. And I remember catching myself walking out of there thinking, man, they're making a lot of money. And then it hit me. I used to when I had the comedy club, and I'd have 3 shows in a weekend, and people would say, man, you're killing it. You're making money. I lost so much money in that show. Lost my tail. But I did it just for the betterment of the community. I think I said at the last meeting that you guys transcribed, I never thought to have the taxpayers subsidize my comedy club, so maybe why should I ask the taxpayers to subsidize the Athens? But I caught myself, because this was the first time I was not the business owner who was losing money and just kicking in my own money just for the betterment of the community. I came out thinking, wow, this is really helping the downtown. We went to Crest. There were a lot of people there eating dinners, walking around, having a few drinks, and then they go to the show. Everybody came out of the show, and an incredible show, came out all in a good mood. And I'm like, wow, this really does benefit the town. And then when I caught myself thinking that as a guest, as opposed to the owner, thinking, oh, they're making money. No, you guys are only open 8 hours a week. You had 4 shows, 2-hour shows, so you're only open 8 hours. Basically, the rest of the time, your facility's dark. And that's what I had with the comedy club. And I lost my tail, even though it had the appearance of, man, this thing's making a killing. So I get that you guys are probably on a thin budget, even though the appearance seems like you're just raking in the cash. So I do have an appreciation for it. And I respect what you guys do. And there is a benefit to at least the DeLand community. So I guess what I'm proposing is that we at least give the Cultural Council the benefit of going back to the meeting and discussing this further, trying to work out some sort of cohesive deal. I have all the respect in the world for Mr. Bowers, Mr. Pappas, and Mr. Richardson. I don't have the benefit of knowing the rest of you guys, but I'm sure you're equally as honorable. So that's kind of where I am. I do think there's a value to having these types of organizations in our community, and I want to see them all stay, however that can be. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. A quick question for Brad. Are the Cultural Council meetings recorded?
Yes.
Got it. I can find that on the website.
Absolutely. Not on the website, but we can get to the recording.
Okay, please. You know, one of the things that loosely applies here that I don't know if I have a concern yet about, but I'll share it with you anyhow. We have the ECHO program, and cultural arts are part of the ECHO program, and one of the things that I don't want us to get into is a grant to increase your capacity with the ECHO program, or a grant to make your building bigger, or a grant to buy another building, and then have an organization come back to us and say, now we need more operating money because we got a bigger place or a better place or something. I haven't done any investigation on that. It might just all be something I'm thinking that's not happening, but I don't want it to happen. And I think the other thing, I don't see any problem with the Cultural Council recommendations. You probably had a hard time meeting the needs of county council because that's not the way you did business in the past. And I appreciate your ability to kind of ratchet down and take what we said and try to make it work for you all. And additionally, I think there was a comment that nobody in the nation or nobody in the state makes money or breaks even, and then they need federal, not state, but local money now. But Brad tells us, I'm hoping rightfully so, that not too many people in Florida do cultural arts funding like we do either. So you can't say this is how the state does it, this is how the other counties do it, why aren't we doing it that way, except for this piece. If you want to mimic other counties and the way they do business, I'm not opposed to giving grant money to culture because I love it. But I also believe that for things like Build It and You Will Come, if things are that good, people will come. If things aren't that good or not run well, then people won't come. If people won't come, I don't want to put county money to it. So I think we have oversight at the Cultural Council, at the staff for stuff like that. But that's the stuff I like to pay attention to and make sure that for every dollar we're given, it's going to the right place. And I think I asked this last time. A lot of the people that come up here with passion talk about all the kids they serve. Does the Volusia County Schools give a dime to all these kids they serve? And so, not that I speak to the public, but I heard they don't have money. Well, we don't have money either. It's a taxpayer's dollar. Whether that dollar leaves your hand and goes to the county or the school board, it's the same dollar. If either they can pay for it or we can pay for it, why are we paying for it? So I think back to Troy's original comment on a couple items ago. I want to see more. I want to see more people paying in to have skin in this game and be part of our cultural success here in Volusia County. At least the people who support the youth and whatnot. Lastly, in my 28 seconds, I come from a family of pay to play. My kid played in the band, he had to pay to play. We played baseball, we had to pay to play. We had booster clubs. Everything was paid for by us because we wanted it. We're asking people that don't want some of these things to pay. So that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thanks, Chairman. So Don, I don't know that I subscribe to everything that you're saying about the Athens Theater, because I haven't, pulled back the curtain and looked at their books, and I don't know, but and just from the audience you could shake your head yes or no, but like are the actors paid? Okay. So and the answer, just for those listening online, was some. And then like the ushers, are they paid? They're volunteers. I think organizations like that have a lot of volunteers and people that love the arts. And I just don't know how you can have 4 sold out shows and it not make money. And I love that theater, by the way. I have not been back, and this is a personal thing. I got to get over it. I know I do. But when they sent that young lady in here, she didn't beat me up, but she beat you guys up publicly. And I said, not again. You won't get my dollar. I mean, personal. I was upset that happened. I thought it was unprofessional. It shouldn't have happened to you. Move beyond that. I'll go back. I love the venue, and we've had great times there. I need to go eat at some restaurants down here too. So, not that I should feel badly for staff, but like staff just did what some of you asked them to do, and came back with these options that now it's like, no, we got to go back to the drawing board. And so obviously, if this goes back, I mean, staff, you're smart. This is not going to set well with some of the members up here because they want to see some changes. But for me, when I looked at the staff report, I said, okay, same amount of money. That hasn't changed. But I was like, oh, what are some of the big boys in town, meaning the organizations, not individuals, going to say, because they can't receive the same amount of money that they've been receiving every year? It's the same amount in the pot of money, but we were trying to allow others to feed at the trough a little bit longer, because when the top 3 or 4 take the lion's share of the money, I thought that's what we were trying to do. And now there's like been this seismic shift, I don't know why. But I had a feeling there would be some concern from the big 3 or 4, and they're the ones that showed up tonight. I don't see, in the past, when the idea of all of the funding, the $611,000 going away, they had a representative from almost every organization here. So I'm okay with this going back. If it's going to go back, I'm okay with allowing smaller organizations an opportunity. And if you want to allow the ones that get the lion's share of the money to continue to have it, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, but we'll talk about it, it looks like. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked through the list again, and I don't think we're that far apart when you really look at some of these items. I could land personally in between, if that makes sense. Some of these items, right? I've already said I didn't like the one paid employee, but it doesn't look like we have support to vote for this today. But I think the council, well, I'll speak for myself. There are some good thought processes in what staff put together. If we don't vote for this today, I would encourage the parties to try to find a place in the middle of the land, right? Because there are some of the things in here that staff recommended to do, because that's the only way we can foster an environment for other entities to come in and get a share of the pie, right? So if we don't change those numbers, there's no other pie to give out. So we have to go to the right. I'll just say that in this because of the way the chart is spelled out. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we table this item I understand the committee's getting together this Friday, and if staff can accommodate a meeting with them to discuss this, and with an urging to fulfill some of the county council's requests.
Second.
Table to a date certain or an open date?
Next council meeting. I think we need to put this, be done.
I don't know.
Is that possible, staff? We're loading you up tonight.
I guess understanding, what is the request? To come together in the middle?
Kind of sort of where I'm saying, yes. Thank you. There's a song called Meet Me Halfway. I won't sing it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to table this until the next county council meeting. Be what, February the 5th?
Say, we're starting to get stacked up, so I would like, if possible, the leeway to use both meetings in February to see which one I can fit it on.
That's fine.
Okay.
Fine with me on the motion.
Is there a second?
Don seconded it.
Second.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry that you seconded it. I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Any other questions, comments?
Comments? Staff, thank you. I know it was a tough job for you guys to go through this, and it's been 2 years in the making, really, is what it is. So I want you to know I appreciate you.
All in favor of the motion to table to one of the two meetings in February, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the cultural council recommendations are tabled until the two parties can get together and. Okay. I think we can get through item 11 quickly. Say yes, we can.
I do that.
Okay, Brad, since you're up there, we'll stay on.
Thank you.
We'll
All right.
We'll go back to item 11, revision to the Path Forward Strategies for Success 5-year plan.
So this is again where your staff had heard you last year when we adopted this, that you wanted to see some changes, and we made those changes, mostly verbiage, to the 5-year plan. With the exception of the trust fund, we requested that Florida Housing develop a white paper for us to see what the options are in terms of developing a trust fund. We've included that, and it's up to the council if they'd like us to bring that back or just have it for informational purposes. Otherwise, very minimal changes that align with your direction.
Good, thank you. I hope it gets approved as presented.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve.
David Santiago.
Move to
Second,
approve.
Johansson.
We have a motion by David Santiago to approve. Was that a second, Mr. Johansson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, second by Jake Johansson. And a question or comment? No? Okay. Any questions? Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that is accepted 7-0. Okay, that brings us to 13. We didn't skip anything else, did we? No. Okay. 5-year road program.
Good
Tad.
evening. Tad Casbier, County Engineer, along with Ben Bartlett. It's his birthday, so we're going to get this over with quick.
We got 19 minutes before our meeting's over.
19 minutes? I'm pretty sure I can beat that. I know this committee or this council hasn't sat through this before, but it's very similar to the previous one. We have discussed a lot of this in different meetings. We're charged with basically 3 different types of road projects. We have capacity projects where we add lanes, whether it's on a road section or at an intersection. We're just adding more capability for a road to add cars. We also have safety projects. These are projects where we are not widening the road, adding lanes to it, but it needs to be improved to meet today's safety standards. So We've got that in there as well. And then last is resurfacing projects. This has now been moved over to our Road and Bridge group. We've talked about this several different times. They've got a system for evaluating which roads need work, and they go ahead and tackle those each and every year with a certain budget amount overall. Our road program is funded primarily by a combination of different fund sources. Local option gas tax pays for a large portion of our road program. For road construction, we earmark the new nickel, and we collect approximately $6 million, 6.2 this last year, and we pay for the road program with that portion of it. We have a set loan that we're paying back for the extension of Williamson down to Pioneer Trail, so that gets subtracted from the amount we have to use. Local option gas tax is nice because we can spend that anywhere in the county. We have impact fees that we collect per zone, and those have to be used in that zone, so that's one of the ways they're different from local option gas tax. These are collected when a new development or a building is constructed and adds capacity to our road network. You can see each of the different zones on there. Zone 1 is the northeast, Zone 2 is the southeast, Zone 3 is the southwest, and Zone 4 is the northwest. And you can see the money that's collected in each of those zones. Obviously, the sections that have a lot more development collect more than the others overall. We did go ahead and identify the balances that we had at the end of fiscal year 22-23. We're always a year behind. We don't spend any of the money that we collect in impact fees until the next fiscal year overall. So we're always a little bit behind in that total. Another funding source for us, also provided by development, is the proportionate fair share funds that are collected. If there's a development that creates a failing road network, whether it's an intersection or a road segment, they pay us to offset their share of the traffic that would be created if we were to widen that road network. You've approved quite a few of these agreements overall. This gives you a little bit of a history of the amount we've collected over time. This is not up to date because year to date was when we originally proposed this to the public. So this is pretty much back in September of last year. So those numbers are a little bit out of date along those lines. So what kind of money do we have available that hasn't already been budgeted for projects we already had in our 5-year road program? You can see between the local option gas tax, we've pretty much spent a majority of that. We're left with about $1 million that we can use anywhere in the county. Zone 1, between the impact fee balance and proportionate fair share balance, we've got $23 million. With what we have budgeted in the system, we're over that amount, but we also know that this doesn't count last fiscal year's funding or this next couple of years' fiscal funding. That budgeted amount is for the 25-26 year overall, and includes things that are just starting design and construction overall. You can see, for example, Zone 4 is the one where we have quite a bit of money available. We've only budgeted $9.8 million. A large part of that is one of the projects that we're going to be proposing on Orange Camp will eat up that balance and a little bit more overall. Just for everybody's edification, it's there in orange at the bottom, but the cost of 1 mile of a 2-lane road, whether we're creating a new 2-lane road or we're adding 2 lanes to an existing road, can take anywhere between $5 and $10 million overall. So you understand what we can do with the budget that we have from those revenue sources. Our road program, this is what our issues were prior to the last road program. The red and orange indicate that we've got roads that are near failing or just past failing, and the black indicates projects that we were working on in our road program to tackle those particular issues from a capacity standpoint. You can also see certain sections where we don't outline a red or orange section. In black, those mean that we're doing a safety project instead of a capacity project overall. So those are the things we were tackling last time, and this is the previously approved priority list. Those are the projects that we started funding with the funds that we collected through our various sources. These are the projects that are already in the system. They're either in design or in construction. If you have any questions about any of them in particular, we can certainly go over that, but just to save a little bit of time, wasn't really planning on going through each one individually overall. But we've got them broken out by zone. The blue indicates that it's a capacity project. If you see a number next to it, so in this case, Dunn Avenue extension from Tomoka Farms to LPGA is number 3. That was on the previous priority list. That was the number on it overall. So, orange indicates that it's a safety project. So we just put that in there to make it simpler to figure out whether it was a capacity or safety project overall. Now, there are certain projects that we are not recommending for this next priority list, and some of the reasons for that are that either in the case of like LPGA, we're turning that section of road that's got a capacity problem over to the Department of Transportation. It does not make sense for us to go spend money. We'll let them spend all the money. We like doing that. You can also see that Kepler's on there. For example, they're working on the roundabout there at 44 and Kepler. It's the section of Kepler from the roundabout north to Minnesota, indicates that it's got a capacity problem. We're waiting to see what happens after the roundabout is put in to see if that road network traffic cleans up a little bit, so to speak. We certainly wouldn't start anything until after they're done with their project at the earliest anyway. We've got Timber Creek, the road extension on there. We've got a developer, much like some of our other projects, that would be responsible for constructing that portion, which is why we don't recommend it. Did skip over Saxon. There's potentially work at the DOT's interchange there at Saxon, so again, it doesn't make sense for us to expend money on it until we see what they're going to fix or create problems for us on. So the projects that we are proposing to add to this year's priority list, Tomoka Farms Road, the intersection there at Bellevue and International Speedway. You've actually seen this. We've collected money specifically for this project, but it was never specifically added to the 5-year road program. So more as an administrative thing, it's on here as a recommendation. We also recommend that Timber Creek, which was previously widened from State Road 40 north to Peruvian Way, that project be continued from Peruvian Way up to Airport Road. It was previously designed and was not constructed due to funding construction issues. So we'd like to go ahead and recommend that that get done in this area. Now, this next project is actually an alignment study. Tomoka Farms Road currently terminates at LPGA, and we think it makes sense for this road to continue on north. It had actually previously been studied about 20 years ago, but the council never adopted that alignment. So what we'd like to do is go ahead, resurrect that, take a look at things, compare it to what's been approved, particularly with the Avalon project in that area, and see if we can't identify an alignment. What this allows us to do is work with the Avalon developers to make sure that the alignment for that road works best, not just for their development, but for our development opportunities, our property owners to the south of that. It certainly puts us in a better footing to move forward and not leave ourselves with wetland properties that we want to develop along those lines. So Williamson from Madeline down to Town West, the section from Madeline north to Bellevue, State Road 400 was under the previous priority list. We're working on that now. This would take care of that last segment of Williamson and widen it from 2 to 4 lanes. Does include the overpass over I-95, and of all the ones that are recommended, this is the most expensive because of that. Zone 2 down in the New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater area, we're recommending Williamson, the extension of Pioneer Trail down to State Road 44. In this case, what we're recommending is the design of this portion of it. We do know that this section will be rather expensive when it comes to construction. We think that this section also makes sense as a potential reliever for any traffic in this area. And so by getting the design, this puts us in a good spot to potentially pursue grant funds either at the state or federal level to help reduce traffic either on I-95 or any of their facilities in the area. We also recommend along those same lines, State Road 44 has a real problem between the interstate and the coast. And on a Saturday or a Sunday when it's good beach weather, we know that quite a few people are coming from Orlando, and that section is miserable for the residents in that area. So what we'd like to do is study a connection that would give the people that live south of State Road 44 an alternate route as opposed to having come up to State Road 44. If you're familiar with the area, so I know Danny is, almost all those roads you have to come north of 44 to go east or west, and we'd like to give a good alternative for that. 10th Street, since we've been working to 4-lane that for years, makes the best location for that. It also put traffic access to New Smyrna Beach High School, make that easier as well. In Zone 3, we've got a couple of projects that we'd recommend. Lake Helen, Osteen Road, as one of the few capacity issues. There's a section between Captain Drive and Hallover on Lake Helen Osteen where the traffic is going to or from the interstate, and that particular area is gummed up during those rush hours. We'd like to solve that. We'd also like to take a look. We finished Howland, so it's time to start again. And so we'd like to study and then move into potential design for the widening of Howland from the interstate east over to Callahan Boulevard. That section is already at a point where we're having problems, safety problems. We've got some sight distance issues that we'd like to resolve, as well as the capacity problems through that section. Is one of the 3 access points to Deltona on the west side. Because of the interstate, there's only 3 ways to get into Deltona. This being the northernmost, it makes sense to go ahead and take a look at putting it in a better spot from a capacity standpoint. In Zone 4, we'd recommend, as I mentioned earlier, the Orange Camp project. This would relieve a lot of the congestion at the west end. That's where a majority of the work would be. This would actually be a dual-purpose project. That's not how it was initially intended, but it will accomplish that goal. After the hurricane, you may remember that the pond there at the supermarket at Publix blew out. That wasn't the only cause of flooding in that area, but there was a lot of water. There's a low spot in there with no room for that water to go, and it flooded out several homes both on the north side and townhomes on the south side. As a part of this project, we go in and purchase those areas. We need pond space for our project as well, so it would serve a dual purpose for alleviating some of the flooding in that area. Unfortunately, by buying homes, but it would still accomplish and relieve that burden from some of our citizens. We'd also propose to study Kepler Road, the section there north from 44 from the roundabout all the way up to 92. There's quite a bit of sides roads where people are stopping and turning. There's no turn lanes any portion of that. This road is clearly not intended to be a high-speed facility, but it is basically that. So studying different possibilities in that area make a lot of sense. So those are the projects we'd identified. We took those, we generated some estimated costs for them, and then came up with a proposed priority list. And then per our previous methodology, we take this out to the public. We go to each one of the 4 zones, we present, we talk to the citizens and get their input, which projects they like, which projects are not on here that they'd like to see, and then we generate a recommended list that combines their information or their desires with ours. The one difference between this time and the last time is not only did we go out to the public and meet with people, we also had our public information group set up a website and go ahead, and people had the ability to just get online if they weren't able to come to one of the meetings and go ahead and vote on their projects overall. This was the tabulation specifically from those votes at the public meetings and online. At the bottom you can see the number of votes per zone, and you can see, for example, Zone 1 won the number of votes. They clobbered everybody else. So obviously the top 3 projects came back Zone 1. So we did find that interesting. So what we wanted to do as much as possible was to try to offset that balance a little bit. We did go ahead and identify the top 5 per the voters of those particular zones and put those in there, and then basically counted each one of those as an equal vote, and then basically came up with a pro rata with a new public presentation of what their goals were. We took a look at this and we came up with our own recommendation, understanding, like, for example, number 2 is Williamson. As I mentioned, that $23 million, that is the largest cost on this, and being able to accumulate that amount of money, we did go ahead and move that down. We do think that in conversations with the DOT, we might be able to qualify for a grant on that particular project as well, which is another reason we bumped it down a little bit. Just because it's ranked lower doesn't mean that we aren't potentially pursuing getting it taken care of. It just, if we had a certain amount of money and it was the difference between number 2 and number 6, we'd give it to number 2. I don't know that you'd recall, but last time, actually number 6 was the first one, not on this list, but on the previous list, number 6 was actually the first one we had fully funded, the section of Williamson south from Bevel down to Madeline, because we had some projects in that area that were providing proportionate fair share. We had some ARPA money. It just made sense to go ahead and tackle that one. Again, number 6 didn't matter. So this was our recommended priority. Obviously, you have your own opinions. You can certainly vote it in however you like to. You can add projects. You can take projects off. At this point, we'd ask for you to take a look at it, make any recommendations, and vote, preferably the top 10 priority list. We still have 2 projects from the previous priority list that we have not started funding as yet. So we still have other projects to do, but this would at least tell us in the future what your goals are in terms of road construction projects. So, all right. We have also a discussion on, you want us to bring back specifically to this meeting a discussion on the millage, potentially $5 million for road projects overall. I don't know how you prefer to do it. Ben's got his PowerPoint and he's ready to go, or we can talk about the priority list, however you'd like to do it.
Is there questions from council on the priority list?
Mr. Chairman, our meeting is ending in 2 minutes.
Ben will go faster now.
Does anybody have any quick questions? We may have to extend the meeting, but just real quick, you mentioned somewhere in the report 90 miles of dirt roads. I don't see them anywhere. We've been knocking those out little by little. Are there any dirt roads on here?
No, not on this list. Those are not considered capital projects, so no, we don't include those in our 5-year road program. We do have a program to pave dirt roads, which is under our road and bridge group.
Correct. We've been funding roughly $400,000 a year to dirt road reduction and paving dirt roads, and we've knocked that number down, I think, closer to 80 where we're at now. We're planning on continuing that.
From where's that money come from? Gas tax? Okay. Alignment studies. Is there a general cost? It looks like they were. Does it depend on the project? And I see $1.2 million for one on Williamson or something.
Yes, it does depend on the project. A large portion of this is investigating the different options. So, for example, it's rather straightforward, like Tomoka Farms Road. The path is pretty well set. There aren't a lot of places you can go. You've got the interstate on the east side. You've got Tomoka River on the west side. It's just how you're going to cut through some properties. We also have the advantage of a prior study. State Road 44 alternate road alignment, there's quite a few different ways that road could go from 10th Street over to the west. So there's a lot more options to study. That's why it's more expensive. So yes, we do base those on.
Chairman.
Do you have questions, David Santiago?
I was going to move to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second, Chairman. I was just going to say it's 10 o'clock, and I was going to make a motion to approve the recommended 10 that the staff has. So if you'll remove yours, David, and
I'll remove my motion to adjourn so we can take that vote.
a motion to approve the recommended priority top 10 list by the county that we see in front of us now.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Have a good night.
Mr. Chairman, move to adjourn.
And you have a motion to
Second,
adjourn?
Johansson.
All in favor, say aye.
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 So we will be almost
Almost made through it.